begun apocalyptic world. Chapter 1. Extra Dough. Adel, Iowa. Saturday, 1983. The man sat in his office twirling a pencil with his fingers. He sat, staring at the list of jobs the company had slated, and couldn't believe they were as busy as they had been. He was truly thankful for the tornado season. He knew, of course, that he could never voice his joy over it. It was one of the dirty little secrets that he had to live with, owning a tree trimming business in the Midwest, when tornadoes tore down homes and enough trees that could fill a forest was a godsend to him. He peered down at the available workers and jobs that needed to be done and knew that they couldn't be stretched thinner. If another job came in, he'd probably shit himself. He was aware that it was a good problem having too much work and not enough people to do it. He'd rather make people wait for it and be able to charge more. He was a huge fan of the business model called supply and demand. It was, in his opinion, probably one of the oldest business models in the world. His phone rang as he listened to news reports on his radio about how Missouri had been struck hard by a massive string of tornadoes. The twisters were not discriminatory to small or large towns. They struck both with impunity. Tornadoes had no targets. They had no emotional vest in particular. They simply existed to do as much damage as they possibly could, and, in this case, had set records for being on the ground longer than any tornado in the history of the state. He wished the company could get some of the Missouri money, but he'd gotten into a little bit of trouble there in his younger days, telling some officials where they could stick it once they caught him after a 3-day whiskey bender he'd been on. He set down his pencil, picking up the receiver. "What's up, Sarah?"
I'm sorry, who are you speaking to, sir?
He cleared his throat, shaking his head, knowing this would go a lot quicker if he just tossed out a bit of respect. "Sorry about that, Mrs. Jones. Now, how are you on this beautiful blue sky day?" He stared out the window as he said this, biting his lip, and watched as a truck pulled up full of men that looked like they were dragging serious ass. He crossed off the job they had been assigned to, and was already looking on the hot sheet to see where he would be dispatching them to go and work the rest of the day. He looked at the time and saw there was plenty left of it. Mrs. Jones replied,
Why, hello, Mr. Shaw. Aren't we busy lately? I bet you feel like a big, important man right now, don't you? Well, I'm about to burst your bubble.
"But I was having such a good day."
I know it. Kind of makes calling even better. I have the manager of a tree service on the phone from Missouri. Looks like they finally decided that you and your boys should be allowed some work down south again. Too bad you don't have anyone available just yet.
"Put him through. I'm going to figure something out or I'll be dead."
So what you're saying is that it's a win-win situation, right? Either way, there's a positive to it.
"You are too sweet to me. You realize that?"
Well, it isn't every ex-wife that gets the pleasure of working with her ex every single long day of their life. But the upside to taking half your paycheck is getting to make sure I make your life a living hell regularly. Now hold on while I send them through. And good luck. I really hope you get to be the one to go down there. I don't know who you're gonna send.
"Just send him through. God, I hate you."
I'm sorry? This is Mr. Shaw, isn't it?
Shaw sat erect in his chair, shooting daggers at his ex-wife through the smoked glass window, and simultaneously flipping her the bird. He cleared his throat, trying to figure out a way to not sound like an ass. Yes, I am sorry about that. I thought I was still talking to my secretary."
I'm sorry, you tell your secretary that you hate them before talking to new clients? That seems awkward.
"Well, yes, I'm sure it does seem weird. She's my ex-wife. She even took her own name back after divorcing me."
No further explanation needed. I totally get it. I have 2 of them myself. They'll make your life a living hell. I wish she would just drive off a cliff, but God himself protects both of them on a daily basis, I think.
Just makes me think all them hippies preaching God as a woman seem like they might know what they're talking about.
Yeah, well, I can't say I disagree with logic like that, but that isn't why I'm calling you. You saw the shitstorm we went through down here, right? You been listening to your radio?
Yeah, that's just too bad y'all got hit so hard. Tell you the truth, we've been keeping pretty busy ourselves up this way.
Save your apologies. I know damn well you are loving this time of year. All of us that own tree businesses do. You sound just like a doctor telling a patient how sorry he is when you go tell him you ain't feeling good. Well, if you aren't feeling good, you'd not be there, and he'd not be making money off of you. Now, I got a job for you. You got enough men to do it, or are you too busy right now? Your name hasn't come across my desk just once, but over and over again. I know your boys are good workers. I'm not concerned with your past. Everyone does stupid shit when they are young. You just make sure and tell them that if they come down here and fuck up like you did that time, that I don't care if a forest drops on the damn state. We ain't going to let you back in with a chainsaw, no matter how bad it is. You think you can comprehend that and pass along the message? I'm taking a real jump here. They don't want y'all down here. And I had to vouch for you saying you wouldn't screw this up. You aren't going to make a liar out of me, are you?
No, sir. Hell nah. We can handle any job you give us. What's the job?
You ever hear of a town named Sedalia?
Sedalia, Missouri?
You think I'm calling about a town that isn't in Missouri? Yes, Sedalia, Missouri.
Nope, never heard of it. But if it is on a map, my boys will get there.
They got about 20,000 people there, but they got more damn trees than you could shake a stick at. They were hit like a son of a bitch. You go down there first, because of a big business down there, and, well, anyways, they need it cleared up so they can get some work done. The whole damn city is just sitting on their hands till they get someone with some real tree cutting experience to come down there and get stuff moved.
I understand. You want us down there immediately, huh? I could probably get some boys on their way down there in the morning. Looks like it is about a 4-5 hour drive from my map. Hell, they could be down there before lunch if they get their asses up early.
Well, you see to it they do. I got more jobs for you in the future if you can get this shit cleaned up and moved. You might find this beneficial. Make this your chance to get back in the State's good graces.
Shaw sat forward, pounding his fist on the desk.
You can count on Shaw tree removal, sir. Now, I'm going to pass you back to my secretary, and you give her the information, where we send our bill to, and we'll be good to go.
Save it. I've got information from a reliable source that we got government money coming our way. I got a check here for $5,000. When they are done here, if there's more shit that needs to be cleaned up, we can send them right over. You tell them they work hard and fast, and they get bonuses. That sound about right? Don't go being a tight ass, and maybe we can get a couple more jobs in. They'll be down here for a week, though, I can almost guarantee you, sir.
Shaw had already written down in large numbers the dollar figure the man Missouri had quoted him. He knew that was one hell of a week's pay, even if he had a large group of men working. He dreaded talking to his ex again, but he knew that he had little choice, and he wanted to make sure he was damn clear about what he was looking for. Shaw got up from his desk and opened the office door, leaning on the frame.
Sarah, do you think there's a chance you could try and move some things around? Maybe we could swing a crew of 4 to be gone out of town for a week?
She smiled and stroked a fingernail polish brush down her manicured nail, holding it out to admire the ruby red color.
Oh, sugar, there's a lot of things I could do for you to make you happy. Unfortunately, you know how I kind of hate your guts with a passion. I just can't see myself doing anything nice for you. You know, the idea of being kind to you just makes me want to puke. Now, is there anything else I can do for you, hun?
Shaw looked at her with eyes that burned red.
I can't see if you've actually done anything for me yet today, sweetheart. Now, this job is a big goddamn payday. The kind that could lead to more if we don't fuck it up. Now, for someone that enjoys having half my damn paycheck, I'd think maybe you'd be a little more, I don't know, how would we say it, interested in making money?
What kind of money are we talking about, darling?
The kind of money that makes it so you don't have to come in here no more. And you can just sit at home on your ass, taking what's mine. So basically, it'd be your dream come true.
She found herself smiling and said,
Oh my, the idea of not seeing you. I can't imagine a life any better. But as bad as it is for you to not get to see my darling face every day, I think I could make that work staying at home. Unfortunately for you, honey, you just don't have any men to spare. Everyone on our list is a week behind right now, and those boys are working from sun up to sundown, and some of them past that.
Shaw punched his hand with a meaty fist.
Why is it that every goddamn time I get the opportunity to make a little extra money, that I don't have anybody to do the damn labor?
Sugar, you don't think that, it might be because you're too damn cheap to hire extra people? Or the fact that you'd have a heart attack if men were waiting around here not having something to do and maybe, God forbid, working on some of the equipment that's here and not just cutting down dumb old trees?
That is just idiotic. I don't know what you're talking about. You know what? Never mind. As usual, I will figure out what it is that needs to be done to keep this glorious facility thriving in America's heartland.
Sarah pointed to her face.
Did you see that right there? That was a little bit of puke coming up in the back of my throat. It tends to happen to me when you speak, you see. You're the only man that can do that, sugar. I just don't understand what I did in another life to deserve to have you in mine.
Shaw looked at her intently, nodding his head.
I know exactly what you mean, honey. I think of that every goddamn day when I wake up. Of course, that initial moment when I wake up and you're not in bed lying next to me is kind of a nice few moments.
She opened her mouth, ready for a quick rebuttal, but he had already slammed the door and was strutting in victory back to his desk. Shaw stared at the clock for a few minutes, realizing every tick of the second hand was one less second he had to get somebody lined up and on their way down to Missouri. He opened up his personnel file, checking it and realizing that everyone he had really was on a job. He went down the men who had left in the last few years, and when he saw Jude's name, he remembered that he had left the company on good terms. He knew he could handle it. The man had been one of his best foremen until his wife had become too ill. He decided he wasn't above paying a couple extra bucks to Jude, knowing in the end he'd still be making more money than the entire crew would be for the week. He punched in the man's phone number, already smiling, and leaned back in his chair. He was trying to kick his feet up on the desk, but between his large legs and even larger gut, it would have been a miracle had he actually accomplished the feat. He held the phone between his ear and shoulder and wound his finger around the telephone cord as the phone connected on the other end and started to ring. He wondered if he still had the man's CB radio channel number lying around anywhere, but realized there's probably a pretty slim chance of that, given it had been a couple years since then. When the ringing stopped, he sat listening. All he could hear were what sounded like dishes being moved around. Shaw cleared his throat and said,
Hey, is somebody on the other end of this here line?
A young voice on the other end of the phone came back.
Well, if not, sir, I think you're talking to a ghost.
Shaw actually laughed at that, realizing the boy had a good point.
No one likes a smartass, son, but yep, I think you got a point there. Is your daddy around to talk to, bud?
He did not ask for the kid's mom because he knew the exact reason why Jude had left the company. The boy answered quickly.
No, he's not here. He's out cutting trees. He said he was going to be dropping them all day long. He even said that we were going to have ice cream tonight because he was having such a good time, and the firewood he was going to be able to sell was going to put us on something called Easy Street, but I don't know where that is. I hope it's in Adel because I like it and I don't want to move.
Shaw thought about that, laughing again, and realizing if it wasn't for the fact of how much he did not like kids, this might actually be the one that he enjoyed.
So your dad's been busy out cutting down trees?
Oh, yes, sir. He's been very busy. I hardly see him at all. Just about the time I wake up, all I see is his pickup truck backing out with the lights on.
Shaw mouthed shit at the phone, knowing if he was making that kind of money, it was going to cost him even more money to get him to go on any kind of trip.
So he's doing pretty good, huh? Well, you can't beat an honest day's work now, can you, son?
I'm only 4, sir. I don't think that would be something I could answer for you. Sorry.
Is there, by chance, an adult there that maybe I could talk to, buddy?
Yeah, my aunt is here. You want me to go try and find her? I think she's hanging laundry outside right now. I can go check, though.
Shaw was ready to say yes, but he had already heard the phone being dropped on the floor and the patter of little feet running away, screaming at the top of his lungs. A moment later, a slower set of footsteps came back, and Shaw could hear a woman's voice yelling at the boy for dropping the phone on the floor. She put it up to her ear, speaking softly.
Hello, you have reached the Grimes residence. If y'all are calling to sell something, we ain't buying.
Shaw cleared his throat again and said,
No, ma'am, I'm not selling anything other than opportunity.
Opportunity, huh? You sure ain't trying to sell nothing? Sounds like you're trying to sell a load of bull to me. Who is this, anyway?
This is Mr. Shaw over at the tree removal service. The one that Jude used to work for back before he had to take leave.
He knew he did not need to tell whoever it was watching Jude's son what had happened to his wife. He started to back up.
Well, anyways, he used to work for me. Hell of a worker.
Yeah, until he couldn't get the time off he needed to take care of the only woman he ever loved.
He could hear a coldness in her voice. And of course, he could not remember, being a man of the Bible, that he had told anyone no when he had been asked about extra time off. He said,
Well, I can't say as I remember that, but right here and now, I got a job for him. Now, he'd probably need to throw wood for a month to make the kind of money I'm going to offer him.
She sounded more annoyed than excited. Her distaste for the man was a bitterly strong one. She said,
Sounds a little too good to be true, sir. Usually if someone has something that good, there's a reason for it, and usually good don't fall in the sentence.
You are a quick one, ma'am, and most times you'd be right. Now, luckily for you, ma'am, I am a man of faith. She wasn't stupid, and she knew exactly who he was and how he dealt with things. She snorted, trying to hold in the laugh, but she failed miserably.
Well, now, if you're a man of faith, then of course I've got time to listen to you, sir.
He was well aware he was getting nowhere with her, and that he would be much better off if he just got to the point.
You see, I got too many people working right now, but there are more trees down than I got men to cut them. What I'm calling about is to see if Jude would be up for some contract work down in Missouri. You think he'd be up for traveling? I know it's just him working, but I think he can handle it. He always put on a good job back in the day.
He isn't on his own anymore, sir. He picked up 3 boys that he works with, and they are like a fine-oiled machine. He's thinking about picking up a few more, but just hasn't had time to look around and find anybody. He's been so damn busy because he charges a reasonable rate. People just love hiring him.
Well, bless his heart, that's a noble thing he does, not trying to make too much money. God knows there are more men and women out there that should try to do the same.
So how long would you need him for? You know, given he decides he wants to take your job, that is.
Well, I need to talk to him about that, but honestly, I was hoping we were looking at a week or less. Emphasize to him on the less, and there'd be a $500 bonus on top of all that if he could handle it.
She was writing down notes as she was talking to him, and she almost snapped the yellow pencil when the words $500 bonus came out. She knew that was a good week's pay before taxes were taken out. She said,
Well, he'll be home in a few hours for a quick lunch with the boys. I can run it by him then. When is it that you're thinking about having him leave?
Well, that's kind of the reason there'd be such a good bonus. Unfortunately, it would have to be a quick kind of job. He'd have to be ready immediately. The people in Missouri that are hiring me to get rid of the wood and the downed trees are not the most patient people in the world. He'd have to leave tomorrow morning bright and early before the sun came up.
Well, I'll take your phone number and have him give you a call just as soon as I can.
She hung up the phone, folding and shoving the piece of paper into her pocket, and Patrick pulled on her shirt.
Who was that, Aunt Maria? He seemed kind of weird.
She ignored Patrick's question, thinking of Jude and how tight things were. If Jude could earn an extra $500, it would be like a small fortune to him.
Patrick, go and grab a jacket and some G.I. Joes. We need to go see your daddy on the job site. I have some really good news for him, so if you could hurry, I would appreciate it.
Patrick just stared at her for a moment, not moving whatsoever. When she finished gathering her keys and purse, she saw him still standing there with a curious look on his face. She snapped off like a drill sergeant.
Patrick, you get your little ass moving right now or I'll be leaving a handprint on it. Go, go, go!
Patrick usually knew exactly how far he could push his Aunt Maria before she would go crazy on him, but he could easily see the look in her eyes and determine that she was not messing around today. He spun on his foot and ran out of the room. He got his Velcro tight on his He-Man shoes, and he sprinted to his bedroom and dug through his toy box until he found his favorite G.I. Joe action figures. He came out of the bedroom like a kid on a mission. Maria was already standing at the door when he came out. She was tapping her foot and holding a box of animal crackers in one hand, and smiling, holding out the miniature treats. Patrick saw the snack and made a beeline straight for his aunt. He ran straight past her, jumping as high as his little legs would take him, grabbing the box with one hand while yelling, "Thank you!" as he exploded out of the front screen door. Maria came out, closing the door behind her, not worrying about locking it, and jumped into the driver's seat. Patrick climbed through his aunt's open driver's side window and crawled to the passenger seat, where he sat up on his knees looking out of the window, chewing happily on animal crackers. She started her Thunderbird and was thankful that the summer was not here yet because she knew how the red leather seats would be like sitting in a bath of lava. She backed the car out and they drove over to Jude's job site to give him the good news. When they pulled up to the property, Jude had his back to them and was facing the tree he was taking down. He was currently in the process of taking down what was left of a very large branch. She could see the jagged piece that had remained after the storm. Maria waved to Chuck, who was Jude's right-hand man and his best friend. The only reason for that was because he had known Jude longer than she had. They had both enlisted together out of high school, neither of their families having any money to send him to college. They had both left Shaw's company at the same time, and Chuck had been Jude's first man hired under the new company. Chuck saw them pulling in and smiled, waving back. When the car came to a stop, Patrick swung his legs over the side of the car, gripping on for dear life with his hands. He lowered himself down in a very sloppy chin-up until he reached the gravel-covered ground below. He didn't wait for his aunt. He pumped his legs towards the men and the chainsaws, carrying a G.I. Joe in each one of his hands. He'd been out of the car before she could even blink, and Maria yelled for him to stop, but knew he was gone. Chuck set his saw down, walking forward to intercept the kid, to keep him from possibly interrupting his dad and getting hurt, or worse, earning a spanking. Chuck picked up the approaching, smiling boy, and before he could say anything, launched Patrick into the air, looking like a rocket. Of course, one with chunky legs and arms, flailing wildly as he shot up. The boy kicked and screamed as he flew into the air, giving his aunt a short heart attack as she watched the spectacle take place. When the tree branch came down, Pete pointed in the direction behind him, catching Jude's attention. He knew it wasn't often that Maria and Patrick came to the job site, and he could tell by the look on her face that it was probably pretty important. Jude turned around, seeing his son in Chuck's arms, and killed the chainsaw, setting it down. He removed his ear protection and placed his hands over his ears, trying to pop them. He wondered at times why he even wore the damn things. He knew he wouldn't hear anything once he was an old man. The saws were very deafening, but it made ends meet, and that was what he cared about over personal health. When Chuck saw it was safe, he patted Patrick on the back and put the boy down, and he immediately ran towards Jude. Jude bent down, gripping his son, smiling, and for the second time in a minute, Patrick was on a flight into the air. Maria came up yelling at Chuck and Jude.
He's going to be sick, and if he pukes in the car and I have to clean it up, we won't be having a very pleasant conversation afterward.
Jude walked up to Maria, holding up his hands, realizing he better walk on eggshells if he kept tossing them in the air. He said, "What's going on, Maria? Is everything okay?" She pulled out a piece of paper, handing it to him, not wanting to disclose to the men how much of a bonus he was going to be making if he accepted this job. He opened it, seeing only the numbers saying 500, and shrugged. He said, "This is barely enough to cover us all for a week, and that's if we don't want to eat. Is this what you came out here for?" Maria motioned for him to follow her, and he did. She knew she had possibly lied just a little to Mr. Shaw when she had mentioned how many jobs he had been racking up. He had just barely been able to make ends meet, but it was none of the greedy bastard's business. She knew if he knew what kind of desperate financial trouble they were in, he would have lowballed him, and he would have made even less money on the contract. Jude leaned against her car, pulling himself up on the white Thunderbird and dangling his legs just barely off the ground, and asked, "So what is it?" She did not waste her time asking him if he remembered who Mr. Shaw was. She knew he did. She said,
Your old boss called. He had a contract he wanted to offer you. It was for 1 week, and the 500 that you don't seem too excited about for some weird reason was just what the bonus would be. But the thing is, you have to be done with the job in 1 week or you don't get it. But if you do finish it, there's an extra $500 in your pocket. Hell, you could probably talk Shaw into doing it under the table on the bonus. Nothing better than tax-free dollars, right?
At this news, Jude whistled. He knew 500 would go a long way towards paying off some backed-up bills. He said, "So it would be a week in Missouri? You think you could handle watching Patrick for that long?"
I watch him every day, Jude. Do you really think it would be a big deal if I watched him at night, too? Hell, half the time you're out at night trying to find some way to make money. At least if you go do this, you might be set up for a little bit, which, as you know, will help everyone.
So what am I supposed to do? When does this start? Hell, I don't think I've ever known Shaw to give up extra money before. He must be desperate.
You would need to leave tomorrow. And as big of a hurry as he is in to get you down there, there's a damn good chance you could try and get a little extra money out of the job from him. Don't seem desperate. I told him how busy you've been, and if he doesn't know the truth, there's no reason letting him in on stuff he doesn't need to know anything about. Seems like a good chance you could really come out ahead.
He nodded in agreement, thinking that some extra money would do nothing of harm. If she could handle Patrick, he could handle going out and getting work kicking some ass. He motioned to Chuck to keep working and not to quit. He yelled, "Hey guys, I gotta go make a call in town. I'll be back as soon as I can. Let's try and wrap up this job today." Chuck said,
Wrap this up today? Man, what are you talking about? This is a 2-day job we got going here. You said so. We ain't gonna finish this in 1 day, man. Well, unless you plan on paying us double on this here job.
"Hell no, I'm not going to pay you double, you crazy son of a—" Maria snapped, and Jude was already feeling the tongue lashing coming his way. She yelled,
You watch your mouth. Patrick is sitting right there, and you know very well he picks up on just about everything you say.
Jude looked at Patrick, who was in the field, and looked back to Maria.
And how is he supposed to hear anything that I just said?
Maria put her hands on her hips, and that was all he needed to see. He was well aware the argument had been lost at that very moment. He held up his hands and slid off the car. He walked over to the truck, climbing in, quickly turned it over, and headed into town. He found the first payphone that he could. He dropped in 2 dimes and dialed Shaw's number. The phone rang, and he waited impatiently for Shaw to answer. When the phone was answered, Sarah said,
Hello. You've reached Mr. Shaw's office of Shaw Tree Trimming. How can I help you?
Hey, Sarah, it's Jude. How are you doing today, sweetheart? Sarah smiled brightly. She loved the much younger Jude, or at least loved watching him walk away.
Oh, Jude, honey, how are you doing today? What are you calling for?
My sister-in-law, Maria, said she got a call from Shaw saying he might have a job for me to do. He said they might have some contract work, that you guys are a little over your head right now.
Oh, he decided to send you boys down so we can still keep that big-ass check they're going to offer.
Jude smiled, loving having an upper hand, especially when it was on some asshole like Shaw. He said, How big are we talking about, Sarah? Sarah smiled, knowing Jude's situation, and she could handle if she had to work for the prick a little longer, if it meant giving him the upper hand.
Well, I couldn't tell you the exact figure because that just wouldn't be fair. But I could give you maybe an estimate as to what I think maybe it is.
Jude laughed. Hey, I'll take what I can get, Sarah. I can handle that. What kind of estimate are we looking at?
Well, Jude, you'll have to do the math on your own, honey. But let's just say you had $1,000 and you took that $1,000 times 5. Well, now that just might be the amount that he's looking at getting from the great state of Missouri for the job.
Jude whistled. No shit.
No shit, honey. Let me transfer you on over to Mr. Shaw so you can get your business on. And don't go letting him off easy, okay?
Jude just smiled, knowing if he ever had an ex-wife on Earth, he would not want it to be her. In her defense, he knew Mr. Shaw had shared the sheets with more lovelies than anyone probably should. She punched the phone number to announce and transfer. Shaw picked it up on the second ring.
What do you want now, Sarah?
Oh, you don't want to take the phone call that's going to answer all of your problems, sugar? I can just tell Jude you changed your mind. He already said how busy he's been, honey, making money. You know, money. That thing you love more than anything. Anyway, I'll just let him know the job got filled and...
Shaw screamed into the phone, cutting her off, slamming the receiver hard into his desk.
You will do no such goddamn thing, or I'm gonna break my foot off in your ass, woman. Transfer him over, and do it now, goddammit. I'm going to kick your ass if you keep screwing with me today.
Jude held the phone out from his ear, staring at it in confusion for a split second, realizing he'd already been transferred. He said,
I sure as hell hope you aren't threatening to kick my ass, 'cause I'll beat the shit out of you, son. I don't care what kind of job offer you got on the plate. Don't go disrespecting me.
Shaw yelled back, the frustration pouring out of him towards his ex-wife.
God damn it, I wasn't talking to you. That evil bitch transferred you to me, damn it. That's the second time today she's done that. You know, I tell you what, she's trying to give me a goddamn heart attack. I ain't worth shit, dead. This place only makes money 'cause I'm around to run it. She wants me dead. Dead, son. I say dead, damn it. You know what? I'm babbling. How the hell are you, Jude? How's that little boy of yours doing?
Jude could see the man wasn't much different than he had been a few years ago.
Well, he's growing like a weed, sir, and he's trying to eat me out of house and home. What's up with the job offer? I've already got a job east of town I'm working on. I figured it would be a 3-day job, but it looks like we might be able to finish it up in 1 or 2. It just depends on how motivated I can keep my men.
Shaw did a little fist pump in the air, thinking how it was probably a good thing that he could wrap up the job duties today. He knew Jude well, and knew he wouldn't leave any work behind until he had finished. It wasn't in his personality, which was probably why he liked him as a worker. Hard workers were hard to find, whereas lazy ones were a dime a dozen.
Well, that's great news. I gotta tell you, because I don't know if your sister-in-law told you, but you're looking at right around a $500 bonus if you can do the job in a week, son.
I got plenty of work up this way, and I don't have to drive 4 hours to get there. What are you offering?
But I just told you, son, I have a $500 bonus if you get done in time. You tell me the last time you got a $500 bonus was. You don't need the money? Then you just say the word.
Everyone needs money, Shaw, even bigwigs like you. I'm not trying to say I don't care about a bonus, because I do, but I get a day's pay as well, despite that $500 bonus you're dangling in front of me. There is a good damn chance that we will just about all but have spent it by the time we get there and back. I don't have the kind of money to go down there on my own dime while I'm waiting for you to reimburse me.
Well, you didn't really expect me to send you down there all by yourself, did you?
I mean, without anything? Did you?
Yep, I sure did.
You know what, son? I'll make sure you aren't sent down there with empty pockets. I got you a company van, and I'll even fill up the first tank for you. You can top off all your chainsaw gas tanks and your carry tanks. I'll even have Sarah call and get the finest hotel we can manage for you in town. It's a small town, so I can't promise the Hilton, but it'll do. 2 men to a room. Maria already said this for you while you were working, so that's about the best I can do.
You still haven't said shit about what I'm going to make, Shaw. If you think putting me up in a hotel room so I can break my back and knees for a week is worth it, then you're crazy. I need to have something that I need to fold when I put myself back in the car to drive home.
I remember you being a lot more patient back in the day.
Jude snapped right back. But back in the day, I had a wife and a newborn son. Now, all I have is a 4-year-old and a stack of bills and not enough hours in my damn day. Ever since my wife got cancer, things have been tough.
Shaw said, trying to relate to him. Well, I can understand not having enough hours in the day, son. But take it from me, even if you're up to date on your bills, you still ain't never going to have enough time to do what you want.
All I want to do is pay my bills and feed my son. I don't have high expectations in life, but giving my boy the life he deserves. Get to it. How much you paying otherwise?
Shaw bit on his knuckles. How about $1,000?
Each?
Hell no, not each, you crazy? What man makes $1,000 a week in 1983? Christ, did one of them there logs fall and hit you on the head? That grand is for the lot of you.
Jude laughed out loud at this. Are you kidding me? Hell, that wouldn't be more than $250 a man. You know what that is?
Shaw was trying to use some muscle. He said, Yeah, that's what the offer is, son. You think you could do better elsewhere?
Would I be asking you if you're crazy if not?
Well, what dollar amount do you think is good enough for you and your boys to go down and do the work?
Well, I think we might be just too damn far apart to even say it, Shaw.
But since I'm the one hiring you, why don't you go ahead and let me worry about being too much money or not too much money?
Already smiling and knowing the answer, he figured he may as well go ahead and start on the higher end of the scale to allow Shaw to feel as though he were haggling him down. I think about $4,000 would be just fine, sir.
Shaw gripped at his heart. Jesus, you trying to give me a heart attack, son?
Just trying to get a fair day's pay.
Well, then you're delusional, or you must have hit your head on something today, because that is absurd. I already told you $1,000 a week per man was insane. Hell, you just asked for that again. I won't pay you $1 over $2,000. Now, see here, if this one works out, next time I go send boys out of town, maybe it's going to be you. But if I can't afford you, I won't be pushing this button to call you.
Jude just smiled, leaning against the phone booth. So, I guess I'd just hang up this phone?
It doesn't take a genius to run a chainsaw, son.
No, but it takes a man to do it, and it seems like that is something you don't have. I appreciate your time today, sir. You keep me in mind if any other jobs come up, though. You never know when I'm going to get a break in my busy schedule.
Shaw was holding the phone tight enough to white-knuckle his left hand.
Through clenched teeth, he said,
All right, $2,500, but that's it. I ain't going no damn higher.
Well, then you have a right nice day, sir.
Man, are you crazy? You're killing me. Okay, $3,000. You want more than that, you could drive down here and kiss my old wrinkled ass.
Jude smiled ear to ear, thinking about $3,000 split 4 ways for 1 week's pay was one hell of a good week. He shook his head, thinking he owed Miss Jones a dozen roses and he was going to have them hand-picked and delivered by the owner himself. Shaw could feel the tension of the day rising up in his back, feeling like it was turning into cement in his shoulders. He said, You just remember, if you ain't done by Friday afternoon, $500 are going to stay right in my damn pocket, son. You pay your men how you want to, but you remember, being the boss man, you need to keep a few extra for yourself in case of a rainy day. And if you don't finish, then you don't get paid that bonus, and I won't be any happier about paying you the $3,000. So that's a yes? I mean, I don't want you telling folk that I'm cheating you. If you ain't making money on this, you just let me know. We could settle things up right now. I'll leave you be and go back to my job.
Well, I might be still making a couple $100 on it. I haven't done the exact math, so I can't be positive. But we need to spread the wealth around, right?
Well, thank God you've got the faith keeping you honest, Mr. Shaw. You are damn near an angel, and I thank you, and my family thanks you for that. We're going to finish up our day's work, and we'll be gone in the morning. Before daybreak tomorrow, I might already have my first tree down, sir.
You boys just make sure you stay out of trouble there after you're done working. You do a damn good job. It's not your reputation on the line, it's mine. If you fuck anything up, well, don't fuck it up.
Well, I can't say I'm a real big fan of making mistakes, so I just have to tell you to trust in me like I'm going to trust in you to come through.
You boys drive safe on the way down there. That van I'm sending you down there in is almost brand new.
Jude smiled, thinking the box van he was going to be driving probably did not have air conditioning and was at least 10 years old with 200,000 miles on it, if he was lucky. I'll send Chuck over after work to pick up the van. Just leave the keys in it, okay?
Ah, Christ, you're working with Chuck?
He's a hell of a hard worker, faithful and strong. Like you said, it doesn't take a rocket scientist or a genius to do tree cutting.
Just don't prove me wrong. I'll transfer you out to Sarah to get things arranged with her and then go finish up your work so you can be on your way. Good luck down there, and if I didn't mention it already, don't fuck up.
Shaw hit the mute button, cursing to himself, thinking he'd only made $1,500 for 2 phone calls, which he thought he might just be able to live with. He started seeing dollar signs in his head already and thought if he could get 10 more people to do that, he'd have one hell of a summer. Jude set the phone down in its cradle, trying to keep the balance in his weak knees. The idea of $3,000 split in even 4 ways for 1 week's stay away from home had his stomach rolling. He thought he actually might throw up for a moment. He thought about it and quickly dialed his home phone number. The phone rang and Maria picked up.
Grimes residence. How can I help you?
Jude screamed into the phone. $3,000 goddamn dollars. Can you believe this shit?
3,000? Are you kidding me? To kill the ex-wife?
No, believe it or not, all he wants us to do is cut down some trees in Missouri and clean everything up.
That's too bad. I'd help you dig the hole. For that kind of money, I'd probably still be able to sleep at night.
Being the keeper of my son, that's a little bit creepy, Maria, but I understand where you're coming from. Can you do me a huge favor?
You mean besides not working and staying home with your only son, making sure your house doesn't burn down and paying all your bills?
You are irreplaceable. All I'm asking you to do is pack my bags for a week. All I need is jeans, shirts, you know the basics, and it might not be a bad idea if you pack me some toothpaste.
That's the only thing you're going to think of for a whole week until you realize how good it is that you have me here to take care of you, right?
I am well aware of everything. I will be indebted to you for the rest of my life since your sister isn't around. Now I got to go and finish getting my work done for the day so we can leave in the morning. There anything you need me to do before I come home?
No, you just finish your job and try to be home early enough that you can see Patrick for a little bit before he goes to bed. I might let him stay up a little bit late and deal with the monster tomorrow. It'll be worth it for him to get to see you for a bit since you're going to be gone longer than he's used to. Just remember one thing, Jude.
Shoot.
You don't forget about that $500 bonus, and you finish it early. If you do, I suggest you boys kick your feet up for a few days and enjoy yourself. I say by that point, you will have earned it.
I don't think hanging out in Podunk, Missouri is the most exciting thought, Maria.
You know, honestly, I don't give a shit if you stay there or stop somewhere. Maybe if you meet someone that raises your eyebrow, you might want to bounce on some sheets.
Jude cut her off. Good God, are you trying to make me blush? What would your sister say if she heard you talking like that to her husband?
Are you kidding me? When she died, did you forget she was not a nun when you married her? She'd be telling you the same exact thing that you needed to get your little skinny ass out there and find someone new. Just because you lost your wife doesn't mean you're not still alive. At least I assume you're still alive down there. Not something I'm particularly interested in finding out, but I'll take your word for it if you tell me it is.
I need to get back to work. Thank you for embarrassing me and for getting my bags ready. I do appreciate it. Maria smiled, shaking her head. She loved embarrassing Jude. Patrick snuck back into the kitchen, pulling at her shirt.
What's bouncing sheets, Aunt Maria? You need to get them in the wash or something?
Yep, you know it, Patrick. Why don't we go get your dad's sheets in the wash now so we can get some sleep tonight?
I know. I'm going to miss him. I don't understand why he has to go away for an entire week.
Maria ran her hand through his hair, smiling and patting his shoulder. She said,
It's kind of hard to explain to a little kid sometimes, but just know your dad has nothing but the best interest out for you at all times. You are the most important thing to him, and I can promise you that.
But what about you?
Well, I'm sure your daddy does like me too, but there isn't anything more important to a man than his son. One day you're going to take over this business and you are going to be the boss. There's a good chance you're going to have to leave your own kids at home so you can go out and help provide for them and your wife.
Patrick held up his hands, shaking them in a not in this lifetime manner.
I'm not having girls. Girls are gross. I ain't doing it. The only girl I know I like is you, and every once in a while I wonder about that, too.
When Maria bent down to give him the tickles he knew were coming, the little boy turned and sprinted off at a mad pace, screaming hysterically and laughing all the way. Chapter 2. Prep. Jude woke up early and went to the kitchen, deciding there was a reason he was the best boss in the world, and that wasn't just because he could afford to pay his men after a hard week's work. He stumbled in, starting a generous pot of coffee, and started pulling out all the thermoses he had. Jude knew between the 4-hour drive and how early they were starting out, there would be a good chance at least one of the boys with him would still be feeling the effects from the night before. He only hoped by the time they made it to town, they'd be sobered up enough to get their work on so they could earn that bonus. He figured once they made it to town, he would tell them about the bonus and help give them a little bit of initiative to get the job done. Maria came into the kitchen, yawning and stretching. She said,
Good morning, Jude. Are you all set to hit the road? Were you guys able to get all your gear packed up last night like you planned?
Jude was leaning on the kitchen counter in just a pair of Levi jeans. He said, I just need to get my work boots and shirt, and I figured I'd take some coffee for the boys. Nothing better than a little jolt of caffeine to get you going in the morning, especially with a drive like this ahead of us.
Wow, Jude, you big spender. You're going to give them coffee for a 4-hour drive?
Hey, it's not my job to feed them. They got stomachs. They know when they're hungry how to fix the problem. It isn't necessarily all my fault that we have to get up at the ass crack of dawn to head down south.
Jude, are you above just asking? Maria, would you please cook some breakfast so the boys and I don't have to starve on the ride down to Missouri?
Jude smiled.
You know, Maria, that is right nice of you to offer. If you could do that, well, I don't know how you could be any greater than you are, but I'll try to remind you of just how special you are.
She smiled, pushing him out of the way and getting a small arsenal worth of food out of the fridge and cupboards, about enough to feed an army. Jude said,
Watch the sausage. You know how Chuck is. Please don't put me through that for an entire 4-hour ride. He won't roll the windows down just to be kind. I'll be lucky if he'd roll the window down while he chain smokes on the way there.
I thought he was trying to quit again.
The son of a bitch said he tried the gum, but he said it tastes so bad he can't keep it in his mouth long enough to get a fix from it.
Well, it's amazing they can't do something as easy as putting the nicotine in there and then making it taste good. You just wait until the day comes when you can't smoke inside. You're going to see all kinds of people quitting.
Jude started laughing pretty hard. He said,
There's never going to be a day when you can't smoke inside of a restaurant. Hell, people don't like going out spending money the way it is, and then you tell them they can't have a cigarette after they finish their dinner? Hell, that's just absurd. Not going to happen. Guaranteed. Shoot, that'd be like going to a bar and not being able to light yourself up a smoke after you had your second to third beer. It's un-American, really.
Yeah, you're probably right, Jude, but you never know. The government has done some weird things. You might even see a black man in the president's office.
Next thing, you're going to tell me there'll be a woman running for president at the same time.
Maria shrugged her shoulders and said,
You know what? It's damn hard to tell what's actually going to happen in the world.
slowly realizing there was only one way for an argument to go with a hard-headed woman like herself, and he knew it would only lead him to being wrong. He said,
I'm going to grab a quick shower, smooch the kid, and then I'll be leaving. I don't plan on anybody coming here. I was going to pick everyone up. There's no sense in all those trucks parked outside for the week.
Maria snapped her fingers.
Darn it, you're telling me I don't get to see Chuck before he leaves for an entire week? Oh my god, I'm going to be heartbroken. Heartbroken, I say.
Jude stuck his head back in for a second. He said,
Oh, what's that? You want me to give Chuck a call? I'm sure he'll give you a sweet goodbye kiss.
She laughed and said,
No, that's okay, thanks. I'm sure whatever it was he had last night for supper is still in his beard. Let's just pretend I never said anything and I won't give you any more flack before you leave.
Jude said,
So who's kidding who now? There ain't a chance in hell I'm going to leave without having a few of your quick thoughts come out.
Jude came out 15 minutes later, clean-shaven, with a fresh pair of jeans and a Grimes "Gonna Get It Done" t-shirt on. He did a circle for her as she nodded approvingly. He said, "Oh, you never know. Maybe I'll take you up on your advice to get something going on in the sheets down south. At least, I don't have to worry about anyone following me home that way." Maria said.
Probably the only time your face is going to see a razor in the next week, isn't it?
Jude held up his hands. He said, "No way is that going to happen. I love my son. I love him more than life itself, but let me just say, he is plenty. Especially with no help." He stopped himself, looking at Maria, and he said, "I'm sorry, Maria. You are like a mother to him. You know that, don't you?" She nodded her head. She said,
You just make sure you don't leave anything down there that might be calling you in 10 months telling you there's a package with blonde hair and blue eyes waiting for you.
Jude pecked her on the cheek and then one on the forehead. He said, "I couldn't do this without you. And when I get that big-ass bonus, we're going to find some way to celebrate." She didn't need any time to say anything. She said,
You're buying me a dishwasher, and you're buying me a microwave. You know how much time it would save me with modern conveniences like that.
because he knew something was going to be thrown in his direction after he spoke a word out of his mouth. He said, "Oh, don't you worry about me looking for a new wife, because I think I can just barely afford you." After saying that, he turned and ran out the back of the house, trying to balance everything in his hands. Jude started up the borrowed van from Shaw. Checking the gas gauge, he saw, true to his word, Shaw was actually sending him off with a full tank. He was thankful now they had put in the extra hour last night and gotten all the saws ready they would need for the coming week. He had every intention of kicking serious ass on that town. By the time he left, they would all be happy the Grimes tree removal crew had come to their town. Jude drove through the quiet town, no one awake this early, and the men from the night shift had not yet been released from work. He didn't feel bad for them. There was nothing wrong with good union pay, although he knew strikes at the tractor factory had been discussed recently. Jude rolled to a stop going by Chuck's house. He did not have to wait long out front because, regardless of how hard he hit the bottle the night before, Jude always knew he would be up and ready to work the next day, regardless if he was sick hungover or on the brink of death. Chuck was already sitting on the front steps of the small house, his head looking up to the stars and blowing smoke rings into the cool morning air. Jude waved, and Chuck pushed up from the front step, grabbing his loosely filled army duffel bag he had used during his time being enlisted with Jude. Chuck climbed in the passenger seat, settling down his bag in the rear of the van, happy to know he wouldn't have to be sitting on the floor for a 4-hour drive down to Missouri. He would hold his piss until the last minute possible if it meant not having to sit in the back with all the gear. He knew it wasn't about comfort when it came to a company van. It was about how much you could get to somewhere and how quick you could do it and how many people you could take with. Rows of seats just took up valuable space. Chuck said,
"Morning, Jude."
"How are you doing this morning, Chuck? Did you stay in last night?"
"No, of course not. If I was gone for a week and I didn't say bye to some people, they might think I got killed on a job site and you just dug me a hole and buried me somewhere."
So, to put it more nicely, are you still drunk from the night before, or did you actually manage to get some sleep last night?
"Are you trying to offend me? Of course I got some sleep last night, but I got real good news for you. You know where I went before I went home last night. I stopped at the diner."
Don't do it, asshole,"
"Do you know what I had for dinner last night, Jude?"
Chuck asked. "Do you want to walk your dumb ass to Missouri?" Jude replied.
"You know you need the help."
Chuck said. "Just please don't do it, Chuck. If our friendship means anything, please try to refrain."
Chuck smiled and said,
"Oh, our friendship means plenty to me. You're my best friend, buddy. Hell, I wouldn't share any part of this with anybody but you."
That was when Chuck leaned to the side, lifting his left cheek, and let the fart of all farts go that would have killed any lesser man.
Jesus Christ, what the hell's wrong with you? You know that can't be healthy, being able to do things like that with your ass. Good God, man. Crack a fucking window.
Jude rolled his down, hanging his head out the side, wondering if he was going to be able to eat any of the delicious breakfast Maria had cooked up for them.
You know you're a real asshole, right? You do that again, I'll make you ride on the goddamn roof. And I ain't shitting you, brother.
You know Ronnie at the diner put those extra jalapenos and peppers in the chili for me, just like I like.
You didn't happen to mention to him that we were going to be going on a long car ride together, did you? Tell him about the little trip down to Missouri, maybe?
Chuck just drew on a cigarette for a second, his head outside the van, and nodded his head. He said,
You know, come to think about it, we might have had a little discussion about that. You don't think he would have done something like that on purpose, do you? He's a Bible man.
Bible man my ass, he's a damn prankster is what he is,
Jude said.
Well, you have my humblest apologies. I promise I want to have more than 4 or 5 more of those on the way down there. You got handles up on that roof?
No, I took him off. You're gonna have to hold on for dear life.
Who are we going to pick up first?
Both. The boys are living together for a little bit. Pete got kicked out of his house. His girlfriend got sick of him coming home smelling like he was taking a bath in whiskey.
Chapter 3, Newtown. The ride down to Missouri was uneventful. The only thing that made them nervous was the storm clouds that were brewing and the newsman talking about how they were still deep in the heart of tornado season. There would be storms off and on all week, and the heat was going to be a scorcher. Chuck said,
I hope the hotel we're staying at has a basement.
Pete said,
You know, the further we get down south, the fewer basements we're going to get. You just do like Jude says and work hard so we can be out of there in a week. Hell, there's a chance that I might even get me back on good conditions with my girl.
Jude smiled and he said,
You boys want in on a little secret?
The 3 other men nodded, and Jude said,
If we get it done early, if we can be done in a week, I got a $500 bonus coming in to split between all of us.
And this is the reason why you're the best damn boss there is.
Jude said honestly,
It is kind of simple, guys. If I don't have you kicking ass, I'm not going to make any extra money. The last thing we want to do is get a contract job and then take our sweet time doing it. If we could be done early, maybe we'll see some more of these jobs. I don't mind doing the traveling when there's enough money that I can't fit in my wallet. That's what you might call a good problem to have. Shaw's able to pay us better for contract work than I am, so if he's getting this kind of money, we are going to be doing well.
When they arrived in town 4 hours later, they had to stop short. The town had been littered heavily with trees. One of the stores had an entire 50-year-old oak tree going through the front display windows. When the men saw the number of downed trees just on Main Street alone, they realized 500 might not have been a big enough bonus, but they didn't care. They were here to work, and that was something those Iowa boys are good at, as well as knowing they had a big payday regardless heading their way. Chuck said,
Probably a damn good thing we brought the big saws with us, huh? I think there's a good chance we're going to need them here real short-like. You got any idea where you want to start?
Jude shook his head, no. He said,
It ain't like I've ever been here before either. But I think if we want to get on anyone's good side, we might make it so the shop owners can get those windows fixed at the diner. Then we can work our way down the first half of the street, so at least they can drive on it. After that, we take it a section at a time for the 4 miles down. After that, we'd go around town and clean up what's left of it.
When they pulled to a stop, Chuck said,
You guys want to know one good thing about all this?
Roger said,
You mean besides the fact that this is going to be our biggest payday of the summer?
Chuck said,
Yeah, besides that.
Okay, what's the good news?
You know that chili I ate for dinner last night?
Pete said,
Yeah? What about it?
Well, I thought, I was all out of farts. I was wrong.
Chuck smiled as he let out the last, long, vicious one for the ride. The men spilled out of the van, gasping for air, and looking like a group of fools in front of the townspeople who had been waiting impatiently for someone to finally be sent to the town. The sheriff of the town drove by, hitting his horn once in the boys' direction. He said, Y'all boys okay? We don't need you dying now. We've been waiting long enough for somebody to come down here and help our asses out. You need anything? Jude pushed off the ground, ready to kill Chuck, and said,
No, we're good now that we got a little fresh air. We are near cured, Sheriff. My friend in the van might have eaten just a little bit too much chili last night before we left for our trip.
The sheriff said, Well, if he likes chili, then I got a hell of a place I can recommend to him. Chuck smiled, waving.
Oh, yes, sir. I love chili, sir. I could probably eat it every single day.
Pete said, Sheriff, you go giving him the name of the restaurant. There's no way we're going to be done in a week here. We won't live that long. The sheriff tipped his cowboy hat, saying, Well, I'd best let you boys get working. With that, he put the car back in drive and pulled away slowly, checking out the town, driving his normal routine. Jude gave a short wave to the sheriff and stretched out his back. He didn't have to ask if the men were ready to make money, because he knew they always were. He walked to the back of the van, opening each of the doors outward. They worked like one as a team, and didn't need to be told what to do. They had been through this routine thousands of times. Pete was looking around the town and asked, "Are you sure we're going to get this done in a week?" Chuck patted him on the shoulder. He said,
Of course we're going to get this done, because if I miss out on my bonus and future big-paying jobs because of you, I will snap my foot off in your ass, son. You got any questions about that?
Jude said, "You do realize things like that can get a business owner in trouble, right?" Chuck smiled proudly, giving Jude a thumbs up. He said,
There ain't anything to worry about. You see, I don't have any business. You do. I'm not going to get in trouble. Say anything anyway. He's a good old boy, aren't you, Pete?
He walked away, sliding on forearm armor to protect his arms, as well as putting the same material around his jeans, murmuring, "Dipshit." Chuck said,
Now, you know I'm just kidding. Don't go getting all upset on the first day of the job.
Jude handed out the saws, keeping one for himself. They stood around for a second, staring at the businesses, seeing the amount of work they really had in for themselves. Roger said, "Where we starting, boss man?" Jude pointed to the diner. He said, "I say, if you boys want something to eat this week, it might not be too bad of an idea if we start over there at the diner. We get that tree out of there, and I bet he would feel obliged to serve us lunch today." Chuck didn't have to be told a second time. He was already walking towards the diner, pulling back on the cord of his chainsaw. Pete said, "Damn, maybe you just need to tell him every one of those stores with a tree and it serves food." Roger said, "He is always on a mission when it comes to food." Jude said, "Don't forget about the ladies as well. He loves the ladies." People didn't stand around long before they got bored watching the men do their best to start putting the town back together. Within an hour and a half, they had gotten the diner tree free. A man from the hardware store looked as if he was loving life right now as he measured the window frame and making marks on a giant pane of glass. The shop owner came out smiling, giving a thumbs up and shaking hands. He said, "You make sure you boys stop in here around lunchtime. I'll make sure there's something hot for you to eat. I've been waiting a few days to have someone come help, and it's hard to make any money when a tree is sitting through your store and covering your dining area." Jude shook his hand and patted the man on the shoulder and said, "We're happy to help." The men spent the rest of the week sweating, aching, and not taking any breaks from the job. They had something to do, and until they were confident that each and every last piece of wood was done, they weren't going to be able to say it was complete. Jude stared at all the wood, wishing there was some way he could take it home with him, knowing he could heat half the city with as much as they had cut. He also knew that it would take another week to load it all. Chuck said exactly what he was thinking.
You know, it's a damn shame we can't take any of those home with us, man.
Jude knew there wasn't anything he could do about the spilled milk. He said, "Don't worry about it. We're going to make enough money. We don't have to worry about pushing the firewood as hard as we normally would. Hell, if we get lucky, maybe they'll hire us for another job." Pete walked over, rubbing his biceps, shaking his head. Pete said, "Man, you are one crazy son of a bitch if this is easy work. I sure as hell know that I've made easier money than this. But this ain't easy, man. This sucks." Jude just said, "What, would you rather work in some hot office without air conditioning?" "Hell no, I wouldn't want to work in an office. I'm not letting anyone stick me in a fucking cage." Roger just said, "Well, I bet if we get you in the drunk cage, that might be close enough to the same thing, huh?" Jude kicked over the last piece of wood and stripped off his shirt. He wiped the sweat and sawdust away from his neck and shoulders and said, "I tell you what, the first round, hell, the first hour is on me tonight. You guys did a hell of a job. I'm damn proud to call you guys my employees. Let's get the rest of this shit cleaned up, and then we could just plan on having a late dinner and get on the road early in the morning." Pete said, "Bullshit, it's Thursday night. Why don't we stay down here for a while and take the day off and relax? You do that Friday, I'll get you so damn shit-faced you won't know which way is up." Jude shook his head no and climbed in the van. When he went to turn it over, it wouldn't start. "Goddamn thing won't start. Sarah'll probably send a piece of shit down for me to get us home." Pete walked to the front, popping the hood, and leaned over, checking it out. He saw that nothing looked out of place and looked to the boys for help. He said, I'll make you one hell of a deal, Jude said.
Yeah, what's that going to be?
Well, right now it would seem that your luck is about ready to get good, but someone went and took a big old shit on top of your good luck. What if I said that me and Roger will work on the truck tonight if we could just stay until Saturday morning? God knows all of us could use one day off, and it wouldn't hurt us a damn bit to stay one extra day.
Jude said, You got any other choices for me that I can contemplate, Pete?
Yeah, I got a couple options for you, Jude. One, you can call and tell Shaw that his van broke down after you finish the job. So you got options A, which we probably both know he won't give two shits about and will probably blame you for breaking it. And option B, well, no, you pretty much got no options, so it is option A. Chapter 4. Bad News. The phone rang, startling the sleeping president, Sean Phelps, of Evans Chemicals Incorporated. He rolled over in bed, staring at the alarm clock on the nightstand, trying to make out the time and to blink away the sleepy confusion. He realized it was not sleep that was in his eyes, but a lack of glasses, and he was still piss drunk, which made it impossible to focus. He gave up trying to figure out what time it was, realizing it made no difference. He gripped the phone and worked through a bout of coughing and tried clearing his throat.
Hello, who is this?
An Eastern accented voice came over that made his country twang sound like a redneck. Mr. Phelps, I trust? That is you? Phelps said, Yeah. The other man, who didn't have a sense of humor, said, Sir, I'm calling with a purpose, and I think this is something which you'd like to know. You paid quite a lot of money to get this info. Shoot. The decision was agreed upon by the Republicans last night. The Clean Land Act is going to revolutionize how things are done with chemicals and how they are dealt with once they've been created. Companies like yours are... Phelps cut him off.
They're going to ruin me, the goddamn politician fuckers. If I could go and slit their fucking throats open, I would. Those sons of bitches. What choices do I have?
None, sir. You need to do whatever you want to do before Saturday comes. As of Saturday, they are going to be sending people from the government to see what you are doing and give you a mile-long list of changes on waste storage that you'll need to make to be able to stay open if you want to.
Of course I want to stay open, you dumb shit. I wouldn't have forked over that kind of money to get a heads up if I didn't.
The man said, Is there anything else I need to know?
Phelps said, No, but if you hear anything else, you'll be sure to dial my number, correct?
Yes, I always do, sir. Phelps turned on the light to his room and sat up in bed. His skinny, frail frame leaned over the bed on his knees, lighting up a smoke and taking a drink from the one he'd not finished when he finally passed out. He took a long, deep pull on it, thinking of the thousands and thousands of gallons of waste they'd been storing for as long as he could remember. He knew he would have to get rid of as much of it as possible, but he had to think of two suckers that would be dumb enough to do so for him. Chapter 5. Friday After Hours. Matt sat in the chair outside of the president's office, fanning himself with a magazine that was from the previous president's term. Bill watched his friend, sweating bullets, shaking his head. Bill said,
What the hell are you so nervous about? Relax, man. Take it easy.
Matt wiped the sweat from his brow and replied, You're shitting me, right? It's never good when you go talk to the boss man. You know how I like to do things. I like simplicity. I go in and punch the goddamn clock. I keep my head down. I get done, I don't talk to anyone, and then when I'm done, I leave and punch the clock again. I go home, drink me some beer, eat me some chicken, and pass out watching football on TV. That is what you call a good day of work. Bill shook his head confidently and said, You need to have what they call an optimistic outlook, Matt. Do you want to know what I think is going on? Would it matter if I said no, Bill? Bill said, That hurts my feelings. Hell no, it wouldn't matter, though, if you didn't want me to tell you. Things are looking up for us, brother. They are finally noticing how hard we work. We're going places. We're going to be upper management in no time. Matt said, We don't work hard. Hell, half the time you don't even come in. The only reason they don't fire your ass is because your uncle plays poker with the president twice a week. That has nothing... Well, yeah, you're probably right. But what other reason would he have to meet us here on a Friday night when everybody else is gone, but to give us a big damn promotion? Matt stared blankly, wishing just a small dab of common sense would kick in once to his friend. He said, "You do realize most of the time when they fire somebody, they let you work your whole damn work week killing yourself and then fire your ass on a Friday. You had thought about that, correct?" Bill opened his mouth and then shut it, contemplating what his friend said, not liking the fact that he was agreeing with him. He knew damn well the amount of hours he truly put in here could probably be counted on one hand for a day's work. He also knew that he was upper management material because he could sit on his ass with the best of them, and he had no problems about firing people, giving them one last paycheck and telling them to have a good day, and thanks for your hard work, sorry, but we gotta let you go. Bill said, "Nah, I don't think they're going to let us go. Hell, the HR department already left for the day. They got to have us talk to them before they fire your ass so we can fill out unemployment shit." Matt just stared. "You did not make me feel a damn bit better." Bill said, "I got just the thing for you, brother. Call me a problem solver. I'll make you a deal." Matt said, "A deal?" Bill said, "You got it, Matt. You get fired, I buy you a beer. Now, I follow that beer up with another one, another, and another until you don't worry about not having a job no more, or until you pass out, whichever happens first." Matt said, "And if we get promoted?" Bill smiled. "Well, hell, we celebrate with beer, goddammit. It ain't every day two bums like us get a step up in the world. It would just go to show all those college graduates that two guys with a GED can do just goddamn fine in the world." Bill slapped Matt on the knee, jumping in his seat and then clapping his hands. He could already see the management title on his new office door he had been daydreaming about all day. It was the first thing he'd thought of when he got the memo from Mr. Phelps that he wanted to see them. The doorknob rattled to the Phelps office, and as confident as Bill was, his heart was still in the back of his throat. Phelps stuck his head out of his office. The tall man towered over the two sitting in their waiting room chairs. Phelps said, "Boys, why don't you all come in here and let's have us a little conversation." He disappeared back into his office, not waiting for the two men to stand, and left the door ajar for them. Matt looked over to Bill and said, "All right, genius, do we have any conversations when we are getting our dumbasses fired?" Bill pushed up from his seat, trying to stretch his shirt over his belly, and said, "How the hell would I know? I can't believe you go talking about us getting a promotion, and then he comes out talking about our conversation, and we go and get bad cashmere." Matt pushed up from his seat, also wondering if this would be his last few minutes working at Evans Incorporated or not. He looked at Bill for a second, shaking his head, and said, "It's called karma, not cashmere, you dipshit. Is it nice living in your world? Do the little voices that tell you about the dumb shit in your head make you feel better at night? It must be nice. I have always heard that ignorance is bliss, and I think that just might be one of the things you're most definitely blessed with." Bill pushed the door open for himself and Matt and said, "Best not to worry about shit that is out of our control. Let's get this over with." Matt whispered, "Either way, we're getting goddamn drunk tonight." Bill patted Matt on the shoulder and whispered, "Amen, brother, amen." They both walked in to see Phelps sitting at his desk, where, even seated, he still looked gigantic. It was just after 6 o'clock on a Friday, and he had a coffee cup with a large bottle of Jack Daniels sitting right next to it. Matt smiled, pointing at the bottle. "Are you celebrating tonight, sir?" Phelps shook his head no as he took the bottle, unscrewing the cap to it, and depositing a very healthy amount of the amber-colored liquid into his dirty coffee cup. He said with just a bit of slur in his voice, "Gentlemen, thank you for coming in on a Friday night. I'm sure you have better things you could be doing with your time." Neither man was quite sure how to take that, so they remained quiet for a moment longer. Bill couldn't help himself, letting there be quiet in the room, and said, "No problem at all, sir. We are always here for you, and this great—" Phelps cut him off, interrupting. "Cut the shit, Bill. It's been a long goddamn week, and I don't have the patience for it. Is there a reason you two are still standing? You're kind of creeping me out. Were you under the impression this was going to be a short talk? Sit down, now." The two men looked at each other nervously, taking a seat, and Matt, of course, followed Bill's lead. Matt said, Are we in trouble, sir? Did we do something wrong?" Phelps picked up the coffee cup, swirling it around on the inside, appearing to contemplate something before deciding that tonight was not going to be a sipping night. He would surely pay for it tomorrow, but as of today, he could give two flying shits. He took the cup back, slamming all the whiskey with one large drink. From the look on his face, you would have thought he had just taken a drink of water. The burn did not affect him whatsoever. Bill, who did not mean to actually say something, said, "Damn, sir, you did have a long week. Is there something we can do to help you? If we did anything wrong or if we're in trouble, I'd like to know, please." Phelps smiled and actually started laughing as he poured himself a second, even more generous round of whiskey. "This whole goddamn country is in trouble, boys. We got too many bastards getting into politics, and all they're doing is fucking what ain't already broken up. They make it damn difficult for a hard-working man like myself to keep a business. All they do is stand in and lobby against chemical factories, trying to make the people of America fear us. They ignore the fact that we give people good-paying jobs that keep them from standing on the streets looking for a damn handout. Keep them from going out stealing and getting into all kinds of goddamn trouble. Christ, they owe me a goddamn award or something. You two been watching the news lately?" Both men shrugged. Neither were avid watchers of the news, at least not for more than 5 minutes a day when the sports were on. "You two weren't too big on school, were you?" Bill opened his mouth to talk, and Phelps cut him off, holding up a hand. He said, "Bill, that's what you call a rhetorical question. Don't answer it. I already know the answer. There's a new law that goes into effect, boys. See, they're going to make us redesign everything here. Hell, it'll probably put me under. We're going to have to pay fees and taxes and fines on every barrel worth of shit we got here on hand. Well, you know we got a lot of barrels, right? If you add that to the fee I'm going to have to pay just to try and keep this open, it'll leave me without a dime to my goddamn name. On top of all that, we'd be stuck with all this shit and wouldn't be able to get rid of any of our waste. All those barrels of shit is just going to have to stack on everywhere. We're going to have it coming out of our asses by the time we're done." Bill said, "That's horrible, sir. It's too bad we couldn't get rid of it." Phelps smiled, pulling a cigarette from his pack. He offered one to the two men, who both declined. "You boys don't mind if I light up a cigarette, do you?" The two went to answer again, and Phelps said, "Rhetorical. Again, boys, I don't give a shit. As of today, it is still my office and my building. The way I look at it, if you don't like it, then you can just get the fuck out if you got a problem with it. Bill, you had a hell of an idea, though, son." Bill pointed to himself, and Phelps nodded his head. Bill said, "I did, sir?" "Yes, you did. You see, this new law they got, well, it's going into effect tomorrow. Any chance you boys can tell me what today is?" Bill stared intently, looking like he was going to jump out of his seat. Phelps said, "Now, this one is not a rhetorical question, son." Bill sat up straight in his seat. "Tomorrow is Saturday, sir. It's our day off, sir. Today's Friday." Phelps smiled, leaning back in his seat. "That's right, son. It is Friday. And if we don't get rid of some of this waste, I'd say just about every day is going to be your day off. You know, the kind of day off where you don't get paid? Do you two like getting paid?" Both men nodded slowly in the affirmative. Phelps continued, "Well, if you don't get rid of this, you're not going to be having any paydays. Hell, no one, including myself, is. Can you imagine what will happen to the people and what all the businesses in the city will have to do if this place shuts down? Hell, probably 80% of adults work here in the city. All the other business in town will go to shit in a handbag in no time at all. What I need from you guys is to get rid of some of the waste. Simple as that. Let me tell you, it won't soon be forgotten if you can step up and do your part. You'd have a place here as long as y'all want it." Matt said, "Then what you're saying, you are sure it's not illegal?" Phelps held out a hand, tipping it from side to side. "Son, sometimes we have to question the legality the government puts before us. Do you understand what that means? Matt said, "It means maybe if I want to keep my job, that maybe I don't need to ask so many questions. Is that about it, sir?" Phelps smiled, lighting up the cigarette. He pulled out 2 additional stained brown mugs, setting them on the desk, and poured a decent shot worth of the whiskey into each of them. He slid them across the desk towards each of the 2 men and held his own up, saying, "Salute." They looked at each other, realizing they probably didn't have a choice but to take the shot. Bill said, "Where is it we are supposed to take the stuff to, sir?" "I'd like to know as little about where it goes as possible, so I have as much legal deniability as possible. Just make sure you take it a long way away from here, please. I don't want this shit coming back on us. You drive slowly, you take the limit on the speed, and you make goddamn sure that you do it when it's dark. Which, given the time of day, it shouldn't be hard. Is there anything about that you can't comprehend?" Both men shook their heads, no. Matt said, "I got an idea where we can go, sir. Leave it up to me." Phelps leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs, wondering how much more he needed to know, and if he should ask any more questions, or if they could actually come through and deliver for him. He said, "Just make sure you 2 don't fuck this up. There are a lot of people riding on this, and it cost me a lot of money to find out the information that I did when I did. The senators might look like upstanding individuals, but they are the most crooked sons of bitches there are. If it was up to me, they'd have stripes on them, just like the boys down in county prison do working on the chain gang." Matt held up his hands and said, "We got this fine, sir. We could take care of it. We like this place right fine, and we don't want to worry about losing our jobs or our friends losing theirs. This town is like family. Just remember how good we did if anything hits the fan, if you know what I mean." Phelps opened his desk drawer and pulled out a set of keys and tossed them to Matt. He also pulled out 2 blue envelopes. He tossed one in front of Matt and the second in front of Bill. "Now you 2 guys take this. Think of it as my thank you. Don't go opening these until you're out of here, you understand? You both go down and you see Thornbrew in the shipping docks. He's going to get you going, and you guys leave, and you don't come back till you're done. He doesn't know what you're doing, and you don't know what he's doing. Keep it that way. Remember, sometimes ignorance is bliss." The trio smiled, well aware that they had an agreement and they understood what the job at hand was. Phelps poured a 3rd round for himself and did not offer the boys a second pour. He swirled it again, staring into the cup, and when he looked back up, the 2 were still sitting there watching him. He said, "Is there a reason you're still sitting on your asses? Get the fuck up and out and get moving, boys. What you gotta do is going to take you the better part of the night. Now you 2 get out of here, and you do it now, damn it. Go, go, go." Both men almost tripped over each other, racing to try and be the first to get out of the office. Neither man had ever been happier to leave somewhere in their entire life. Phelps yelled at them as they were pushing out the door. "Hey, take the envelopes too, dipshits. Think of it as a bonus, and I guarantee that offer won't happen twice. You make sure you drive safe. I'd hate to be the one sitting in the semi-cab and have to worry about those fumes and liquid in that tanker." Neither of the men wanted to be told that they did not want to inhale any of the toxic fumes that were in that truck. Today hadn't been their first day. Matt grabbed the envelopes, handing one to Bill, and pushed him through the doorway and back into the waiting room outside his office. Chapter 6. Night Shift. Matt gripped Bill's shoulder and said, "Hey, are we really going to go through with this?" Bill said, "Well, I didn't see you running and throwing money back in his face. You gotta do what you gotta do, brother. Unfortunately, we don't always have the best options put in front of us. But yeah, I plan on driving that rig down and drop it off somewhere and dumping all that shit out of there." Matt said, "Aren't you worried at all about what is going to go into the ground? You know how bad that shit is they put in there to make those chemicals. There is no way the stuff that's left over is any good. What about the farmland? I don't think my spot's going to work." Bill said, "I think I got a pretty good idea where we could dump it off." "Where?" "Simple. We go dump it off at the cemetery. You know damn well people only go there twice a year to visit their kin. Memorial Day and Veterans Day, and probably when the people died, that's about it. Might be why you don't see too many fresh flowers. Hundreds of people out there, nobody worries about what they're doing because they're dead. I can't say I'm an angel because I don't go see my mom either. So you want to go dump it with the dead bodies. Is that what you're saying? It's either that or we could go dump it on the farmland we're going to be eating off of. That sound like a good time to you? You want the cow you're going to eat to be sucking down grass covered in this shit? Hell no, I don't. Shit, you'd probably end up with cancer. So, sounds like we need to hit the cemetery, huh? It's the only thing I can think of, man, other than dropping the money back off with Phelps, but I can't imagine the shitstorm we'd be looking at if we try to tell him that we didn't want to do it. He's putting everything into us, all the faith, the company, and the town's well-being. Hell, we are almost heroes doing this. It's a lot on a man's shoulder, to tell you the truth. Matt nodded his head and opened the envelope, pulling out a stack of 20s that had to have been at least $800. He knew he'd be able to pay the mortgage on the house for at least a few months, if not longer. Bill did the same, whistling as he ran a finger through the stack, letting it fan them. He saw the large amount staring back at him, which solidified his intentions. They both tucked the money back in their overalls. The struggles running through their heads were stressing the two men out a little less now. Matt looked down at his hand, tossing the keys up and down in them, thinking of what he was about to go and do. He knew the guard downstairs already most likely had the truck gassed up and ready to go. They nodded to each other and hit the button to go downstairs. They took the elevator to the loading docks where a guard was sitting out back having a cigarette. When they came out, he pushed up off the side of the building and stubbed out his smoke. Matt walked up, waving a hand. The guard pointed at one of the semis. The two looked at it and saw the large liquid container was attached to the back of it. The guard said, "You boys take that one, you understand? Don't take any other one. You take just that one, and when that son of a bitch is empty, you bring it back, park it, and then forget you ever saw it. You got any questions? Because if you do, I don't give a shit." Oh, and Phelps radioed down and reminded me to tell y'all, don't go fucking this up. He pulled out a fresh smoke from inside his jacket, and the two could see a blue envelope sticking out of his shirt as well that looked much like the ones they had been given. The men nodded and shook their heads, climbing into the cab, both of them wondering if this was just another stepping stone on the way to hell that they went through with it. Matt turned the truck over and checked the air brakes. Bill strapped on a seatbelt and cranked the radio. The Devil Went Down to Georgia was blaring over the speakers. Matt said, "You think that's a bad sign?" Bill shrugged. "It might just be a kick-ass song, brother. It probably doesn't have anything to do with the bad karma we're going to be picking up real goddamn soon, but like I said, at least we aren't dumping it on the citizens. We're taking it out to the dead, and they aren't going to give two shits." Matt put the truck in gear and pulled out slowly. Phelps stared down at them from his office, a drink in one hand and a smoke in the other. As they drove away, he looked at the lights of the city, thinking of himself as the savior as long as he didn't get caught. They took the drive slowly as directed and took their time going down the empty highway, the words of Phelps ringing in the back of their minds that they did not want to be in a crash with the waste that was in the back of the truck. They drove through town, thinking about the citizens, lying to themselves that they were doing some good for everyone, including themselves. Matt pointed where they were pulling in, and Bill swung out of the truck, helping him navigate the big rig that barely fit on the small gravel road that ran behind the cemetery. When Matt let the truck roll to a stop, they walked up over the hill, looking around at the cemetery and making sure that everything looked on the up and up. As expected, it was as dead as could be. People seemed to have better things to do on a Friday night. They went back down, looking at the rig, and started attaching the hose so they could dump the waste in the exact spot they wanted to. Bill walked over to turn the second engine on to push the liquid out faster, and Matt snapped, "Leave that damn thing off. We don't want the sounds of that engine making someone come over here and seeing what the two of us are doing. There ain't no explanation about what we are doing that is a good one." Bill removed his hand from the lever, looking at it, and said, "You do realize this is going to take the entire damn night, don't you?" Matt shrugged. "Just think of that envelope in your pocket and see if you can find it in yourself to do a night's work. I mean, hell, once you get the liquid coming out, you don't have a damn thing else you need to do but sit on your ass, and that ought to be something you should be able to handle, right?" Bill patted the spot on his chest and realized it was probably just the right amount of money to buy his time for the entire night. Matt thought about the bulge in his pocket and said, "Are you sure he gave us enough money to be doing this? Maybe it's not too late to back out. People go finding out what we did tonight, they might hang us up in a tree or run us out of town." Bill pulled the handle to release the waste, answering Matt's question. "Is there ever enough money, Matt? Just think, this is a week or two worth of pay that you didn't have to do a goddamn thing for but drive a truck, pull the lever, and try not to let your insides eat you away. Are you trying to make me feel better, Bill? You aren't feeling guilty about this either, are you, by chance?" "Screw you, man. I'm not trying to make you feel better. I'm trying to make myself feel better. I know what's wrong. I know we probably aren't doing any good, but I gotta keep a job for a little bit longer until the government shuts that damn dirty place down. Might as well do it. There ain't shit around here for work, and goddamn if I want to leave. What do you think those houses are going to be worth if we have to up and go? There ain't anywhere to go. On top of all that bullshit, there's a gas shortage and a fucking recession about ready to start. Do you want to be out of a job during that, with no way to get nowhere? We'd be screwed, man. We do this, that's all there is to it. It's simple. I'm trying to make myself feel better, and I don't need to up your thought process at all." Mouth open, scratching his head, Matt said, "You ate a lot of paint chips when you were a kid, didn't you? I don't mean like one or two. I mean like you scraped a goddamn house and then made breakfast, didn't you?" Bill said, "You just make sure that hose stays up on the cemetery grounds. By morning that should be soaked in, and we will be gone, and nobody will ever be the wiser." The two men walked away, trying to stay clear of the fumes from the chemicals. They both waited impatiently, not realizing the chemical was too thick to make its way quickly into the ground. The heat from the day, which had still not cooled, was already starting to make it evaporate and go up into the atmosphere. The storm clouds that were rolling in were now infected with the same chemicals they had been paid so well to get rid of for the Evans factory. The two men climbed on top of the hood, drinking a few beers in celebration that they hadn't gotten fired, as well that they had made what was to them a small fortune. Bill said, "You think we're going to go to hell over this? Nah, but if we do, there's a damn good chance Phelps and Thornburg will be down there with us." The ground nearest to the two men began to bulge. The grass that covered the soul's eternal resting spot was starting to rise and fall. Over the next few hours, hands slowly began to push their way out of the ground. When the truck was nearing empty, it was almost midnight. Bill slid off the truck and said, "Come on, let's go see how it looks up there. Make sure you go grab a couple of those masks. I don't want to be breathing in that shit, if you know what I mean." Matt nodded and said, "You wait here. I gotta drain the king off." Bill laughed, saying something about the Troll King, which earned him a finger pointed back at him as Matt walked away. Bill said, "Just make sure you grab my mask with whatever hand you don't take a piss with. I'll try my best to remember. Don't let any of those graves suck you in, my man. You know how hungry they get around midnight." Bill said, "Now damn it, that ain't even funny. You know how creepy it is being out here with just you at a cemetery this late? I don't want to be any longer than I need to be, so if you could take your delicate ass over there to urinate and get moving, we could get the fuck out of Dodge. It's beyond me how you can drink a 12-pack of beer and be yet to take a piss. There's something wrong with your plumbing, man." Bill grabbed himself, proclaiming, "Oh, there ain't no complaints on this down here, buddy." Matt walked off, laughing as hard as he could. "Yeah, and there ain't any complaints because there haven't been any customers. What the hell do you know?" Matt didn't answer. He just laughed as he walked away. Bill started to walk up the hill a little when a branch snapped. Bill screamed and shone his flashlight around. He didn't see anything. When he heard the noise a second time, he aimed the light and two black eyes stared back at him. He wasn't sure what it was eating, but there was a possum sitting in the grass, its head the only thing sticking up from the space. Bill clutched at his heart, rubbing it. "You are one lucky little bastard that I don't have my piece on me, or I'd blow your damn head off." A second crack went off, and he laughed as he said, "Oh, I ain't getting scared all damn night long. If it's another damn possum, I'm going to get me some rebar out of the back of the truck and crack these right upside the head. I ain't taking no shit from no animals." He turned around, yelling, trying to scare whatever it was away, thinking how much he hated country critters at times. When he shone the flashlight down at the ground, he saw no animals. What he did see was a muddied blue pair of suit pants. This was worse than the animal and scared the absolute shit out of him. He screamed, dropping the flashlight and tripping over the weeds, tangling his feet in them. Everything went black around him, and all he heard was the slow shuffle of feet and a groan. Bill said, "What the fuck are you doing out here in the middle of nowhere? Christ, you're lucky I didn't shoot you. You realize how dangerous it is walking around, scaring the shit out of people late at night? You must be shit-faced. Damn, man." There was no answer. Again, he called. "Hello? Who was there?" I didn't mean you no harm, I promise. You just scared the hell out of me. I got a buddy here with me, so you best just get on out of here. You ain't got no business being down here this time of night." He tried to push himself up, but fell back down. The slow shuffling and moans were making their way closer to him. Bill tried pushing up, but slipped back on his face into the wet reeds. He rolled on his back and only saw the dark of night staring back at him. The feet finally kicked into Bill's legs, and Bill made the mistake of kicking at the stranger's shins as hard as he possibly could. The kick did the opposite of what he was hoping for, and he kicked the stranger's legs out from beneath him. Bill screamed as the wet mud-covered stranger fell against his body, and the man's weight made him try to push to scramble away. He tried shoving the man off, but he was too big, bigger than Bill and very stiff. Bill took a whiff and couldn't figure out what the hell he'd been in. It was a stench like he'd not smelled yet before. There were no signs of health from it at all. Bill grasped around, finally getting the flashlight. He brought it from the side, whipping the back end of it into the thing's face once and then a second time. Something fell on his face, showering it, and Bill shook at it rapidly, brushing them off. He flicked at whatever it was, picking something up, and realized they were teeth. He put the light on the man's face, and when he did, he saw dead eyes staring at him. Maggots were crawling out of his eye sockets, and his nose had almost completely rotted off. His face had holes in it, and the maggots were everywhere now, falling on Bill's face as well. Bill tried to push backward, but it was useless. There was too much weight on top of him. He shivered at the idea of the man's teeth on top of him, but nowhere near as much as the thought that these maggots were crawling out of him. He didn't need to be a college graduate to know that there was something seriously fucked up about all this. He pleaded with the man, because he was out of options, and never in his life had he wanted the ability to be standing and running as much as this moment right now. "For the love of Jesus, can I get you some help or something? What the fuck is wrong with you? I want to get you whatever help you need. Just tell me what's wrong with you." There was no answer, of course, and those were Bill's last words, because in seconds he would not have the necessary body parts to produce speech. The light grass beneath him turned dark red, with blood soaking the grass, pouring down both sides of his neck. Bill's legs started convulsing as the blood loss became terminal. His hands, which were gripping the man's chest, slowly slid away and fell to the ground. The teeth that he had left, and had not been knocked from their place by Bill and his flashlight, were busy pulling the nose and making him look like someone who had been rotting for years himself. All this damage had been done in a matter of minutes. Matt moved in the tall grass, walking until he found a spot that was short enough that he could take a leak without having to worry about it dribbling down the grass and back onto his feet. He slammed the last of his beer and threw it into the grass in front of him. He had almost forgotten about the worry he had been putting himself through. He knew the minute he was done with this that he could drop the truck off and go home and put this day behind him. He did hope that it would be possible the bar would still be open in town, because he had an endless supply of cash for the night, and he planned on investing a good portion of it into the deterioration of his liver. He leaned back, staring up at the stars as he shot a line of piss into an arc, landing many feet away. He shook it off, zipping and hoping that they were close to being done. Matt stopped at the truck, grabbing a flashlight and getting 2 masks so they could go up and check on the progress. He found what he was looking for and walked over, staggering in the dark. He hit the flashlight, and when nothing came from it, cursed it. Piece of damn shit. God forbid those truck drivers keep a stupid-ass fresh set of batteries in it. He stared down at it, hitting the metal tube against his hand. The battery lined up just right, and it came to life, the bright light blinding him. He dropped it, closing his eyes and seeing blinding bright stars.
Holy shit, you could say that worked.
He slid on the mask, carrying Bill's in his hand, looking left and right, not seeing him anywhere. He whispered,
Bill, where the hell are you? Quit screwing around, man.
He walked up top, looking for him. He was so focused on finding Bill that he didn't see the hands pushing up out of the dirt, or the sunken-in ground that went across the cemetery from those who had already pushed out from their eternal resting places. Matt said,
Where the fuck is he? I'm gonna kill him if he's screwing around with me. I don't have time for this shit.
Matt walked slowly around, seeing nothing. When he wasn't sure what else to do, he started walking back towards the truck. He saw Bill's feet coming out from a brush pile and started laughing. He yelled,
You drunk son of a bitch. Good God, man. We only split a case of beer. Hell, I still wanted to hit the bar after this. You can't hold your liquor for nothing. Let me guess, you forgot to eat today.
He kicked at his feet, still not focusing on him. He was laughing too hard at him. He ran the flashlight up the length of the hose to the top of the cemetery grounds. Matt saw that there wasn't anything coming out of it.
Hallelujah, we're done. Get up, you lightweight, and let's get out of here. You know damn well if we go driving the truck back in and you go staggering out, the security guard is going to go and tell Phelps, and that's if he isn't sitting there waiting for us to come back, making sure we did what we were supposed to do. Come on, man, get up. You just need to be cool for a few minutes, man.
When Bill didn't respond, Matt, growing impatient, kicked his leg hard. His fuse was getting pretty short at this point. When Bill still didn't respond, he finally got nervous. He shone the light from his feet up slowly, and after he got past his crotch, his stomach turned, making him half sick. Bill's entrails were spread across the ground, and his head was hanging on by a thread of skin. Matt didn't bend down to check his pulse because he knew there was no chance his friend was still alive. He was less worried about Bill and more concerned about the fact that he more than likely had not done this to himself. He looked around, trying to figure out whatever it was that had done this, and when he couldn't find anything, started to try and think things out. He went back to the truck, reeling in the hose, the last bits of the remnants of the chemicals spilling out as the hose wound up. Matt went back to Bill, thinking that he was going to have to call the cops, and that there was a killer on the loose, or that there was quite possibly a wolf somewhere and it needed to be taken out. Matt was frantic and didn't know what he could do about it. He was losing his mind. When he ran back to Bill, he was not there. He followed the line of entrails and blood. The trail it was making was not something easily missed. Bill had not made it far, and when he caught up to him, the angle with which his head was hanging onto was the most unnatural thing he'd ever seen in his entire life.
Bill, you okay? What the fuck's going on?
Bill turned around slowly, the guts from his stomach hanging down by his feet. Matt backed away slowly, a pair of hands gripping his shoulders and stopping his path. A second, then third set gripped him, and the weight from them falling forward as he tried to escape sent them all down into a pile. Matt screamed for help, but there was none to be had, and no one that was going to come.
Help me, please, somebody.
He spun on the ground as he tried to push himself backward. What he saw was men and women of different rates of decay. Matt found it weird that they were dressed in suits and dresses. The fact that they were looking like they were more ready for church than a mass feeding on him as the meal was making the stress and weirdness of the moment even stranger. One of the men fell rolling off the pile, and he could see the man's suit was slit up the back. The instant thought of sitting around with the old guys at church in the morning, joking about needing new suits for church, and those that were forced to go by their wives, always saying, "Oh, don't worry about the new suit. When I pass, you could just slit it up the back." Matt gripped at one of the women, ripping her dress from her top down to her waist. He didn't want to see what was clearly in front of him, but he saw an incision, the kind that the mortician would have done once she'd been sent to the funeral home.
You were dead? What the hell happened to you?
They, of course, didn't answer, and he continued pushing away from them. The mouths were wide open. Some of their mouths had been sewn shut, and those were having the hardest time opening their mouths. As they got them to finally tear through the mortician's yarn, Matt could see the lines hanging in their mouths. When he backed up far enough to be able to get up, he made the mistake of forgetting the very important fact that Bill was sitting behind him originally, and he ran directly into him. Matt tried pushing him away, but Bill was reaching out, gripping for him. Matt was trying his best not to get his feet caught in the entrails. Matt hated to do it, but survival was the only thing ringing through his head. He punched Bill in the head twice. The thin ligaments that were keeping it attached finally broke free. His large body toppled over to the ground, where he lay still and did not get back up again. His head rolled many feet away. Matt watched it, half expecting that it was still going to be moving, but when it did not, he felt a small sense of relief. Chapter 7. Good Times. It was a Friday night, and the bar was packed with the regulars. There was no shortage of beer and whiskey. The few waitresses on shift were busy ducking and weaving in between the bar's patrons. There was a heavy cloud of smoke, and country music was blaring out of the neon jukebox, which could barely be heard over the men and women screaming in their own personal conversations. A blonde-haired waitress who knew how to get tips walked briskly to a table filled with Jude and the rest of his crew. All 4 men were wearing identical army green shirts with the tree-cutting name printed on the back. She said,
You all ain't from around here, are you? What are you doing in this neck of the woods? You guys on a team or something? Or are you looking for trouble?
Chuck leaned back in his chair, smiling from ear to ear, which was not the easiest thing to tell, given the thick beard he had.
We are from Iowa, sweetheart. We are always up to trouble. We're kind of a team. We work together and are down here picking up a few extra bucks in between jobs at home. Why, are you looking for something special?
Chuck raised his hat, winking his eyes up and down, and she just laughed, setting the fresh beers on the table. She said,
Honey, if I was looking to hook up with someone at this bar, it sure as hell wouldn't be you.
She looked at Jude and gave him a smile that they all believed was the one you needed to get from her if you wanted to get with her. Chuck said,
Go fucking figure.
Jude said,
I hadn't even said anything to her yet.
Does it matter if you say anything or not? The son of a bitch doesn't even have to try, and the ladies just seem to fall over him. And then once they get to know him and find out about his past, then the son of a bitch is as good as gold. It's just a shame that he's too dumb to take any of the offers up.
The waitress leaned on the table, resting her elbows and giving all the men behind her a view not soon to be forgotten. She said,
What is this backstory that just guarantees you all the lovely ladies?
Jude said,
I don't really want to get into it tonight. We're celebrating since we just got done cleaning up this town of all the wood, and we're going to head home tomorrow.
Oh, he acts shy. He just hasn't started drinking any whiskey yet. Once you get him a little liquored up, he'll start talking to you, and then you'll find out about his sweet little boy Patrick that is at home with his aunt, and how Jude is doing these things to make ends meet and to give him a better life, blah, 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 same old shit.
Jude looked over at Chuck, taking a sip of his beer bottle and shaking his head.
Do I need to break this bottle over your head? It can't possibly make you stupider, right? You know, it's fortunate for you that I'm not a gambler. I couldn't take the chance of it making you worse.
Pete and Roger both cracked up, laughing. They enjoyed nothing more than the bickering between the two, and it made the time on the road even faster because of it. Pete said, I don't think you can make Chuck any worse. God wouldn't do that to us. He is too kind. Chuck just gets a little upset that these offers from beautiful ladies like yourself don't ever seem to fall in his lap, to put it nicely. The waitress smiled even wider at Jude and bent down, resting her elbows on the table, giving the men behind her an even better view of what they had been looking at all night. She said,
So why is it that he's home with his aunt?
Chuck started to open his mouth, but Jude hit him in the side with a quick elbow. This instantly gave Chuck reason to reconsider the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Jude said,
My son Patrick is at home with his aunt. His mom got sick, and we lost her a few years ago.
Chuck could see the lady's eyes melting and her lip quivering just a little bit, and could also tell that if Jude desired it, that they would have a long and probably loud night together. The biggest reason Chuck hated the idea of this was because Jude was his roommate, and he did not like sleeping in a large van that smelled heavily of gasoline and oil. She put her hand to her chest, shaking her head, and said,
You poor, poor baby.
When Jude held up his hands to let her know he was okay, she grabbed his right hand, clutching it to her breasts, still shaking her head and making the other 3 men at the table wish with everything in their heart that they were Jude. Jude said, "It's okay. It's been 2 years since she passed, and I'm not over her and still love her very much, but it has gotten a little easier with time. Her sister has made things much smoother by helping us out. She's been living with us ever since we lost her." She squeezed his hand even tighter into her chest. The men just stared with mouths open. Chuck held his chest, gripping a soft pack of smokes, and shook one free, lighting it up, murmuring something about how life just isn't fair. Pete said, "What is it that you're complaining about?" Roger cut in before Chuck could reply and said, "I think he's complaining that he hasn't lost his virginity yet." Everyone, including the waitress, burst out in laughter. Chuck grabbed his beer and gave a quick salute, which, as he brought his hand down, gave a wave of the finger to the group.
You would only be so lucky to see my list. I'm going to make my way around the bar. There are plenty of people that I can get abused by beside you assholes.
Roger said, "Don't leave unhappy." Chuck smiled, adjusting his collar, settling his sights on a brunette on the other side of the bar shooting pool.
Don't you worry about me. I'm going to be just fine. I won't be leaving unhappy tonight. Don't you all worry about me.
Roger was laughing so hard it was nearly impossible to make out the words, but he tried to say, "We aren't worried about you. We're worried about her." Jude said, "You make sure by the grace of God, if by some miracle you get laid tonight, that you have your ass back at the hotel at the crack of dawn. We have a 4-hour ride ahead of us, and I don't think you want to have to worry about walking that entire way, do you?"
You don't have to worry about me, because there is no way in hell you're going to leave in my van, asshole.
Jude laughed, pulling his hand back out of the cleavage, and said, "I'm sorry, but I'm pretty sure it's Shaw's van."
Yeah, but I have to pay for the gas, and we can't always get gas with the shortage. So you should be damn happy that I had that extra cash on me when it was there, and we had to refill on the way down.
Jude said, I don't think you remember how everyone split that gas, and I think you had to borrow from me. You probably don't remember that, do you?"
Well, I guess your memory's shit. You just don't realize it. You poor man. You have fun with the waitress here. You might want to make sure he wraps it up, honey. God knows where he has been.
Jude shook his head and held up his hands. The waitress cozied up next to him, hugging him and kissing his cheek, and licked his ear. She said,
"Oh, I'm not worried about you, sweetheart. I think you're going to be a real good time."
Jude reached a hand behind her, patting what everyone wished they had their hands on. He said, "What time are you getting off tonight, beautiful?"
You finish out your bill and get your boys a new waitress, and we can leave right now.
Pete dropped his beer, crashing it on the floor, breaking the bottle. Jude looked at him and said, "I'll pay you back my share in the morning?" Pete said, "I don't know, it depends. Are you going to give me any of these details?" The waitress, Kendra, stroked a finger from Pete's Adam's apple to his chin, smiling, and said,
He can tell you anything that he wants to, sweetheart. There ain't nothing I am ashamed about what I'm going to be doing to this here man.
Roger stared jealously at Jude and said, "I really hate you sometimes. I don't mean that in a nice way like, oh, I hate you. I mean, I fucking hate you. Your life is only what some people dream of." Pete leaned over and said, "Dude, he lost his wife. Why don't you take it a little easy on him?" "I don't know, maybe because he's about to have his brains utterly fucked out." Jude went to open his mouth, but the waitress put a red fingernail across his lips. She smiled, nodding, and said,
Oh, I'm going to fuck his brains out, all right. You boys have a good night now.
Jude just stared at her, wondering if Patrick would like this town. He pushed up from the table, handing the van keys to Pete, but not letting go of them. He said, "Have you had too much to drink, Pete?" Pete smiled and crossed his arms, shaking his head no, and said, "Fuck yes, I have. I'm shit-faced." Jude said, "We need to take that van home. It's our only way there. You do realize that, right? Do not crash it. Shaw would not be paying us. You make goddamn sure you go nice and slow and don't get your dumb ass pulled over and thrown in jail. If I have to spend a week's worth of pay to bail your ass out, I'm going to take it out of your pay when we get back, after giving you the longest, painful ass kicking you've ever had." Roger said, "Don't worry about it, Jude. I will make damn sure we get home safely." Pete said,
You have to be shitting me, right? You've been drinking longer than I have. How the hell are you going to make sure we get home safe?
Roger smiled confidently and said, Because if you start to head toward the van, I'm going to smack you upside the head, damn it. You and I can stumble our asses back to the motel. We won't get in any trouble. The waitress just smiled as her hand disappeared beneath the table and said,
Jude, honey, you sure you don't want to stay with your friends here?
Jude jumped a foot. He could tell it was going to be one hell of a night to remember. He shook his head no, almost looking like a crazy man, and said, Don't worry about me. I think I'm going to be in very, very good hands tonight. The waitress leaned in again, driving him insane, licking his ear, biting on it, and said,
Oh, sugar, you're going to have a good night and a good morning. Come on, let's get out of here.
Jude smiled to his friends. He left. Looking over, he saw Chuck in the corner, and it was not hard to tell he was definitely being shot down. Jude waved to him as he left, and Chuck returned the wave with the middle finger, shaking his head in disgust. Pete said,
Are you sure we can't just drive this bad boy?
It's less than a mile back to the hotel. Let's just walk. I'm pretty sure Jude was not kidding when he said he would make us pay him back if he had to bail us out again. We can meet him in the hotel. We can meet him in the morning, and we can all walk back. We can meet him in the morning, and we can all walk back. It won't take more than half an hour. Otherwise, maybe we just get up early and we can have it back before he knows it. Pete tilted his head a little, watching Roger's mouth move, and said,
You know, there's about 4 or 5 of you right now. It might not be the worst idea in the world if we just walk back. It's a nice night out at least, and I never get along with the police.
Roger laughed, agreeing that he too was shit-faced and neither of them needed to drive. Chuck walked over, asking them what the plan was. Roger said, Tell you the truth, Chuck, I don't really have too many plans. I'm pretty confident that I should go to the bathroom and puke for at least 5 minutes, and then it would be probably a good idea if we started our walk home. Chuck said,
What you're trying to tell me is that you're giving up on getting laid tonight?
Roger and Pete both nodded. Roger said, I never thought I had a chance in the first place, man. Besides, it's going to be a long-ass ride home tomorrow, and there's a good chance that we can't rely on Jude to get a good night's sleep and drive us home.
Yes, I am pretty confident that I hate him just a little. I love his kid, but God, I hate him. I hope he catches something that he needs a shot for and makes it really painful when he needs to piss.
Pete said,
Isn't that the kind of lady that you usually end up with?
Chuck stared around the bar for a moment and said,
You guys go ahead. I've had my fill of assholes for the night.
He picked up his beer, leaving yet again from his friend's table. He stumbled past 2 men dressed alike and both carrying thermoses. He staggered into them and said,
Excuse me, fellas. I think I overdid it tonight.
The men made sure he was standing upright, and the taller of the 2 patted him on the shoulder and said,
Are you going to be able to get wherever it is that you're heading to, man?
Chuck nodded his head drunkenly.
Yep, I won't have any issues, sir, seeing how the fact that I don't have any idea where it is I'm going once I get out of here.
The man said,
You need a ride?
Nah, you boys look like you got better shit to do than give me a ride. My roommate is shacking up with some hot little thing anyways, and he's going to be busy for at least, well, I don't know how long. I just know if it was me, I'd take a couple rounds on that ride, if you know what I mean. So I figure if I take my sweet time stumbling home, that maybe I can miss the marathon and just pass out when I get back to the motel on the other side of town.
The 2 men laughed, nodding their heads, pretty sure they knew what waitress he was talking about, and shook their heads, thinking how they'd probably take a few rounds under themselves if the opportunity, which would never come up, did. The older man said,
Well, you just don't go getting thrown in the drunk tank, you hear?
Chuck gave them a thumbs up, setting his beer down and exiting the bar, knowing he was past when he should have said he had enough for the night. The 2 men smiled, thinking about it, and headed to the bar, both of them setting an empty thermos on the bar counter. The bartender walked up, nodding to the 2 men. He said,
Hey, Isaac, Christian, how you doing tonight? What can I get you? You got time for a cold one tonight?
Isaac sat at the bar, shaking his head.
No, not tonight, Denny. I see storm clouds rolling through, and we haven't even so much as broken dirt yet tonight. I had to work late, and well, let's just say I'm not too excited about this.
Then he leaned on the bar, lighting up a smoke. He said, "Yeah, that is damn inconsiderate of people, going and dying on a weekday and then needing to get buried, huh?" Christian said, "Yeah, couldn't they have made it past Friday? Hell, this is the best day of the week to get shit-faced, go to church on Saturday night, clear my sins, and start the entire thing over again." Then he said, "So, what do you want me to get you two boys?" Isaac pushed the thermos forward.
I don't know about Christian, but if you could put a quarter of Jack and finish the rest of it off as coffee, that'd get me through the night.
Christian said, "Yeah, Denny, that'll work for me. Can you do the same?" Denny took both thermoses, putting them under the bar and out of sight from no one in particular, and filled the boys off with whiskey. He said, "Seems a damn shame you can only get a bit shit-faced." Isaac said,
Nah, it's okay. We will be wasted. It's just that we won't have the opportunity of sitting on these lovely, comfortable bar stools. Maybe we can get done early and make it back?
Denny screwed on the caps, pushing them back across. "No way, man. We're going to close in less than 2 hours. You know the sheriff would have my ass if I tried to stay open past 2. Don't you worry, though. You go dig the stiff's hole, and we will still be open on Saturday for you to come in and spend your hard-earned money." The two men both set down a couple dollar bills, nodding, and headed out to their truck, and started their drive out to the cemetery. Isaac poured 2 cups of the very Irish coffee and handed one of them to Christian, who tested it with his lips, uncaring if he burned himself, because he knew it was the only way he'd be getting a taste of whiskey on his lips. Christian said, "You think we can plan on beating the rain?"
Plans are just a good way of God reminding you how little you can control.
You know, half the time you sound like that little damn green feller from Star Wars. Why don't you just say no? You don't have to sound all smart and shit for me. Christ, how long have we known each other?
The force is strong with you, it is.
The two men cracked up at this, both sipping on their scalding hot coffee, and pulled into the cemetery that was just a short mile away from town. As they drove, they saw a man waving his arms wildly, running towards town. The two men stared at each other, not quite sure what in the world could be wrong with him, but neither of them were overly ready to stop and let the crazy into their lives. When they pulled up, they headed around at the back of the cemetery, stopping quickly, not expecting to see a long semi-truck out there. Christian hit his high beams, both men leaning forward in their seats, reading the giant red and yellow lettering on the back of the truck that said Evans Chemicals on the back of it.
Well, what the hell is that thing doing out here?
Hell if I know, but would you look at the damn thing? It has a hose connected to it. There's a good chance they're dumping something where they don't think no one is going to complain about it.
Did you get your CB radio fixed yet?
What, do you think I'm stupid? Isaac just stared at him, knowing the answer in the back of his head. Christian hit the steering wheel and said, "Well, hell, it isn't my fault. I didn't have any damn time. If I'm not at work, then I'm digging holes for all these damn people. The wife has me running around all the damn place like my head's chopped off."
Well, why can't we just use the one in their truck? I don't see anybody around watching it right now anyway.
The two men polished off their cups, both thinking there was a strong chance they were going to have their night even more interrupted, and later because of this incident. Isaac put his flashlight around the grounds, looking around quickly. He went up to the truck, seeing the keys weren't in it, and hit the power for the CB radio. He hit the channel he knew the sheriff kept on and hit the transmit button.
Hey, Sheriff Gareth, are you there, sir?
He clicked the receiver off and waited a minute. A few minutes later, a groggy voice came back and said, "This is Sheriff Gareth. What seems to be the problem?"
Well, I got some bad news to report, sir. We're out at the cemetery just on the outside of town. Well, Evans Chemicals got themselves a truck out here and a hose attached to it. It looks a lot like to me that they're doing a bit of dumping out here tonight. I thought you might want to know about it.
Gareth cursed, clicking the receiver back on, realizing he too would have a shit night if this was how his shift was going to start off. He said, "Oh, hell, I'll be out there. That is all I need is the damn government down here inspecting why I got people dumping shit out in the middle of nowhere. You boys stay put and make sure no one leaves. You understand me?"
Yeah, I copy that, sir. We got a hole to start digging up here anyways. Old man Shellman kicked a bucket earlier this week, and they're putting him in the ground on Saturday morning. We're parked behind their truck, so they aren't going anywhere until we move the pickup.
Gareth said, "Well, see to it that you don't touch anything you don't need to. You just go about your work and we'll be good to go. Y'all got that?" "Yep, I'll make sure Christian doesn't do anything stupid either." Gareth turned the car over and headed towards the cemetery. Christian and Isaac grabbed their shovels and headed up the hill. They stopped dead in their tracks when they saw the graveyard. There was nothing but holes as far as the eye can see. The ground had been disrupted. To put it lightly, there were thousands of stones staring back at them all with dirt pushed up on the sides.
Well, would you look at that? What the fuck happened out here?
Hell if I know. Looks to me like someone came and dug them up. There ain't any chance in hell of that, but it looks like that is definitely what happened, though. Isaac leaned on his shovel, just staring at the grounds in front of him.
Yeah, think we ought to call the sheriff back and let him know what he's coming toward out here?
Christian said. Don't know what good it's going to do, given he's already on the way out here. Not like he's going to be able to do shit until he gets out here, right? Isaac just shook his head, staring at the cemetery, and said,
Well, someone out there is going to have their ass thrown in the slammer and have the key thrown away for all this mess. You can't go fucking with the dead around here and get away with it. What do you think was running through their mind when they did this?
No, Isaac, I'd have to say that there's a damn good chance that whoever it was that did this wasn't doing all that much thinking. What do you think was going on out here?
Hell if I know, but I don't think we got enough of that special coffee from Denny to deal with that.
Hell, we never have enough. You want to start digging, or should we wait?
Guess we best get digging. Who knows if we're going to get paid if we don't do the work. That cheap ass probably care it all if these things got all dug up.
Christian and Isaac started to head to plot number 562 when they saw a figure in the distance. Christian pointed to him and said, "Hey, you see that, Isaac?" He turned his head, following Christian's finger outstretched in that direction, and squinted, trying to make sense of the figure he was looking at in the dark.
Well, do you think that's the son of a bitch who went and caused all this trouble?
Well, hell if I know, but I'll be damned if we don't go and have a talk with him. He doesn't have a shovel with him. It's damn hard to dig up a hole without him.
Yeah, because they couldn't put it down, right? Come on, why don't we go over there?
The two men walked cautiously towards the figure. Both of them were holding tight to their shovels. It didn't matter if they were used to being out here. There was little that was more creepy than being where the dead were supposed to be resting, especially at night. When they got within 20 feet, the figure was standing next to a tombstone, swaying. They yelled, "Hey, you! Get over here!" The figure turned around slowly, twisting its neck to the point where it was almost an entire 90-degree turn. Something they both knew would have broken anyone else's neck, short of a circus performer freak. Isaac shone the light on his face, and his mouth dropped at the man's looks. He had a black suit that hung on his frame. He looked like it would have fit if the man was 30 pounds heavier, and his eyes were black, his cheeks sunken in, and his mouth hung open. Black ooze came out of the side of it. Isaac looked over to Christian, who was having a similar reaction to what he was looking at. Christian asked, "Well, what the fuck is wrong with that guy?" Isaac walked slowly towards him. He said,
Well, I'd have to say, there's a good chance I don't know, but I think he's already dead.
Christian took the flashlight, pointing it at the man more. He said, "But if he's dead, then how the hell is he standing?" Isaac looked at the man, yelling,
What the hell's wrong with you? What are you doing out here?
The stranger opened its mouth and moaned and started to stumble forward, swaying, walking slowly and sloppily. The two backed up, turning around, and shone the light on the property. What they saw wasn't something that made them feel any better. Black, dead eyes glistened back at them, shining in all different states of decay. Christian said, "Every one of these people are in their Sunday best, but stained from years and even decades of decay, each of them having different looks from the time period when they were buried."
I don't know about y'all, but I'm getting the fuck out of here, and I'm doing it right goddamn now. This shit is crazy.
Christian was already walking backward, not needing to be told that they needed to get out of there. "Let's get the fuck out of Dodge, and do it now." The two heavy men turned around, running straight for the truck. They went running down the grassy hill, carrying their shovels with them. They fell face first, running down the hill, hands in the grass gripping their legs. They kicked and squirmed, hitting the arms with the shovels, but the hands of the dead weren't letting anything go. Isaac screamed.
What the hell is it?
Christian kept kicking and put the flashlight on what was gripping his legs. There were 5 different sets of hands holding his legs tight, clinging to his worn blue jeans.
They got hands coming up out of the ground, man. There are fucking hands.
Isaac looked up at the dim stars, just barely visible through the thickening clouds. He said,
I don't know what to do, man, but they won't let go. Hands never killed anybody.
Christian pushed up, stabbing at the hands with his shovel blades. Bones were brittle and crunched under the force of the thrusts. They tried backing up, but when they looked down, all they saw were more hands coming out of the dirt.
You know, when they redid this place, someone told me they went and stacked people. Well, they weren't fucking kidding now, were they?
The hands gripped the men's shirts and pants, and they weren't able to move. Just when they didn't think anything could get any worse, mouths came up from the dirt and gripped the men, taking healthy bites of flesh. They swallowed it whole, not waiting to chew the delight. They screamed to each other, but little could be done to save each of them. Within minutes, there was nothing left but a pile of bones. The dead finished climbing and clawed their way out of the dirt. Their clothes were covered with guts and the remnants of the men. Sheriff Gareth took the only highway that would take him out to the town cemetery. He thought of it like he always did, realizing exactly how it was the great combiner. It didn't matter if it was a drunk that wrapped themselves around a phone pole, a cancer patient, or just someone older than dirt who finally passed away and got to go finally meet his or her maker. He rode out there, his window down, enjoying the cool night breeze, the lightest bits of mist hitting his hand as he drove out there. The sheriff wasn't in any big hurry because he knew, regardless of what the corporation was out there doing, the town would be hell-bent if they actually let anything bad happen, given they were what supported the city. He knew he got paid by tax dollars, but those tax dollars came right out of the working folks' pockets, and those workers were daily visitors to Evans Corporation. He was only half paying attention, since he was focused on trying to get the radio tuned to a Jennings song he heard, but was currently hating the man that had been driving his car before him, because he had tuned out all his favorite program buttons, and he hated trying to get them reset just perfect. He looked up, half watching the road, and just barely saw a glimpse of a blood-covered man running down the highway in the opposite direction. He wasn't sure who it was, but craned his neck around trying to decide if it was worth his time, and knew if he found some teenager in the ditch cut open belly to neck that he'd have no good explanation for why he hadn't gone back and done something about it, or at the very least asked the man what it was he was doing. He watched the man as he went over the hill, confirming, yes, he'd be a perfect asshole if he didn't at least go and find out if the man needed help and get an explanation on what the hell happened to him. He hit his lights as he went up over the hill, ready to circle around and head back. But when he went over the hill, what he saw just made him stare in awe. Unfortunately for him, staring wasn't a good idea, and the idea came to him a little too late, that he needed to slam on the car's brakes, and he needed to do it now. Gareth hit his high beams, trying to figure out what the hell he was looking at. There were bodies, and they were everywhere, but they were standing and walking slowly, bouncing off of each other. Gareth swerved the car, losing control instantly. He tried to swerve for the ditch, but the force of the turn pushed the car past what it could handle, and the vehicle flipped, rolling left to right. Gareth could do nothing but scream, "Oh, fuck me," as the car rolled. The newly risen dead made no attempt to get out of the way of the rolling squad car. Gareth rolled over 10 of them as he went down the hill. He smashed them, leaving a stretch of the dead and painting the highway with them. The sheriff hadn't had the time he needed to realize that he should have pulled his left arm that had been hanging freely outside of the car back in. He quivered as his arm became mangled and useless forever. When the car slid to a stop, it had been totaled. The sheriff lay in the car, no seatbelt to keep him in place, and his face bleeding freely from the wounds by the glass, and his arm bleeding like he'd never seen something bleed before. The car was upside down, and Gareth was lying flat across what was the roof of the car, and all he could see were feet, hundreds and hundreds of feet, shuffling slowly past him, heading where he could only assume was town. He tried to pull himself out, but the aching pain in his arm was excruciating as it hung limply from his shoulder. He screamed in pain. It was nothing he'd ever felt before. With his free hand, he stripped the items from his gun belt and put it around his arm, tightening it with his teeth, stopping the bleeding and instantly feeling like he was able to think a little better. He watched the feet in awe and was shaking from the pain but trying not to scream. He realized they could hear because the feet in front of him stopped moving and knees became visible, followed by thighs and finally heads peering into the cab of the car. The sight of their face made him cringe. Their hair was long and stringy, their faces sunken in, and maggots fell from the holes in their faces and eye sockets. He tried to back up, getting away from their reach, but it did little good as hands gripped him from the opposite side of the car, pulling him out onto the street. Mouths bit into his thighs and crotch. He screamed now, experiencing a pain like very few had probably ever experienced. Gareth reached for his firearm, content in taking some of these monsters out with his final moments on Earth. But when he reached for his gun, he felt nothing but an empty holster. He looked through tear-filled eyes at a shiny .357 revolver glistening in the lights of the car, its cylinder and the trigger now useless, and sitting never to be fired by his hand again. He stopped fighting, and the dead pulled his already severed, ruined arm off, 2 of them feasting on it, while the others practically fell on top of him, mouths open, each fighting to be the next in line until there was nothing left on the bones to fight over. Matt heard the car crash and stopped his run. He thought about it, knowing what was after him, and the fact that the sheriff was driving straight toward it was more than he could handle. He walked back up the hill, stopping halfway to bend over and contemplated puking. He hadn't run this far since high school. Not sports, of course, but when he'd been caught with his pants down when a farmer's daughter had insisted that her dad would be out in the fields all day. She had been wrong, of course, and Matt had barely escaped with his life, running into a cornfield, sprinting for his life. When he got to the top of the hill, he realized the number of people that he had guessed would be in the cemetery had been drastically underestimated. He watched what looked like a sea of the undead. Each step was one closer to the end of someone else he knew. He saw a pile of the dead gathered around the sheriff's car and knew there was nothing that could be done. He turned, keeping as much distance between himself and the dead as he could. He knew that the shufflers would never catch up with him, but he wondered at the same time if the shufflers would ever tire of their pursuit. Matt didn't know and didn't want to be chased forever to find out. The first thing which ran through his mind was the idea that he would get back to the factory where his truck was parked and take the money from Phelps and drive through the night until he was somewhere far, far away from the town. He couldn't imagine running into one of those things in the middle of the night. He only hoped that people would be safe. He'd thought about that meeting over and over again and wished that he had just pushed that envelope back across the table, telling Phelps to stick that bonus up his bony ass. Chapter 8. New Arrivals. Half an hour later, outside of Denny's Tap, Pete and Roger sat outside the bar, watching all the regulars walking to their cars. The women they prayed might look over their shoulders at them disappeared down streets or into cars driving away. The men watched the lights of the cars disappear into the distance. Pete looked at the van, as did Roger. Roger said, "You know, if we drive that after telling Jude we were shit-faced, he's going to royally kick our asses. I think we only got one choice here, buddy." Pete said, "Yeah? What is that, Roger?" "We need to walk, brother. I hate to say it. Hell, it's almost like exercise. God knows I don't need any of that." He patted his gut, which jiggled a bit at the slap. "We only got a mile or two, and hell, I want to say that over half of it is downhill." Pete pushed up, patting his chest for a pack of smokes, and was let down when there was nothing to be felt. He'd smoked the entire pack while sitting at the bar. "You realize this town is flat, don't you, Roger?" Roger nodded, and Pete continued. "Then there aren't any hills in the town to walk down, you dipshit. Tell you what, you give me 1 or 5 smokes to get me back to the damn motel, and we will call it good." Roger handed him the first, and the two staggered to their feet, starting a very slow but determined walk back to the motel. Neither man was 100% sure when they were going to get back to the motel, but figured with a town this size it wouldn't take all that long, and eventually they'd find their way back home. They headed there, staggering up and down streets. The luck of the Irish must have been on their side because, with each passing street, the fact that they hadn't run into the dead, which were slowly filling the town, was a miracle. Chuck walked slowly, not in any hurry to get back to the motel. He made a turn heading north, figuring if Jude wasn't done by the time he got there, that maybe Pete and Roger might allow him to crash on their floor. He couldn't imagine what it would be like if he had to sleep outside for the night. The thought of 1,000,000 mosquito bites to wake up to wasn't something that made him overly excited. He turned a street and stopped, not walking a step further. He didn't know why there were hundreds of people moaning in the street and walking very slowly his way, and he didn't care. He turned around, looking over his shoulder. The people were following him, and he checked his pants, wishing that he had taken his pistol out of the van. He knew it didn't make much difference to him, considering the fact that he knew if he got picked up out of state and shit-faced, that he'd be going to jail for sure. Right now, he would happily like to talk to a police officer if they could possibly explain what the group that looked like a cult roaming the streets was doing out. He threw out his smoke and turned around, running for the hotel. If Jude was still knocking boots, he didn't give two shits. He never stopped until he put enough distance between himself and the crazies in the street to where he felt confident they wouldn't be on his tail. Kendra kissed Jude's neck, slowly rubbing his sides and grinding herself on him. Jude looked up at the ceiling fan, thinking of his wife. He knew he couldn't go through with it. He decided it was better if he let her know before she went much further.
Honey, I'm sorry, but I thought I could do this, but I'm sorry, I just can't.
She kissed his ear and bit on his lobe. She ran her hand down between his legs, checking what she knew was ready for her. She said,
Well, it kind of seems like maybe you are able to do it. So is it that you don't want to do it anymore?
Call me stupid or maybe old-fashioned, but I can't do this. I don't do one-night stands. My sister-in-law told me to go and to bounce in the sheets, as she poetically put it. Well, I wanted to at least try, but there wasn't anything which I could do about it. She pushed up off the bed, looking around the room. This was not a situation which she had to deal with before. She winked at Jude and said,
Well, let's just call you old-fashioned, honey. There ain't anything wrong with you having a moral compass that y'all follow. Just wish I had not gotten all hot and bothered before you made your mind up about what you thought you could handle.
Well, honey, if it was something I thought I could do, let me just say that I would want it to be you for sure. I just don't think I'm ready. It's only been a couple of years, and, well, I'm still dealing with some shit. It's hard to explain.
There isn't any reason to explain anything, sugar, but I'll tell you what, all that fooling around left me just a bit parched. You got anything up here that I can wet my whistle with by chance?
I got a beer, but it's piss warm. Sorry.
She pushed off the bed, looking around the room for her clothes.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm gonna head over to the ice machine outside and we can put it on ice. We give it a while and it'll be ice cold and tickle the entire way down. You think anyone will mind if I go out there in my unmentionables?
No, I don't think anyone would mind seeing you. God knows, if any of my men see you, they're going to have one hell of a heart attack. The ice machines are just around the corner. Leave it unlocked, I need to use the bathroom. She looked at the case of beer sitting on the table and said,
You know, if we get enough of those beers in me, I just want to warn you that you might not have the option of staying a perfect gentleman.
Jude smiled, thinking worse things in life could happen.
Well, if the night comes to that, I guess I could live with myself.
She smiled. A new goal presented itself that she was very much looking forward to making happen. She put a little extra shake in her step as she walked outside, after looking around to make sure the coast was clear. Jude watched, rubbing his hair and shaking his head. He pushed off of the bed and headed to the bathroom, hoping that if he spent enough time in there that he would be able to go take a leak. He knew under his current circumstances he was going to have to wait a few minutes or bend at an impossible angle to be able to go. He shut the door, staring down at his predicament, and just laughed. Jude had made no progress a few minutes later and jumped when there was a pounding, then a thud on the motel room door. He rearranged himself, thinking that she had locked herself out and was probably freaked out. Jude tucked himself back into his pants and yelled out the door.
Hold on a second, darling, I'm coming. I told you not to lock yourself out, though.
He didn't check the peephole. It was late enough that he knew it was either her or Chuck wanting very much to have a place to crash. He swung the door open, and the smile on his face melted into one of concern and panic instantly. Kendra was standing at the door, no ice bucket in her hand, and the previously perfect body was now mangled. He looked at her, unable to speak. She had blood gurgling from her mouth, a large bite wound on her neck, her breast, and her side. Kendra stood in a pool of her own blood, unaware or uncaring that it was coming out of her so quickly. He wasn't sure what to do for her, and after a second her knees buckled, and she collapsed, falling down fast. Jude picked her up, uncaring about the bloody state which she was currently in. He carried her over and laid her down gently on the bed. He ran back and kicked the door shut, locking it tightly. She started convulsing on the bed. He looked at her, unsure what he was going to be able to do for her. Jude ripped a pillowcase from the bed and applied pressure to her neck with it, unsure what else to do for the woman but watch what seemed like the last minutes she would have on Earth. He watched as her eyes fluttered and then became still. He sat on the bed next to her, letting the pillowcase off of her neck. He stared at the blood on his hands, trying to wipe some of it on the bedding. He looked at the phone next to him, seeing 2 numbers secured with masking tape next to it. The first said, "If you are hurt, call Doc Wilson." The second said, "If you need help, call Sheriff Gareth." Jude picked it up, unsure what he should do, next realizing that there wasn't anything anyone was going to be able to do for her now. He picked up the phone and spun the rotary dial, and listened to a ringing that never got picked up. He set the phone down, and didn't have a clue what he should do next. He didn't have to wait long to ponder it, because a long breath came from behind him. Jude turned around, seeing her chest moving slowly, but the hole in her neck made it impossible for the sound to come out correctly. Blood bubbles came out of the side of her neck.
Oh my God, can you hear me? Hey, are you okay? Are you okay, Kendra?
No answer came from her. Jude stood up, dialing the phone for the medics. When a lady on the other end asked to please state his emergency, he just said,
I need help, and I need it right goddamn now.
What seems to be the problem, sir?
There's a lady in my room. She, I don't know what the hell happened to her. She went to get some ice for our beer, and when she came back, she looked like a pack of dogs had torn into her.
Can you explain her current state, please?
Jude looked behind him, seeing her rising off the bed.
Hold on just a minute. Kendra, are you okay? I thought you were gone.
She pushed up off of the bed, stumbling at first, and her face was numb, no expression showing at all. She looked like she had never walked before. Jude stepped forward, gripping her arm and holding her up. She sniffed, and then snapped her neck to the side, staring with lifeless eyes at Jude. He saw the blackened eyes and let go of her arm, and took a step backwards. Jude dropped the phone as she stumbled for him, quickly with her mouth open. Jude stepped to the side, slamming her downward toward the bed, but she bounced off of it and pushed back up quickly. Jude walked backward toward the door, mouth open and unsure what in the hell he should do. Kendra walked slowly across the room, picking up speed quickly as she rushed toward him. Jude's sense of having to help someone quickly faded. He opened the door as she leapt at him, putting a foot up and pushing her backward, sending her back to the bed, a gurgling growl coming out of her throat. Jude slammed the door shut and ran backward into the parking lot, stumbling over the parking barriers in front of the rooms. He pushed up off of the ground, crab-walking backward, staring around. He looked down at his chest and had speckles of blood on it, and his feet were soaked. A thud at the door made him stand and start walking backwards. He stared at the door, unsure what he should do. The thudding continued, and then it stopped. 2 hands gripped him from either side on the bicep. He stepped forward, throwing the hands on his right side off balance into the ground. All he saw was the silhouette of a man in the dark. Jude, only thinking at this point about getting out of there and home to his family, brought his left arm forward, bringing the second man off balance, and then swung a right hook into the top of his head with everything he had. The hand let go of his left arm and slumped to a knee, falling over to the ground. The hand let go of his left arm and slumped to a knee, falling over to the ground. Then the second man tried pushing up, and Jude ran at him, making him look as if he were a football that needed to be kicked. The man exhaled all his air with an ugh sound coming out. Jude yelled, "What the fuck is wrong with you two, for God's sake? You can't go sneaking up on a man in the middle of the night like that, you dumb shits." Pete rolled over, staring up at Jude, the moonlight making it hard to see his features. He said, "Nice to see you too, dickhead. What the fuck was that for? Christ, would you look at Roger? He probably has a damn concussion now, asshole. What are you doing out here anyways this time of night?" Jude was already talking before he could rationalize the amount of crazy coming out of his mouth. Jude yelled, "Kendra, the waitress, she's dead. I still don't know what happened to her, but she tried to eat me." Pete sat on the ground, looking up, tilting his head ever so slightly, trying to understand what his friend was blabbering about. He said, "Jesus, how hard you screw her?" Roger said, "Ow, that hurt, you ass. She probably just passed. Would the two of you listen to me, goddammit?" He stepped closer so they could see his hands and feet. "We didn't even screw, for God's sake. She went to get some ice for the beer. When she came back, she looked like something had ripped pieces of her neck and breasts off, like a dog or God knows what attacked her." Pete pushed up, walking slowly toward Jude, looking at his hands. "Jesus, Jude. Is she dead? Or did she try and eat you? I'm confused, man." Jude, who didn't think his brain was going to be able to take much more of what was happening, given the intoxicated state he was trying to swim out of, didn't have to answer. The thudding, hitting, and pounding stopped when the door broke in half and Kendra, or what used to be her, came out of the hotel room with nothing but the hunger of the dead in her eyes. At first, Pete and Roger only focused on her naked body for moments as the blood came into view. Jude picked up Roger by the back of his shirt, and the two stumbled backward. Pete pushed up, and the three ran. Chuck was coming around the corner when the three of them were running, and they slammed into him, falling to the ground. Chuck screamed,
What the fuck is going on tonight? There's goddamn weirdos in the street moaning and shit. I got you dumbasses falling all over me, and on top of all that, I didn't get one damn girl who hit on me at the bar. They are practically indebted to me for..."
Jude and the other two men just stared, trying to push back up off the ground, and finding it hard to be mad at him, when he had no idea what was actually going on. Kendra came around the corner, gaining speed. Chuck saw her and screamed like a girl.
"What the hell happened to her, Jude? You were supposed to screw her, not murder her. Jesus. What were the two of you..."
Jude could only think of one word, having time to finally process what he was seeing, thinking of her getting bit, dying, and coming back to life. Jude screamed, "Zombie! Chuck, she's a damn zombie!" He waited to hear a rebuttal, a reason why she wasn't. But if Chuck had something that was great about him, it was that if he had an answer and enough visible evidence, he would take that to heart. He ran over to a dumpster, finding a 2x4 board, and ran back as she dived towards Jude, who was still trying to get back up. Chuck ran straight for her, staggering a bit, and swung in a circle, sending all of the force from a 4-foot-long board into her gut. It connected with her and sent her off of her feet backward and skidding across the concrete, leaving a trail of skin and blood. Chuck walked up, helping Jude and the others to their feet, unsure what was really going on there. Roger said, "Damn, nice hit there, Chuck. Thank you so much, brother." Chuck looked at his handiwork, but unfortunately, it had done little but what seemed to possibly piss her off even more. She pushed back to her feet. The pain of the hit had already disappeared, and she was back up and ready to go. When she came at Chuck a second time, he brought the board up over his head and brought it down with everything he had to send it into her skull and split it open. She fell to the ground, and the men stood nearby and just watched for a second. Chuck, not caring one way or another, walked up one more time, bringing the giant wood down once more, and did a finishing blow. Her head completely split, and the brains spilled out of her skull.
"I don't think she was gonna get back up, man." "I don't give two shits, Jude. She tried to eat us. We need to get the hell out of this town. There is something strange going on,"
Chuck said. Pete pushed up, rubbing at his ribs, giving Jude a look. "Yeah, you got that right."
"I need to call Maria and let her know what's happening. What if this is not just here?"
Roger said,
You can call her from the road, dude. We need to go. I get what you're saying, but something must have made her this way, and we have yet to find out who or what that was.
Jude didn't care, and he said,
Well, then we need to keep our eyes out.
No, we need something to break their heads in, and we need some guns to shoot as well.
What if shooting them in the head doesn't work?
Pete said.
Of course it'll work. It's common knowledge how you kill a zombie, stupid. I just don't know where the hell we're going to find a bunch of guns in Podunk, Missouri.
Well, let's at least get back to the van. I think with all this, I got good and sobered up real quick.
Well, that's good, because I feel like shit still, and I'm going to have one hell of a hangover come Saturday morning.
Let's hope we see Saturday, Chuck. Come on, we need to get going. We need to get out of here.
You think you might want to go and grab your boots and stuff there, Jude?
Jude looked down at himself. He'd forgotten he'd been half naked when he ran out of the motel room, only wearing a pair of Levi's and nothing else. He nodded.
Yeah, boots might not be too stupid of an idea, huh? I think we ought to try driving by the sheriff's office on the way out and let him know if he hasn't already figured out what's going on.
They headed back to the room to gather their things, which weren't much. They heard what sounded like an army marching. Chuck walked out, peering into the dark. He yelled to Jude.
Hey, Jude, I think there are more of those things out there.
Well, how many of them do you think there are?
Chuck didn't have a chance to answer, because when he saw the horde walking toward him, he was incapable of speech. He did a sign of the cross and ran to Roger and Pete's room, not knocking, and yelling.
Get your shit and get to Jude's room. There are hundreds of those things walking into the motel courtyard. We got about a minute till they are here. Come on over to our room. I think we ought to stick together, if you know what I mean.
The two men came to the door, seeing the mob coming toward them, and realized instantly how unimportant a bag of clothes was to them. They dropped their stuff where they stood, and they sprinted out of the room and to Jude's, slamming the remains of the door shut. Chuck cringed when the door slammed and peered out of the window, guaranteeing the thought that there was a good chance these things could hear somehow, because they started their walk toward the noise of the door shutting. Chuck watched as the sea of them made their way in. They never stopped filling the courtyard, and within a few minutes, they had the space crammed with bodies. Chuck walked past Jude, who was pulling on a pair of cowboy boots, and went to the bathroom, staring at the tiny window that was useless. He thought about how little Pete was, and that maybe they could push him out of it, but didn't see him volunteering too much for being pushed out of a window into the unknowing night to be alone. He stood on the toilet, pulling the window down until he had broken the chains keeping it up off. He twisted his head to the side, looking out of the window, and nothing but dead eyes stared back at him. Chuck got off of the toilet and walked into the living room and sleeping room quarters.
Hey, guys, slow down. We got.
Jude, who was not understanding, cut him off.
What do you mean, slow down? We need to shift into high gear and get the fuck out of here, or we're screwed.
Jude ran to the bathroom, verifying they were most definitely trapped. He said, What do you guys think we should do? Pete said, Do you guys want to wait them out? Do you think they will get bored?
I don't know if they will get bored, but some poor bastard might come walking through or driving, hopefully, and draw their undivided attention away from us.
I don't know if waiting around here is that good of an idea. I think we need to leave. You know, Jude, I really like that idea of us leaving, but the van is over a mile away, and those damn things are everywhere. You couldn't tell me how many you think there are without getting a much, much closer look at them,
Pete said.
So what the hell do we do? Eventually, they are going to figure out that if enough of those dumbasses push against the window, it is going to break. We all know after that it's just a matter of time before enough of them pile together and they could fall through the window. I think we all know at that point what is going to happen.
Chuck, who was not shy about facing the reality of the horrible circumstances they were under, said,
Yes, they break the window, we are fucked. It's about that simple.
Jude stared around at the room for a moment, weighing the small group's options quietly to himself in his head. He walked over, ripping the sheets off of the bed that were stained with the waitress's blood, and tossed them all on the floor. He bent down next to the bed, examining the rails, and saw there were not even so much as wheels on the bottom of the bed as small spikes that they sat on, keeping the frame in the air. The other 3 men stared, trying to figure out what he was doing and if he had lost his mind. Roger said, "Jude, what the hell are you doing, man? We need to figure out a plan. We need to get the hell out of here. Have you lost your mind?" Jude laughed as he stared at the bed. He looked up and he said, "You know, I would say all in all, for being in the middle of some small town fucking zombie apocalypse, I think I'm doing better than most. I don't have a lot to compare this to, given, I've never had anything like this happen before. Yes, I will give you that one. What is it that you want to do with the bed, though?" Jude lifted it up off the ground and pointed to the spikes. "I think if we put this up against the window, we could hammer the bed frame into the drywall, and hopefully, if we put Chuck's bed frame on the opposite side of it, we can make a makeshift fence and keep those things from breaking through once they figure out the window." Chuck, who had no plan, decided that Jude's was better than nothing. He walked over, helping Jude put it up against the wall, and Jude held it while Chuck hammered at it with his 2x4 until it was into the wood studs tight. By the time they were done with the first bed, Pete and Roger had already gotten the second bed stripped of the mattress, and they placed it where it needed to be so that Chuck could continue hitting it into place. When Chuck had made his final strike on the frame, the 4 men backed up, admiring their handiwork. Chuck said,
Do you think that thing is going to hold? Is it enough?
"Well, if it doesn't, this room is going to be filling up pretty damn quickly." Watching the window and waiting for the inevitable to happen, the group of men did not have to wait very long. The moaning became louder on the opposite side of the window, and within minutes the group of dead had smashed every piece of glass out of the window frame. They watched in horror as the dead tried to eat their way through the metal bed frames, ignorant to the fact that it was an impossible feat to be had, but the word "can't" was not in their moaning vocabulary. Their teeth began to break on the railing of the beds, and the men just stared, waiting for help that, after a time, they realized wasn't going to come. After a half hour, Jude, who had got sidetracked with the dead, remembered he had not called home to see if they were okay. Jude dialed the number and waited, knowing he would be waking up Maria and most likely Patrick, which was something that he could live with. The phone rang 6 times before Maria answered the phone, groggy and not yet fully awake. She whispered,
Hello, Grimes residence. Who the hell is this?
Jude, on the other end, yelled, startling her. "Oh, thank God you're still alive." This made Maria pop up, waking confused if she had imagined the words he had said, or, in her tired state, was just what was able to be understood. She said,
Jude, is that you?
Jude, who was very much awake, yelled back, "Of course it's me. Who the hell else would be calling this early in the morning?" She looked at the clock, seeing it was just after 3 in the morning, and could not think of a soul that would be calling this early. She said,
Apparently only inconsiderate asses like you would call this early, Jude. Now can you explain again what the hell is going on?
Jude spoke extremely quickly and knew he would sound like an insane man. He screamed it anyway. "The dead! It's the dead! They're rising, they're everywhere, and they're trying to kill us all." Maria pulled at her hair, leaning against the kitchen counter in her worn bathrobe, nodding her head. She said,
Oh, of course the dead are coming back to life. And here I thought you were going to say something that might sound, a little bit crazy. I told you to get laid, Jude, not go down and experiment with drugs.
Jude yelled, "Would you just look out your window and make sure they aren't in the street?" She opened the blinds, and other than a stray cat walking across the street hunting for a mouse to eat, there was nothing to be seen. She said,
Jude, damn it. Did you go out with Chuck tonight by chance?
Jude was getting very frustrated. He said, "Look, I'm not crazy, and I wouldn't believe you if you called me telling me this line of shit either. But I don't know what to tell you. These things are walking around, and they are trying to kill me.
Other than sending you a picture in the mail, there isn't a lot else I can do to try and convince you of what it is I am saying.
Maria sat on the other end, rubbing at the bridge of her nose. She said,
Okay, so what do you want me to do, Jude?
Jude sat there, open-mouthed, realizing there was very little that she could do.
I'm not calling for help. I'm just calling to warn y'all, okay? In the morning, I want the two of you to get your butts out of bed early and head on over to the grocery store. I want you to buy like you are shopping for an army, and make sure you get plenty of stuff we could just boil with water. You get plenty of canned goods, too. If I'm wrong, then don't worry about it. I'll make it right with the manager somehow and return it all. You got me?
I don't know if we'll be able to head out in the morning, Jude. It's supposed to rain cats and dogs tomorrow.
Jude yelled into the phone something that wasn't in his normal nature when speaking to Maria, who was well aware of this fact. He said,
Oh, for God's sakes, woman, would you just do what I say and trust me that I'm not completely batshit fucking crazy, please? I need to go. I got a lot of shit to figure out, like how to stay alive and get the hell out of this fucking hotel room. Tell Patrick that I love him very, very much.
Call me, please, when you get out of that town. Christ, I'm going to be up all night worrying damn sick over your crazy ass. You best not be joking, Jude, or you're going to be getting a foot in your ass, sir.
Maria, I wish it was a joke. I really, really do. Take care of Patrick, and if you aren't sure about things, you two stay put down in the basement. The key to the lock for my gun locker is in my dress cowboy boots in the closet. There is plenty of ammo down there.
Jude, you got me worried as hell now, damn you.
I'll talk to you soon, Maria. Just stay put after you get the food and supplies.
Jude hung up the phone, staring at the three men as he continued.
I think she thought we or I was crazy. I hope she listens to me, though. Any of you guys got any ideas by chance?
Pete was staring at one of them gnawing and biting on the bars. He looked at their pasty-colored face, and when one of the very large dead turned around, he saw the suit was slit up the back. Look at the guy's suit. You see that? Chuck walked up, seeing what it was that Pete was pointing out.
Yeah, he has a shit suit. What about it?
Pete, who was putting this all together, said, Nah, I don't think you see what I'm seeing. I think he has a perfectly good suit, or at least he did at one point. When my dad was still around, he had one suit, and my mom always was busting his balls saying, if you kick the bucket today, what the hell am I going to bury you in?
Yeah, so?
Well, the one thing I always remember my dad saying was that if I kick the bucket tomorrow, that I want you to just slice the suit up the back, and then it'll look like it fits perfect. He said that every single time to her, regardless. You know what happened the year that he died?
She slid it up the back?
Well, not actually. She went and bought him his first new suit he'd ever owned in his life, and I bet he was rolling in his grave over it. But I think these things are the dead. I mean, look at them. They're all covered in the dirt and wearing their best clothes. Now, doesn't that make sense to you? Jude walked forward, looking and seeing that he had one hell of a point. He was more speaking to himself than the crew when he said,
I wonder what the hell happened to him. I wonder if the sheriff is still around to be able to help.
Jude looked in the nightstand for the phone book, searching through the front of it until he found what he thought might be something that could help. He said,
Okay, I'm going to try and call one more place for help.
You calling the army?
No, I don't know the number for the army, Chuck. But I see in the government pages that they got a number for the Center for Disease Control, or the CDC. I think it might be a good idea to have someone head on down here and maybe check things out. I can only imagine what we will do if this shit spreads further. I mean, if Pete is right, then think about it. Do you want to have to worry about every damn person, as long as time has been around, coming back from the dead? I know for sure that I don't have any interest in it happening. The earlier they find out about it, maybe the earlier they could start trying to figure out what they need to be doing to put these things back in their graves where they belong, if you know what I'm saying. Chuck clapped his hands together, startling the men who just stared at him. Chuck was smiling ear to ear. He yelled,
You see that? This man can think. Damn, you are one smart son of a bitch, Jude. Yeah, man, you call those science nerds and tell them we got us a few hundred or thousands or who knows of these things. and they ought to roll on down here and figure us out a nice way to go ahead and kill them all over again.
Yeah, and after that, we figure out a way to get on out of here. Y'all cool with that option, maybe?
I don't give a flying shit what you do with them as long as they die again. You can cure them and kill them, or you can blow them up. I ain't going to be taking any pity on them. They were supposed to stay dead.
Jude dialed the number in and sat back, waiting patiently for what was going to sound like a completely insane story to be told. He waited impatiently while the phone rang, and when he got an automated phone system, he was less than surprised that there wasn't an option for the dead rising. Jude pushed 0, trying to speed things up. An operator answered the phone.
Thank you for calling the CDC. This is Mrs. Fulbright. How may I direct your call?
Jude scratched his head.
Hello, Mrs. Fulbright. I don't know who to talk to. I've never called here before, ma'am.
The operator said.
Well, maybe you could describe the problem going on? Is it you that needs help, or are you calling about someone else?
I'm calling about a bunch of people. There's probably 1,000 or more, maybe.
Oh my. Can you tell me what's going on with them then, sir?
They're dead, but... Christ, this sounds crazy, and I'm staring at it. Look, Mrs. Fulbright, these things, there are hundreds, hell, maybe thousands of them. They are dead, or at least they were dead. Now they came back, so I don't know what they are at this point.
Silence on the other end. She was looking around at the other operators screening calls and flicked on her light to get help to come over to her. She said,
Hey, Larry, I got a freaking wacko on the other end. I don't know who to even transfer him to.
He said,
Drunk's always calling it that. What's his issue?
He says there are dead people walking around. That they came back from the dead, I guess. Do you want to talk to him?
Hell no, I don't. Transfer him up to Diesel. Let her figure out what to do with him. There isn't anything I'm going to be able to do other than tell him he's crazy. Send him over there. Hell, if I were you, I'd just say his important information. We could deal with the repercussions later from her.
Fulbright laughed and said,
You do realize where she's going to stick her foot the next time you see her, right?
Larry shrugged.
Sometimes that's the price you have to pay.
Larry walked off, and Fulbright called up to Diesel's office. She picked up, answering, and said,
This is Diesel's. How may I help you?
Hello, ma'am. This is one of the operators downstairs for screening calls. I've got one here that needs to speak to you. He says there is an outbreak of some sort.
You sure he isn't just a crazy, is he? I got more work to do than you can possibly imagine.
She sat in her seat, looking at Larry, and shrugged, thinking about it. She said,
Sounds pretty legit to me, ma'am. Transferring.
Fulbright hit the hold and went back to Jude.
Sir, are you still there? I'm going to transfer you over to Mrs. Diesel. She's in charge of sending out help and fact finders to locations.
Jude was pacing around, stretching the phone cord to its limits.
Yes, I am still here, unless they eat through the damn phone lines.
Okay, just give me a minute, sir.
She hit the transfer button, ringing it through to Diesel's phone again, this time cold dropping him on her. Diesel picked up, saying,
This is Karen Diesel. How may I help you?
I'm sorry, what is your last name?
She laughed. This wasn't the first time she had this issue. She said,
You know Diesel Cars?
Yeah.
That's how you pronounce it, but for the ease of everything, you can just call me Karen. How would that be?
I can handle Karen. My name's Jude Grimes. This will sound, well, it'll sound goddamn crazy. I am aware of that, and I promise I'm not crazy.
Karen, who had heard this before, also wrote down on her pad of paper, loony. She said,
Okay, Jude, what seems to be the problem?
The dead are alive. They are everywhere, they are flooding the streets, and they are trying to eat us.
Karen leaned back in her chair, thinking of the director who had probably been the asshole that had told the operator to transfer him to her. She wasn't even sure what to say at this point. She just set the pencil down, tapping her fingers for a moment and thinking. She said,
The dead are alive. Could you give me just a little bit more detail, sir? This might be the first time I think in my career I've heard that. Congratulations, sir. It isn't often that I hear something new.
I know I sound crazy, but if you could see what I did, you wouldn't be so quick to think that I am crazy. I know how it sounds.
We were out drinking, and I came back to my motel with a friend. She went out to get some ice, and when she came back in, she had been ripped to shreds. Her neck and her breasts and her sides looking like chunks had been ripped out. Karen sat forward in her seat. He now had her full attention. She'd heard crazy people before, and as much as she wished this to be one of those circumstances, it wasn't. She said,
I'm sorry, what happened to her? The bitten woman?
She died, and then less than a few minutes later, she started breathing again, and she came back.
How is she now? What do you mean she came back?
Lady, I don't know how to explain this shit to you. I'm not a doctor. I don't know what to say. She died, she came back, and she came after me.
What do you mean she came after you?
She was trying to kill or eat me, or both, I guess. She was faster than the other ones, though. I don't have that many answers for you, but I assure you, there is a hell of a good chance the army wouldn't be a bad idea to call in. She wasn't easy to take down, either.
You killed her?
Karen, it took 4 of us to take her down. We don't have any weapons on us currently. We had to use a 2x4 to take her down, and until we broke her head open, she didn't stop coming. She didn't seem to feel pain. Karen was taking notes more seriously at this point. She said,
I'm going to send a team of 2 down there to gather information. If what you say is true, sir, they will most certainly call in the army and they will blow these things to hell. Is there anything in the town going on right now?
Well, we don't know about the rest of the town. There wasn't any time between when we took her out and when the horde of them showed up, and we had to barricade ourselves up in the motel room. We're doing everything we can to keep them out, but they are going to bust through eventually. Daylight is starting to show up, and we aren't going to stick around to wait for help. Me and my boys are going to find a way out and get our ride and get the hell out of here.
The smartest thing you can do is try and hide. If it's that bad, we will send reinforcements as soon as possible.
Hiding in the middle of a fire ain't too damn smart, lady. The fire is going to get you eventually, and if enough of these things want to fight their way in here, it isn't going to do a damn bit of good hiding. We are going to get out of here, but we thought you might want to know about the hell that might be coming. I called home to Iowa, and she said that it isn't there yet. I don't know what it is making them come back, but like I said, they look like they were dead. Like they came back and they are dressed in funeral clothes. Everyone is in their suits, and the big men have the back of their suits cut up like they didn't fit into their dress clothes when it was time for burial.
So they're dead rising, and if they bite the normal, they die and then come back. You know, the sad thing is you sound completely normal. You sure you aren't just completely insane? It'd make this whole thing a lot easier for me to figure out.
I wish I was kidding, but unfortunately for you, I'm not. And this is really happening right now. The longer you wait, the worse it's probably going to get. I don't know, because we won't be here to find out. You need anything else from me, Karen? Because if not, I got to get going.
No, unfortunately, I just need to find 2 people to go and check this out. I appreciate you taking the time to get me the information. Good luck to you, Jude. Where can I find you if we need anything else from you, sir?
I live in Adele, Iowa, but I'll be between here and there if we don't have enough gas to make it back.
Well, good luck, Jude. I'm going to get right on top of things now.
Thanks for believing me. Tell them to be careful.
All right. Goodbye, Jude.
Karen hung up the phone, opening up the book on her desk and checking out Missouri and who she had closest to there. She scrolled down the different offices and saw 2 names less than an hour away from them. She called the number, and on the other end, a sleepy voice answered.
Hello?
Karen said.
Hello, good morning. Is this Joanne Sanford? Speaking. Who is this, please? I'm the director for overnights at the CDC. I'm actually just finishing up my shift. You need to report to Sedalia. Do you know where that's located? I will after a cup of coffee and I look at a map. Is someone there sick? In a manner of speaking, yes. It might sound crazy, but this is part of your job. A man called in saying the dead are rising there. So far, he's the only one who called to make any reports, but the sun's just coming up, and I suspect if what he says is true, there's going to be a lot more calls coming through. I need you to call the other agent at your office, and for the 2 of you to head down there. I need you to do it now, though. There isn't any time to waste if this is true.
Joanne pushed out of bed, putting her long blonde hair into a ponytail and trying to shake the sleep from her.
So, dead people are walking around this town. Is there anything else I need to know, ma'am? Yes. He said if you get bit that you will die. Once you die, you come back as one of them, but you're a bit faster than those that have been dead and in graves. This was a serious call, right? I mean, you don't think maybe he'd be better off with a straitjacket in a padded room? Well, he'd be safer there if this was true. I want to report as soon as you have the chance to roll through town. If I were you, I would take it easy. Don't just go flying into town. Scope things out before you head in. Yes, ma'am. Well, I'd best get going if this is an urgent matter, right? I need to try and round up Kayla. This is our off weekend, so I'm hoping that she's home. Will you let me know if she isn't available, and I'll see if there's anything I can do on my end and try to help you out. Will do. Talk to you soon.
Joanne hung up the phone and pulled on a pair of Levi's she had laid on the floor and buttoned them. She dialed her partner, Kayla Young's phone number from memory and waited while it rang. She looked at the clock, seeing it was barely 4 in the morning and could just see the glimpses of sun cutting through the dark sky.
Jesus, could she seriously have called any earlier? God.
When the phone answered, a tired, groggy voice answered.
Hello? Who is this?
Joanne said.
Kayla, is that you?
I don't know yet. I'm still asleep.
Kayla said.
Well, you need to wake up, and now. There's either some sort of crazy outbreak happening, or there's either a complete lunatic about an hour away. The head of the CDC shift called me personally, saying that the two of us are in charge of going and checking it out. Isn't that awesome?
I don't know, Joanne. Does that mean I have to get out of bed right now and go get it? Because if that answer is yes, then no. No, that is not very awesome, rad, or cool at all. I am going back to bed. Can you call me after you eat lunch and try and fill me in on how things are going?
Oh, sure, I'll just call her back and let the director know you are too busy to come and check out the end of America as we know it. I'm sure whatever you have going on is way more important than life as we know it. I'll talk to you later, okay?
Oh my God, you're so dramatic. Do you think I'm stupid and I would really have you call her and tell her I'm too busy to do this? Christ, do you know what would happen if you did that? She might send a man to do a woman's job, and then we would be completely screwed if this was the end of the world shit. Besides, this sounds totally ignorant. If the world was going to come to an end, it sure as hell wouldn't be in nowhere, Missouri. Is there anything else there we even need to worry about?
Other than a chemical plant, I can't think of anything, and I'm pretty sure it's always voodoo that starts up those zombies in the movies. We're good to go. If you're okay to get out of bed, I'll swing over by your place in 20 minutes. I'm gonna brew some coffee for us for the ride there, and then we can be on our way. The quicker we get back there, the quicker we still have a chance of being able to enjoy our weekend, right?
Oh, honey, I try to enjoy every day.
Well, then it works out for me, okay? I'll be there in a bit.
Sounds like a plan. See you in about 20.
The two women both hung up their phones and ran to the bathroom to get the quickest shower that they could and get dressed to head out on what they both assumed was some crazy man's hoax. Chapter 9. Escape. Jude set the phone down, looking at the other 3 men all staring at him, eyes filled with hope. Jude said,
You know, I can't say for sure, but I think she actually believed me. She said we should stay here, but I have to say, I think we need to get out of this place.
Chuck said.
You know, that is genius, Jude. It really is. But unfortunately, there seems to be something you're overlooking here, Jude.
Am I, Chuck?
Pete, who was starting to lose it, yelled.
Yeah, these things are trying to bust through the door. If we open it, they're gonna flood this damn place in waves and rip us to pieces. I don't want to open that damn door. If that lady said wait, then we wait. If you can't come up with a better plan than that, we don't go nowhere.
Well, I don't know how much better off we're going to be, but I was thinking these things are on both sides of our room, right? Well, what about if we went to the next room over? It ain't like there's probably all that much between these walls. You've done construction. It's just some drywall and studs in between. We can bust through with one of the bed rails left over from our makeshift wall. Those things are already trying to get themselves in here, so what is it going to matter if we make a racket in here?
Chuck walked to the edge of the room, peering outside, just barely able to see anything with all the dead trying to fight their way in. He said,
I don't think going through the rooms is going to work, buddy. I can see those things for as far as the eye can see.
Jude paced around the room for a few minutes. The men watched, waiting for him to come up with an idea, something they all knew, given enough time, that they were sure he would. He pulled a chair out from the desk and sat down, putting his head on his arms for a minute. He looked up with tired eyes toward the heavens, but only saw the plastered ceiling. He tilted his head, staring up, and a small smile grew across his face. Rogers said, "What is it? What the hell are you smiling at, you crazy son of a bitch?" Jude pushed up from the chair, grabbing a piece of the bed rail left over and standing on the chair. He started stabbing the drywall above him, trying to shield his eyes as the pieces began to fall atop his head.
You know, Jude, we are all a little upset about the whole thing, but there's nothing that going batshit crazy is going to do to help us out, brother.
The ceiling, Chuck. You said it yourself, you genius. They are everywhere, but they aren't on top of the roof, right? The three stared up at the ceiling. Chuck said,
Hell, I hope they aren't up there.
"The way those things are moving, I'd be damn surprised if they are." Pete said, "Sorry to be the negative one here, but what happens if they are up there? I mean, what do we do then, guys?" Jude started striking the ceiling again, hitting it with everything he had, and in between grunted strikes, he said, "We aren't going to consider that, Pete." Pete said, "And why is that such a bad idea?" Jude went on to say something, and Chuck placed a meaty hand on his shoulder, squeezing. He said,
Because if we go and have to worry about those things when we finally get to climb out of here, I think you already realize the outcome is that we would and will be fucked. There isn't anything we can do about it, and we all know waiting here while more of these things start coming this way might be just one dumbass idea. Some plan is better than no plan is the way I look at it.
Pete shrugged, not having anything to come back with, and grabbed the second bar, and started stabbing at the wall's drywall. Roger said, "Ceiling, Pete, not the next door over, man." "It's high, man. We ain't going to be able to get our big asses up there, especially since we went and stuck the mattresses and the bed rails all up against that door and window. If we don't have a way to get up to that hole, it ain't going to do us a hell of a lot of good now, is it?" Roger said, "Damn, you got yourself a valid point, man. I'll just stand out of the way and you keep doing what you are. You seem to have a good rhythm going here for yourself." 20 hard-hitting minutes later, the four men were staring up at the ceiling hole. Jude said, "You don't let those things bite you, you understand? I don't see how there is going to be very much coming back out of that mess if you do. And I'll feel real bad later about having to smash your heads in, guys, if you get bit." Chuck said,
Man, we need weapons or something. We need a damn army worth of guns. We could shoot the hell out of these things and be heroes, man.
"I'm not worried about being a hero, but I can't think of anything that is going to get us guns. There isn't a shop in town and the sheriff wasn't answering." Chuck smiled, never one that was worried about bending rules. He said,
Well, how about we just go to the office and check on him? If he is there, then we can let him know of the death coming his way. And if he isn't, well, maybe he has a few guns we might be able to borrow.
"You mean steal, right, Chuck?" Chuck nodded and started climbing up the hole.
It's better than letting those damn things eat us. I don't got much, but Christ, man, we need to get you back home to Patrick. He and Maria aren't ever going to believe us that this shit happened.
"Well, let's hope they don't have a reason to believe us. I hope with enough time, these damn things, go back to their graves or they die again. I still can't believe this shit. If I would have known about this, I would have told Shaw to stick it up his ass and he could come down here and chop his own damn wood. There ain't no amount of money that is worth my life. I got a family to look after." Chuck pulled himself up to the rafters the drywall was connected to and said, in a grunt as he kicked hard at the ceiling, opening up the hole for the rest,
We are gonna get you back to your family. Don't y'all worry about that, brother. I can guarantee you that much.
Jude started to climb up to the rafters. He said, "And what exactly gives you so much confidence about our chances out there, Chuck?"
Because I'm not going to let one of those creepy fuckers bite my ass. I got plenty of pipe left to lay in my life, and I sure as hell ain't going to be able to do that with a giant zombie bite out of my ass or anywhere else.
Jude pulled himself up, and together, the two started hitting the roof, trying to splinter the slabs of wood that went across the A-frame in the attic. We are going to make it. How about we hit up the sheriff's on the way out, and by the time we leave, we might even be able to try and warn a few people about the shitstorm that is brewing outside.
Do you really think anyone's going to believe us?
Jude laughed and said, "It shouldn't be that hard to convince anyone when they look outside and see their relatives walking down the street." Chuck got serious and said,
That would be some serious fucked up shit. If I saw Mama walking down the street, dead in that pretty blue dress we buried her in, I do believe my mind could be considered blown, Jude.
He thought about his wife and how peaceful she had looked when he had laid her to rest, and the thought made his stomach turn. Jude said, "Well, let's just be thankful this is only here. These things don't walk all that fast, so hopefully they could be taken out before it gets much worse."
Do you think he did a good thing calling and telling the CDC to send people down here?
I don't know, man. All I know is if I called someone and told them a line like I had to tell them, I probably would not expect them to believe me either. I couldn't think of anyone else to call, though. The two men started pounding on the roof until small beads of sunlight started to make their way through. Within a few minutes, they were close to having a man-sized hole they could squeeze out of.
Well, at least there is one good thing about all this.
What the hell good has happened?
Well, that's simple, stupid. There ain't no zombies on the roof. That's the best goddamn news I've heard all day, man.
Jude could not disagree with sound logic like that. He continued striking the ceiling as if he hated it, until he had cleared enough out of the way that there was plenty of room for all of them to be able to squeeze through. Jude yelled down to Roger and Pete, who were waiting anxiously. "Unless you boys want to stay down there, I suggest you get up your drywall ladder and let's get moving." The two men had no interest in staying, and were up the hole and climbing out of the roof before Chuck and Jude could say anything else. The four men stood on top of the motel's roof, gazing at the field of dead in the street. Chuck said,
Man, I wish I would have brought more bullets down for my piece.
"I say we hit the sheriff's office first. I have nothing against your shooting ability, Chuck, but I do believe 4 of us with a gun versus 1 of us with a gun is a hell of a lot better odds." Pete and Roger nodded their heads, and the 4 men headed to the opposite end of the motel, trying to find a place where they would be able to make a break for it. The men saw the courtyard of the motel as they ran across it, and realized there would be no escaping through it, as it was filled with the dead. There were many of them, though, who were preoccupied with the warm meals that had not been as innovative as the men had in fortifying their rooms. Jude noticed men and women walking around in nightwear, and realized after seeing multiple bite wounds that this definitely was an infectious disease or virus. He was unsure what to call it. The only thing he could think of that sounded fitting was hell. Jude yelled, "Not that any of y'all need me to tell you this, but you make goddamn sure you don't get bit by those sons of bitches. You see those people down there in their pajamas? They weren't in a coffin any time recently." Chuck said, breathing heavily as they made their way across the roof.
Yes, you are right. I sure as hell don't need anyone to tell me not to get bit by those things.
They made it to the opposite end of the motel courtyard and found an old truck parked close enough so that they could jump without having to worry about breaking their necks or twisting an ankle. Jude went first, landing on the roof of the truck cab, trying to be as quiet as possible. The rest of the 3 might as well have been trying to impersonate the 3 Stooges. Chuck was the worst one in the group. He tried to mimic what Jude had done, but when he hit the roof, his feet went out from beneath him, and he landed on his ass hard, cracking the windshield and smashing in the hood. The noise was loud enough to wake the dead, but this was something that had already been done previously. The 3 men cringed at the loud noise, and Jude pulled Chuck off the side of the truck and helped him to his feet. Jude patted his shoulder and said, "Jesus, man, are you okay? Did you break anything?"
Yep, my ass. This plan sucks. You realize...
Chuck stopped speaking immediately when a moaning, more like a chorus of moans, came from around the corner. "Well, I think it's safe to say your ass just brought all the dead over here. I mean, think about this. We just broke through the motel's ceiling just to end up still having these things on our asses. Jude stepped back a foot, looking at Chuck, and saw there was a trail of blood coming from his jeans. Chuck saw it and started to look like he was going to pass out. Jude gripped his shirt tightly, holding up his best friend with one arm and kindly slapping his face, making sure the stars he was beginning to see weren't going to continue. Chuck, you okay, buddy? You aren't going to go and pass out on us now, are you?
Hell no, I'm...
Jude slapped him hard across the face, wanting to guarantee that he wasn't going to pass out with a horde of zombies coming. Chuck's eyes popped open, shocked by the hit.
You slapped me. What the hell do you hit me for?
Are you okay? Are you awake now?
My butt hurts, Jude.
Jude spun him around, realizing they didn't have much of a lead on those things, but wouldn't be able to get Chuck moving if he was lame right now. Jude bent down near his ass, seeing a large piece of glass protruding. Now, you got quite a big piece of glass coming out of your ass, buddy. This is gonna hurt, but we need to pull it out. Are you ready for me to yank it out?
Yeah, I'm ready. I think I am anyway. Can you pull it out on 3 for me?
Jude patted him on the side of the leg. Yeah, anything for you, buddy. You ready? Chuck nodded, and Jude said, Okay, 1, 2. Jude yanked it out. Blood squirted, covering the ground. Jude pulled out a handkerchief from his pocket and gave it to Chuck. Here, put this on. I'm not going down there again. Come on, we need to get moving. They walked through town while the dead were following them, swaying, walking slowly. As long as they kept moving, they would be able to keep the ones following them at a safe distance. Roger said, You know, Jude, I can't say this big payday is all it's cracked up to be. Just saying. Roger, how in the hell would I have known we were going to get stuck in this hell? I mean, come on, man, it isn't my fault. I can't really go blaming Shaw either, but boy, it sure sounds more fun. We don't have too much further to go. The sheriff's just another block up. As they passed an alleyway, a group of dead who'd gotten lost from the pack came out, catching the men off guard. Roger screamed, Look, watch out! Roger ran backward as the other 3 men moved forward, stumbling to stay out of their reach, their dead and decaying hands reaching for them. Roger ran down an alleyway as men came out of nowhere. Jude screamed, Roger, meet us over at the jail. Get to the jail. We will wait for you. Roger gave a thumbs up and turned around, trying to put all the distance between himself and his followers that he could. He looked at the newly cleaned streets, wishful that maybe there would still be some of the wood around that he could use as a weapon. He thought they had done too good of a job for their own good currently. Jude watched as he disappeared. When they made it to the door, they rushed in. The door behind them slowed, not allowing it to be slammed shut. The men sprinted in the office, looking around wildly. There was a glass gun case that was locked with bars across it. Jude pointed to it, and they went to yank on it. When they tried, the lock, of course, held firm.
What in the hell do we do? It's locked.
Jude ran to the wall, cracking the glass on it and pulling out the axe. He brought it down with practiced perfection and cracked the lock off in one hit. Chuck grabbed the shotgun with each hand, throwing one to Pete, and then gripped another, throwing it to Jude, who caught it one-handed, laying the axe down on the desk as he walked towards the 2 men for a box of shotgun shells. The men loaded shells until they were locked and loaded, and when the first of the dead came through the office doorway, Chuck put the bead of the shotgun on the dead man's chest. He squeezed the trigger, and the gun erupted, nailing the dead in the chest and sending it stumbling backward over a desk, its feet going up in the air. Chuck pumped the shotgun, smiling and saying,
Hell, we're going to be able to shoot our way out of here. That thing went down like a sack of potatoes, man.
The 3 watched as the chair behind the desk began to move, and it rose back up to its feet slowly. Chuck fired a second shot into its chest, its suit coat being torn to pieces. But this time it backed up against the wall, having nothing to trip it. The force of the slugs tore through it, but it kept walking towards them. Jude ran to the swinging doors, grabbing a wooden chair and smashing it on the ground. He slid one of the broken legs through the handles, keeping the rest of the dead out. Jude watched as the man took shot after shot in the chest. He could see through the man's chest at this point. He yelled, trying to interrupt the gunfire. Guys, quit wasting your shells. He isn't going down.
Well, what the hell do you want us to do?
Jude walked up, firing a slug through its face. tearing through its nose, and what was left of its brains painted the walls behind them. The men all watched, holding their breath when it slid to the ground, not getting up. The men let their breath out, each of them giving a small thank you to God. Jude said, "We need to hit them in the head. Is there a reason this needs to be so damn difficult?" Chuck, who was surveying what amount of ammo they had available, stared at the few boxes they had.
Yeah, things can get worse, Jude.
Pete said. "Why? I mean, how are things going to get worse?" Chuck held up 3 boxes that were half empty. He said,
Because this place doesn't have shit for ammunition on hand. It's a small town, and probably has no reason to have that kind of firepower available to them. This is probably the biggest thing that's ever happened in this town.
Pete looked to Jude and said, "Okay, boss, we made it to the jail and we are still screwed, but now we're trapped. What do we do to get out of here?" Jude leaned against the desk, rubbing his hand through his hair and trying to work things out. He said, "I don't know. There are hundreds of them just in the lobby. There's no way in hell we're going to get out of there. I wonder if you can light those things on fire. Do you think that might kill them?" Pete said, "It's an idea, but they are already dead. I don't think that's going to happen, though, brother. I mean, Christ, man, look at them. Half of them are decayed past the point that family wouldn't even recognize them if they came up." The door started to buckle. It did not take long for the door to burst open. The men grabbed what shotgun shells there were and the shotguns and sprinted through the only door that was available to them. Had they known in advance they were heading into the lockup facility of the jail, they would have tried just about anything to not make that their final destination. Pete said, "What in the hell are we going to do now?" Chuck looked behind them, seeing the dead were quickly filling the small space.
We don't have enough shotgun shells to take all these out. I think we're screwed.
Chuck saw there was one and only one option available to them. He did not take a vote, as there was no time to hesitate about his short-term plan to keep them safe. The door to the front office began to splinter and break open. Jude walked backward, and when he looked behind him, there was the only other door in the building smiling back at him. He pushed through the door, and the 3 ran, realizing the horrible issue, that it led back to the jail cells, which didn't have another door to exit to freedom. Jude hesitated for only a second before opening a jail cell and pushing Pete and Chuck in. He slammed the door behind him, not hesitating for a moment because he did not have one to waste. The door shut firmly, but without a key did not lock. Jude opened it again and slammed it shut a second, then 3rd time, screaming in rage when it wouldn't lock. He looked down at the floor and saw his leather belt. He stripped off his thick belt and wrapped it around the cell bars quickly. He turned around to a confused-looking Pete and Chuck and screamed at them. "Don't just sit there staring at me, assholes. Get your belts off and get them around these bars, or we're really fucked." The 2 men stared for just one more moment before realizing Jude was saving their lives. The 2 pulled off their belts and mimicked what Jude was doing, securing the door for as long as they could to keep the dead from chewing through their worn leather belts. Once the 3 men had the door secured, they took a few steps back, making sure to stay out of reach of the dead, not even wanting to get a scratch from one of them as they didn't know what it would do. Chuck said,
That was great thinking, Jude. Now, how do we get out of here?
Jude looked around at the jail cell which surrounded them. The only thing that was not covered in bars was a brick wall behind them, which had a small window that none of them would ever fit through. Jude sat on the cot and said, "Well, Chuck, I can't say that I had time to think it through that far. I would say that unless help comes, we are going to be spending some time in this here cell. There were not a hell of a lot of options when we decided to run without knowing where we were going to end up," Pete said. "Maybe we'll get lucky and the sheriff will come back." Chuck nodded, crossing his arms and leaning against the wall, staring at the massive number of dead who were fighting to try and bust through the cell. Chuck said,
The only problem with that is he probably won't have enough bullets to take that many out. I think this might be it, guys.
Chuck slid down to the ground, putting his feet out in front of him, and pulled out a crumpled pack of smokes. He lit one up, drawing hard on it, and was starting to think that this would be the last place he would ever see. Jude had not lost hope, but he was realistic about the horrible conditions they were currently experiencing. Pete said,
How long do you think it'll take them to figure out they can chew through those straps there?
You know, that is the $1,000,000 question. I'm hoping we don't have to find out. I hadn't seen anyone in town on our run here. It is Saturday morning, but I would think there are still a few people out there that have not been eaten.
Chuck laughed.
And you're saying if there are people left alive, the first thing they are going to worry about is who got thrown in the drunk tank last night?
Jude went to say something, but realized he totally agreed with what Chuck was saying.
So waiting is a crap idea. Does anyone else have any ideas?
Both men shook their heads in frustration. They watched as one of the dead began to gnaw on the leather belt. It slowly started to make progress on destroying it. Jude walked over, resting the shotgun barrel on the bars, and aimed at its head.
What the hell are you doing, Jude? You know how loud that's going to be?
Jude put his left hand over his ear, trying to do what he could to lessen the damage, and nodded his head. He said,
Yes, Chuck, I do know how loud it's going to be, and that is why I'm going to cover my ear. If I were you guys, I would do the same thing.
We are going to be deaf after this day.
Pull the trigger, Jude. It's better to be deaf than dead.
Jude took aim and fired the gun. It was nothing if not mind-bending how loud the report of the shotgun was when it went off in a small space. The positive thing about all the dead being so close was that it not only took out what used to be a man standing in front of the cell, but the 3 men and women behind him as well. Chuck yelled only because he could not hear anything and said,
Jude, keep doing that. If you get enough of those things piled in front of the door, they won't be able to get close enough to the metal to chew on the leather.
Jude looked to Pete for agreement, and the man was already nodding his head. Fire that son of a bitch and kill those bastards, Jude. Jude did not need to be told again. He fired off the shotgun in 2 quick successions, watching in joy as dead after dead fell to the ground. He hoped this time they would really stay dead, and this would be their final resting place. When there were enough of the dead in front of the door to the cell, Jude stopped firing. Jude said,
I can't hear a damn thing. What the hell was I thinking?
Chuck walked up, taking the shotgun and patting him on the shoulder.
You did a good thing that was a good idea, and if you had not done that, those sons of bitches would already be in here and eating this lovely thing that I like to call a body.
I don't know if I would go quite that far, Chuck, but I am glad to say we are still alive, and it looks like we're going to stay that way if we could just stay in the cell for a little bit longer.
It doesn't look like anyone's going to come anytime soon to free us. I would say we have a better than good chance of staying in this shithole for quite a while.
Pete got up off the floor and adopted the cot. He fully stretched out, and Chuck said,
What exactly do you think you're doing, Pete?
He smiled, crossing his legs and closing his eyes on the thin, worn mattress. I ain't going nowhere for a long time. I think I just gotta say that if I'm going to be stuck in hell, then I might as well be comfortable as well. Besides, if I didn't take this here cot, I know damn well you were going to take it. Chuck crossed his arms, shaking his head, a look of being disrespected. He said,
I don't know what in the hell you're... Oh, God damn it, you are skinny. Get your little ass over. There's plenty of room for the 2 of us to sit in that cot. Sorry, Jude. We need someone manning the shotgun and those deadheads trying to eat through our damn belts. Besides, if I go and stay standing without my belt, y'all are going to see a side of me that none of you want to see. Lord is my savior. I'm telling the truth on that one, brother.
Jude held up his hands, motioning for him to keep it.
God knows that isn't anything I want to see, Chuck. It's okay. I need to think. If I sit down, I'm pretty sure I'm going to fall asleep, and that isn't going to do a hell of a lot of good for me now, is it?
He looked over at Chuck and Pete, and they both had their heads down and their ball caps pulled down over their eyes already. Jude whispered to himself,
Oh, Christ, I was just kidding about falling asleep. Apparently being hung over is more important than trying to figure out how to get out of this damn situation. The hell are we going to do now?
Jude leaned against the wall, staring at the dead, unsure what to do next. He stared at the bars, seeing that they were planted strongly into the cement. The bars themselves were at least a half-inch thick, and there was little that he would be able to do, even armed with a shotgun, to be able to get rid of that. They would only break away at the cement, and it wouldn't be enough to damage it to the point where they would be able to break any of them free and leave. He looked down the hall. There were 100 of them, and they filled a room that was barely big enough for 20 people. The new dead were being pushed out of the way by those newly risen. Jude watched as they moved, It was slow, but it worked for them, and they worked together to get what needed to be done finished. It didn't take them more than 20 minutes when they started eating at the belts again. Jude said, "You guys better wake up. Shit is still going down. I'm going to fire the shotgun. I don't want to make the two of you guys piss your pants." Jude didn't give it more than a second. Their teeth, while old and yellowed, were as sharp as they needed to be to gnaw through the belts on the bar. Jude racked a fresh shell in and started firing without remorse. Heads split into mouths opening to gnaw stayed that way as they toppled to the ground. Jude fired his last shot and reached for a shell which was not there. He looked to Chuck and Pete. He screamed, "You guys, I need your shells. I need them like fucking now." Pete and Chuck pulled out their pockets, spilling what little contents they had on them, which was only a few loose dollars and change in them, but they had no ammunition. Jude yelled, "You've got to be shitting me if we're out of ammunition. What the hell are we going to do now? We can't shoot him if we don't have any fresh shells. Son of a bitch."
You aren't quite filling me with confidence here, Jude.
"Chuck, I can't say I have a lot to be optimistic about. If we can't keep them out, then hell, it was nice knowing you guys, brother." The dead ate through two of the belts. Only the middle one remained. As the last belt began to give away, the three men ran to the door, putting their boots up against the bars to keep the cell door from opening. The dead pushed against the door slowly. Their weight was enough to make the men start sliding backward. The three's faces were covered with sweat, and the dead's hands slowly started to get in between the doors, and they wedged themselves through. A rattle made them jump, but when they looked up, they realized it didn't come from in front of them, but from behind. A large, heavy chain was hanging through the window of the prison. The three men saw it swinging there, and Jude said, "Can you hold the door shut, guys?" They both nodded yes, but their expression did not fill him with very much confidence, and he slid backward, jumping up and pulling himself up on the bars, looking out. He saw Roger attaching a chain to the front of a garbage truck. Jude screamed, "Roger, you're alive!" Chuck and Pete both craned their necks, just barely keeping the dead from getting in. Chuck yelled,
No shit, he's alive?
Jude gave him a thumbs up and said, "What do you need me to do?" Roger finished attaching the heavy chain to the front of the truck and yelled back, "Give me a second, Jude. Let me get this damn thing hooked up on here." Jude watched as he connected it, and when he came back, Roger yelled up to him, "Slide that chain back through so I can connect it." Jude did as told, and Roger grabbed the long chain, bringing it down and sliding a heavy bolt through it. He said, "Give me a second and we'll get you all out of there." He jumped into the truck and backed it up until the chain got tight. The engine revved louder, and the slow crack started to be heard. Jude took a few steps back, waiting for the concrete to break, watching intently for the chain that was around the bars to give way. He heard a snap, and the chain fell to the floor. Jude ran up, looking, and saw Roger sitting there in the truck, hitting the steering wheel as if he hated the thing. Jude yelled, "What the hell are you going to do now?" Roger got out, looking at the chain, and said, "Get back, I got one more idea." Jude yelled, "What do you mean, get back? What are you going to do now?" Roger slammed the door shut and floored the giant truck backward. Jude's eyes opened wide. He understood completely what Roger was going to do. He dropped down off of the bars, running backward, stopping within a foot of the cell doors, forgetting about the dead trying to reach through and get them. Roger smiled, bringing the truck up to speed, and drove it with no regard for the wall straight into it. It crashed into it, crushing the bricks. They fell free, giving the room the three men desperately needed to escape. The three men covered their heads, trying to keep the bricks from crushing in their skulls. Pete screamed, "Back it up, Roger. There's enough room for us to get out now. We need you to back it up." Roger stuck his head out the truck's window. He yelled, "I can't back it up. The truck is dead. I messed it up when I slammed into the wall. There ain't any way to back it up. You guys are going to have to squeeze through. I'm sorry, but I don't know what else to do." Jude said, "Pete, then Chuck and myself. Pete, get your ass moving now." Pete pushed up off the ground. He didn't need to be told twice. He leapt for the hole. Roger grabbed his outstretched hands, pulling him across the hood and to the freedom outside. Once Roger had pulled Pete through the hole, he let go of him, letting him fall to the ground. Roger screamed, "Chuck, get your ass up and get moving, brother. It's time to go."
Jude, you got this for a second?
Get your ass moving. We don't have a choice. Quit wasting time. We can't spare.
Jude watched as Chuck disappeared, getting the same treatment as Pete had, landing on top of him. Jude looked back to see the final belt breaking, and the force of the dead pushed him fully back as they flooded the cell. Jude sprinted, launching himself through the hole head first, only leaving himself seconds to spare. Jude rolled off of the top of the hood and gave Roger the biggest hug he had ever had.
Holy shit, Roger. I can't believe you're alive. You just saved our asses, brother. What happened to you when we split up?
Roger shrugged and said, "There ain't nothing to it, man. Once I realized I was on my own, the only thing I cared about was keeping enough distance between me and them. Once I lost them, I circled back around to the sheriff's office, hoping you guys would have waited for me. Which it kind of seems like you did wait for me, although it did not look like it was by your own choice."
Hell, we would have waited for you, man, but as you can see, that choice was definitely made for us. Where'd you get the garbage truck?
It was already in idle, parked back in the alleyway to the diner.
You do realize that usually garbage trucks have garbage men that accompany them, right?
Roger nodded and looked a little bit green when he said, "Yeah, I know that they have garbage men, smartass. But by the time I arrived, it looked like the two men that had been with the truck had been turned into meals of the dead." "That sounds pretty gross, man. God bless them, though, for leaving the truck."
Bet your sweet ass you ought to be thanking them. If it hadn't been for this truck, you guys would probably still be in there. Considering the fact we don't know shit about this town, or who to talk to, if I didn't get you out of there, you probably would have turned into one of them if they left enough meat on the bone for that to happen.
"So, what do we want to do now, boys?"
I think that we should probably get to our van and get the hell out of here. There isn't anything in this town worth sticking around for.
You know, this whole thing has been just a little bit stressful. I think I could use a little break before we start our next round of craziness.
Moaning came, and it echoed down the alleyway. The foreman looked around the side of the truck, staring at the end of the alleyway where it opened to the street. The dead came from around the corner, moaning and swaying in motion as they walked towards the men. Jude said,
It doesn't look like we're going to have time to rest. I think you're going to have to suck it up so we can get back to the van. You'll have a good 4 hours to sit on your ass on the ride back home and back to the land of normalcy.
Chuck gave a thumbs up. He said,
I think that is a deal I can handle.
The four men ran to the edge of the alleyway, heading out of the back, realizing they were not much better off than they had been if they would have ran straight toward the dead. They were flooding the streets and making travel difficult for the men. They walked by one of the landmark sites in the town square, and for no particular reason, something caught Jude's eye. The sign said, "Welcome to the home of one of America's largest cemeteries. 10 acres of resting grounds." The sign made Jude's stomach turn. Chuck looked back at him, reading the sign, and said,
What the hell are you doing, man? We need to get the fuck out of here. Come on, let's go now. Come on, Jude, we gotta go.
Jude acted as if he were in a trance until Chuck came over and pulled him by the sleeve, snapping him out of it, and making him jump as he thought that one of the dead had finally gotten him. He mumbled, barely able to be understood. Jude said,
Guys, look at this plaque. It says that we are in the nation's biggest cemetery. Why in the hell would a place like this have the biggest cemetery?
Well, with the way our luck is going today, I can't really say too much about how it surprises me. I think we are past the point where it matters, because what is done is done. I think we need to get the hell out of here now and not waste any more damn time. This place is just going to get worse.
The four ran through town, just barely making it to the van. When they made it to the van, Jude reached into empty pockets. He remembered he had given Pete and Roger the keys to the van and said,
Hey guys, where are the keys to the van?
Pete's face looked like he was going to puke. "Oh shit. Oh no. Do you remember when you asked us for shotgun shells?"
Don't fucking tell me this, Pete. I'm serious. Don't give me any more bad news, man.
Pete shrugged and said, "Sorry, Jude, but all I got is bad news. It isn't like I did it on purpose. In all honesty, I do believe at that exact moment I did not think we would be getting out of that jail cell again.
It isn't like I left them there on purpose. I didn't think they would ever serve a function to you in what little time I thought we had left on this sweet earth.
Jude stared for a moment, not taking very long to come to the realization if the van was not going to run, the condition of the van was even less important to him. He brought back an elbow and sent it into the driver's side window. Jude shattered the glass and then screamed in pain from the hit.
God damn it, that hurt. They sure as hell don't make it look like that in the movies, do they?
Chuck pointed at the window and said,
That was badass, man. That was some Chuck Norris shit. You're the man. Hotwire the damn thing and let's get out of here.
Why in God's name would I know how to hotwire something? I've owned all my cars. I don't have the slightest clue how you would steal a car. Do you know how to hotwire a car, Chuck?
Well, hell no, I don't. I'm an honest, law-abiding individual. As long as you don't, of course, count drinking and driving as a crime. So what are we going to do now that we can open the windows on this thing? What'd you break the window for then?
It doesn't take a genius to realize this van is quite possibly our only way to freedom.
Chuck went to speak, but Pete cut him off. Pete jumped a little at the prospect in front of them, thinking about their salvation as a real possibility, and said,
Jude, this entire thing is full of chainsaws, axes, machetes, and all kinds of shit you can crush their heads in with. Think about it, man. We can make short work out of those things. We're practically home free.
Not speaking, Jude climbed into the van, carefully avoiding the broken glass on his seat. Jude jumped into the rear and opened the back two doors. He held on to one chainsaw for himself and started to distribute the rest, just like it was another day on the job. The men took a few minutes preparing themselves, placing forearm and lower leg guards in place, which typically would protect them from the worst of accidents happening from the saws. But in today's case, they were only worried about trying to stop bites from the dead and protecting their skin. They lined up the saws and filled each with as much gasoline as it could possibly hold, and putting the rest in 2 containers. Each of the men also took a machete and an axe, clipping the machetes to their pants and wearing the axe across their back as a last-ditch resort. It was a weapon which they hoped they would not have to resort to. The men started to walk out of town. The visibility was difficult because of a light rain that started to fall as far as they could see. Had they known what they were in for, they would have tried to stick it out in town for a little while longer until the rain had passed. Jude didn't feel like he had much time to waste, as he was not confident the dead would all stay resting across America. The main place in America he was worried about, of course, was his home sweet home of Adele. Rogers said,
Hey, do you realize how long it's going to take to walk where we drove in 4 hours, right?
We aren't going to walk that far. We're going to steal a car the first chance we get. I think Jude had the right idea, getting out of town while we still can. God knows how many more of those things there are in town, and they sure as hell didn't look like they're letting up when they were coming after us, did they?
Well, it isn't like I wanted to stay in town either. It just seems like it's a hell of a long way to walk. No offense, but the way the 4 of us look after a hard night of drinking and getting chased by zombies all morning doesn't quite scream friendly when it comes to hitchhiking. If somebody was dumb enough to pick us up, they might not be the one I actually want to catch a ride with, if you know what I mean.
All I'm doing is making the best guess I can, man. I'm up for many options, but it just doesn't seem like we have a hell of a lot of good ones at our feet.
The rain grew heavier and heavier, until the point that they were not able to see even a foot in front of them. It was coming down in waves, and the rain had a distinct smell to it that the men could not place, but they knew it did not smell natural. Chuck screamed over the rain. He said,
What the hell is wrong with the water down here? It smells like somebody took a shit in it.
That's a damn good question, but I got one thing I know for sure. I'll even let you in on my secret. I'm not letting even a drop of that damn water in my mouth, because there's no way in hell something that smells that bad should be going in something this pretty. I think he's got a right good idea right there. No water in your mouth, no disease in your mouth. You never know. It might be what made those dead come back. If that is what might have done it, but I sure as hell don't want to drink any of it. But we are probably just being dumb. I'm sure it's okay.
Pete laughed at the men and took a large mouthful of the water in, straining his head into the air, filling it with a mouthful of water and drinking it happily, and cringing at the taste. He was too hot and hung over to truly care anymore about anything else for the day. Jude said,
What the hell are you doing drinking that water? I don't know why you'd trust anything after the day we've had, man. Spit that shit out now.
It was already too late. It had made its path down his throat. Pete said, I'm hungover, man. I need my damn water. I can't help it. I'm not going to make it much further if I don't get hydrated. Chuck said,
You will walk plenty far. Hell, I can't imagine how long a dead guy can walk when things like sleep, food, never being thirsty, and probably a whole bunch of other shit people don't care about don't have to deal with no more.
Pete drank until he was content, ignoring his friends, and continuing walking and keeping up the pace with the other three. They walked for a half hour and the rain had started to let up. They had yet to see another human going across their path to ask for a ride. They figured there would be plenty of people headed out of town, but they were starting to wonder, since they had been cut off from communication for the better part of the night, if a warning had already gone out to the citizens of the state. Jude kept a watchful eye on Pete. He started to get a little suspicious as Pete started to sweat more in the cool morning air. He was the only one drenching himself in sweat as far as he could tell. Jude leaned over close to Chuck, whispering,
Would you take a look at Pete? He isn't looking so hot. I'm really starting to debate if he should have drank any of that water.
Hell no, he shouldn't have drank any of that water. That was dumb as fuck doing that. He's going to kill himself. He might kill us if he turns into one of those freaks. Coming back from the dead and shit, that ain't natural, man. I don't know what to do with him. I think I might feel a little guilty if I had to start this here saw and cut his head in half.
Yes, I can understand how that might affect an individual, especially when one is close to the man whose head he is chopping in half, Chuck.
The men made it another quarter mile before what they were worried about started to come true. Pete started to slow down, wobbling a little as he walked, and his knees began to buckle. After the first misstep, Roger, who was a few feet away from him, picked it up a notch and gave him some distance. Jude and Chuck had not seen this going down, and Roger asked, loud enough for the rest to hear,
Hey, are you feeling okay there, Pete?
Pete waved him off as if to indicate he was perfectly fine, of course. But he started to sway, and as he did, the cornfields around him began to spin in circles quickly. Jude yelled,
I told you that you shouldn't have been drinking that water, you dumb fuck. Now look at you. You realize there isn't anything we're able to do for you, right? You want me to put you out of your misery, and you say the word, man.
Pete started to look even more nervous. He held up his hands, shaking his head desperately. He said, Please don't kill me, Jude. Please don't kill me. Please, I ain't one of them yet. I could just be sick. I told you all I was hungover. It ain't my fault.
No, that's cool. You could just keep walking. But I guarantee you, the minute you start trying to eat me, I'm going to slice your damn head in half. You know I got a boy to get home to, and I sure as hell ain't going to say that I couldn't do it because I went and got my dumbass eaten by one of my best friends. If you would have listened just a little bit to me, we wouldn't be having this issue right now.
Pete nodded, and the men continued walking down the highway. They kept a watchful eye on Pete, who at no time started to look any better. After another mile, Pete stopped walking. He let his saw drop to the ground, and he looked at his friends. He looked very confused.
You doing okay there, Pete?
Jude approached him slowly and said,
Pete, buddy, I really need you to be able to talk to us right now, buddy. Are you doing okay?
Pete started twitching and fell to the ground on his hands and knees. He started having massive convulsions, and a green foam started to pour out of his mouth. He fell to the ground flat, shaking violently. The three others took a step back, realizing that this was probably going to be it for Pete. They watched him, having no idea what was going to happen next, of course, and then Pete lay still. Jude bent down next to him and picked up his chainsaw. He backed up slowly and motioned to the others that they should continue walking. Roger said,
We can't just leave him out here in the middle of nowhere, Jude. The fuck we can't, Roger. How about you tell me how you want to get him somewhere? Because we don't have a car, we don't have a stretcher, and he's got green shit coming out of his mouth. From the look of him, he looks like he's quit breathing, too.
That green foamy shit is pretty damn creepy, man. I think we need to get our asses moving and get out of here. The more distance between us and this town, the better for everyone.
Yeah, I gotta agree with Chuck on this one. We need to get the hell out of here. We got a long ways to go. Pete had every reason he could have listened to us and not ended up like this. Simple as that, guys.
Roger took one last look at his good friend, and then the three of them started their walk. As they made it 100 yards away from him, they heard noises coming from behind them. Jude turned around first to see Pete up on his feet and in a crouching position. He looked around, still appearing confused, and when he eyed the three men, he took off in what resembled a run. He looks like he had rigor mortis already going through his body. Pete didn't look like he was able to bend one of his knees fully, which made him run looking extremely awkward. Chuck walked forward, saying,
I got this. Let me get old Betsy here fired up, and I will help take care and put him out of his misery.
Chuck pulled on the faithful chainsaw and then began to curse as he had flooded it and the saw would not start. Jude gauged the distance between himself and Pete, realizing by the time he got his own going that it would be too late. He slid the axe off that he had hanging around his neck and waist and swung it as if it were a baseball bat. When Pete got within the striking distance, he used the back end of the axe head and connected directly with Pete's chin. The force of the blow snapped his head at an impossible angle and sent Pete back off of his feet, landing flat on the ground. Pete did not scream or moan, but made some other awkward growling sound. It was impossible to believe, but he did not look like he was in any amount of pain. He tried pushing back up to his feet, but Jude kicked him in the chest, knocking him back flat, and in one violent strike, brought the blade down with all the force he could muster, striking Pete through his skull. The blade disappeared into his skull, leaving only the handle protruding out of it. The blood came out, at first slowly, then quickly began to exit the wound. Pete convulsed one last time before his body stopped moving.
That might have been one of the most awful things I've ever had to do.
Roger, with only one thing on his mind, said,
Honestly, I'm just glad we did not have to take him with us, trying to carry him. Can you imagine if he would have just come back or whatever the hell just happened, and we had not gotten any amount of warning beforehand?
Yes, we would have been totally screwed if that was the case.
Jude didn't need to say anything. He knew both the men were correct. He placed a boot on Pete's head and wedged the axe handle back and forth until it finally came loose and dislodged itself from Pete's skull. Jude wiped the blade on Pete's shirt and secured it back behind him. They did not have an opportunity to begin walking again, as they heard the sound of a motor coming very quickly toward them. The fact that the three of them were standing in the middle of the highway made them very nervous. A van labeled CDC on the front hood came flying over the top of the hill, headed on a collision path straight toward them. The men were frozen in place, and the look on the driver's face was one of fear and shock at the three of them standing there over Pete's dead body. She slammed on the brakes with both feet, making the van slide wildly. It went into a fishtail, and when she tried to correct the van, she turned the wheel too hard to one direction. The van's left side came up off the ground and left a shower of sparks behind it as it skidded to a stop. The three men ran quickly to the van, each of them thankful that they had not been plowed over by it. Jude was screaming as he ran.
Are you okay? Are you okay?
Kayla looked at him through the shattered windshield. She was unsure what her eyes were telling her, as all she could see was a man with two chainsaws running at the van, covered in blood and screaming at her. She looked in the distance, seeing two more men, each of them carrying a single saw, and a corpse lying on the ground further back with an axe protruding from its skull. Jude knelt down next to the windshield and yelled,
Are you able to move? Did you break anything?
She did not respond, and Jude removed the axe from his shoulder and put the blunt end through the windshield, making both women scream. Joanne yelled,
Please, don't kill us. We're here to help. Please don't do anything stupid.
Jude pushed the axe in just a bit further, turning it, and started yanking on it wildly until it broke the protective windshield free, and he was able to pull it off of the frame. Jude said as calmly as possible,
I'm not trying to kill you. I'm trying to free you. Christ, if I left you here for too long, it'd only be a matter of time before one of the dead came around and ate the two of you.
Kayla said.
Wait, what do you mean, one of the dead? The dead are in the ground or cremated. Joanne, can you tell me what in the hell this crazy son of a bitch is talking about?
Joanne said,
Why don't we get out of this van first, and then maybe we can have a talk while we head to wherever these guys' car is located at?
We are on foot. Like I said, we got out of town. Those things are everywhere, and we just barely got out with what we got on our backs.
Kayla pushed out, taking Jude's hand, and he dragged her out of the van. She started screaming immediately. She cursed and pushed herself up, only to fall directly back down, and screamed loudly in pain again. Chuck, always one to point out the obvious, said,
Her goddamn bone is sticking out of her fucking leg, man. Holy shit, I ain't never seen a real live bone sticking out of no one ever before. She needs a damn doctor and shit, man.
Kayla just stared in confusion at him. She said,
Oh my God, is he dense or what?
Roger bent down next to her, kneeling and seeing what exactly the problem was. He said,
Now, believe it or not, I am no doctor, but I did have some first aid training in the Army, and I have good news.
I have a bone sticking out of my leg. What exactly could the good news be here?
We shouldn't have to saw off the leg.
Kayla reached for him, and Jude and Chuck were confident that if she would have been able to reach him, she would have been perfectly content to strangle him. This was not a time for joking matters, and she was ready to kill. She screamed through tears.
Does this look like a joke, you fucking moron? Does it? Huh? Does it?
Roger backed up a few feet and looked to Jude. He said,
Jude, you're gonna have to take care of her triage. I can't work under these conditions.
Jude nodded.
Probably a good idea you keep some distance from her. I'm pretty sure she'd like to make your balls a set of earrings.
Roger grabbed at himself unknowingly.
I'm just kidding, man. Relax.
Jude pulled out a pocket knife and said,
I need you to sit real still and don't move for me, sweetheart.
Kayla said,
Oh, I am sure as hell not sweetheart. I got 2 bachelor's degrees and a medical degree. You can call me doctor or Dr. Youngs, but it sure as hell isn't sweetheart.
Jude looked at Chuck, but knew the extent of his medical background and was thinking she really might need that leg amputated if he had to do any sort of work on her. He said,
Okay, Doc, I need you to sit still. I'm going to cut your jeans up a bit, and then we need the 2 of you ladies' belts, and we could try to make a makeshift splint. We have a mile or so till we get back to town, and I can't make you no promise that is the best idea, but I don't think there is another town anytime soon for quite a while. They are few and far between out here,
Kayla said.
Okay, so do what you gotta do so we can get going. Joanne, get our stuff out of the truck. If we left all our sample gathering material, then we'd have made this trip for no reason. You boys think you can show us where all this started, or are you just as shit in the luck department as we are?
Jude said,
We just came down here from Iowa for a week doing some jobs. We don't have a clue what happened. But if I had to guess, I would say it had something to do with one of the local cemeteries around here. There has to be, because all the first wave of the dead we saw walking around were wearing dress clothes and had slits up the back for those who, as you might say, didn't have clothes that fit at the time of passing. Hell, I'm pretty sure I saw someone in a Confederate Army uniform. Anyway, other than a few thousand of those walking around town, I need to warn you, if they bite you, you will become one of them.
Chuck cut in and said,
Oh, and don't forget for 1 second, if it starts to rain again, you don't drink any of that shit to save your life.
Joanne said.
Why shouldn't we drink any of the rainwater?
Chuck pointed down the hill towards Pete. He said,
You see that guy laying down there? Well, that is, or let me say was, our good friend Pete. And he, up until recently, was a human. Well, when we were walking out of town, it started raining, and he, much like us, was hungover and thirsty. We've had quite the morning, and, well, night as well. Nothing good ever happens after midnight. That is what my mama always said.
Joanne just stared. She said,
Okay, so you kind of gave off the vibe like you were going somewhere with what you were saying, and then you ended up nowhere. Can one of you expand on what he was trying to say, please?
The water that came down, I'm pretty sure it turned my friend into one of the dead. What I mean is, when it was raining, he was taking mouthful after mouthful of water. We told him it smelled weird and that he'd probably be smart to not drink it, but he wouldn't listen. Within an hour or so, he was starting to look sick. His face was sweating, he couldn't walk straight, and then he fell over and started convulsing on the ground.
And then what happened?
Within a few minutes, he came back from the dead.
The two women looked at each other, and Joanne realized the man who'd called in probably wasn't in such a need of a straitjacket as she thought he was. Joanne said,
Well, hell, we got sent down here by the director to check things out. My boss said there was a man who called in to report the outbreak.
Yeah, that was me. Unless there was more than one call, I mean. We reported it as soon as we could.
Joanne said,
We need to get back to town so we can let our boss know. We need to try and figure out what we're doing, though, first.
I don't think we want to go to town, but it's going to be the only phone around for miles. We need to get her leg temporarily set so she can at least get back with some assistance.
Jude bent down, taking both of the women's belts, and wrapped one enough times and handed it to Kayla. He said,
You best stick this in your mouth because this is going to hurt like a son of a bitch, and there isn't any way to go about doing this painless.
Kayla did as told, and Jude straightened the bone back out as best he could. He wrapped her extra shirt around the wound and then used 2 poles from the back of the truck to secure her leg. The 5 made slow progress back toward town. The men's hearts were in their throats with each hill, not knowing if the dead would be just over the next bend. The women, still not having encountered any of them, weren't quite as nervous, yet. When they saw they had a clear path into town, they felt momentary relief.
We need to get somewhere safe. I don't have a clue how we were going to find a doctor and all this shit.
Chuck pointed to town. There were people driving through at the speed of light, trying to escape the dead.
Christ, you think there's anyone left in town to get help from? I don't know where they all went to. It must not have been our road.
Probably because they know where they're going around here. All we wanted to do was head north to our home. These people are from around here and know what they're doing, or at least they know where to hide.
Well, then let's get to town. It ain't that big that it's going to be that hard to find where the doctor in town is. Let's just hope he doesn't have a farm or anything out in the middle of nowhere. Because then we need to try and find us a car, again.
Regardless, once we get her some help, we need to try and find a car. We need to get back to Iowa, and we need to do it now. What are we going to do if this rain hits there? You know we have just as many cemeteries there as this place does. Think, if this thing brings back everyone from the beyond, that is going to be a hell of a lot of things coming back. Christ, what if it works on animals? What are we going to do then? We're going to need more weapons. These chainsaws are only going to last long enough. I don't know if the guns are really going to cut it if you think about it. We had to use multiple shotgun shots to take those things down. I don't know if a single gunshot is going to do anything to those.
Joanne said,
If bullets aren't going to be effective, then that doesn't do much good for having an army now, does it?
No, that is going to make for a lot of wasted guns if they try to taking those things out with rifles. They can blow them up, but I don't think there's going to be enough missiles available to do anything. I mean, think about it. How many cemeteries are close to town that you see? They're almost always right outside of town because that is one of the first things people probably have to deal with when you're making a new town is burying someone. Once you get a few people dead, the place is established, and there you go. You have your final resting place for town citizens. When one fills up, they get another plot of land and start all over again. Now take that times all the years that there have been people on this country's land, and that is one scary goddamn prospect to think about. Christ, man, that didn't make me feel any bit better whatsoever. Are you trying to scare the living hell out of everyone?
Chuck patted Roger on the shoulder and said,
Because if you did make that what you were shooting for, then you really did succeed beyond all expectations.
They walked slowly into town. Jude found a phone booth and ripped out the doctor's address and the town's map. They slowly made their way toward his house. When they got to it, they saw the street was filled with the dead. At least 20 of them scattered the area.
We aren't going to be able to make it past them. There's too many of them, and we're moving too slow here.
Chuck, always trying to make a situation less tense, said,
Well, Dr. Kayla, it was nice knowing you. Unfortunately, not everyone is meant to survive the whole zombie invasion thing.
Kayla stared at him blankly. She said,
Chuck, do you think you could come a little closer to me, please?
He smiled and took 3 large steps backward. He said,
I'm kidding. We don't abandon our own. Well, as long as, you don't go turning into one of those dead things, then it's kinda out of our hands. Jude, you got any ideas what we can do to get her to that house?
Jude looked at the large white house and could see the blinds parted on the top floor, and took that as a good sign that there would be someone there to meet them at the front door. He looked around the neighborhood, seeing some of them with the large wooden fences, and figured that even a chain link might be enough of a chance. Jude started one of his chainsaws and gave the extra that had been Pete's to Joanne. He said, "Let me draw them over toward me, and once you have a clear shot to the doctor's house, I want you to haul ass, because the idea of one person to eat versus 4 is going to be overwhelming for them not to come after you all. So let me get them as far away as possible before you do anything." Jude revved up the engine on the saw, making very sure that when it came time for it to do business, it would be ready. He took a large breath and started walking slowly out into the street where he could be seen. The sound of the saw got their attention, and they slowly started walking for him. He stood still, giving them as much of a chance to get away from the house before he ran, making sure he had all of the dead's attention coming toward them. When he did, he started backing up slowly, waiting for them. They slowly stumbled in his direction, and Jude ran for a large wood fence. The distance he had let them gain on him was immediately regretted. He chinned up over the fence to see 2 Rottweilers, each with chunks out of their sides, their owners still in the backyard, and they had not lost any of their speed. They jumped up to the fence, ready to rip Jude to pieces if he stepped foot over it. Green foam came out of the sides of their mouths. Jude lowered himself back down, picking his saw back up, and seeing he had mere seconds at best to figure out what he was going to do. He knew he had limited time to make a decision on what his plan of action would be. He decided living should be his main goal, and that he would need to try and test his theory that a chainsaw would indeed be able to handle the job. He revved up the engine, holding it out in front of him, and as the dead approached, he gunned the engine and sliced into the first approaching person's head. The brain, or what was left of it, oozed out as Jude took the saw down from the top of the head down to the start of its neck. Its head fell apart, only having its neck keeping the left and right side of its face dangling by its shoulders. Its legs buckled, and as Jude had prayed, it fell to the ground. The others tripped over it, and as they tried to get up, Jude walked up, quickly inserting the blade straight in, and all mincing their brains, and building a wall of dead as the others began to trip over the newly forever dead. Jude could just barely see through the sea of zombies that the group was making their way toward the doctor's home. He was amazed that even though they could only make their way slowly, they didn't ever give up, and their numbers seemed to multiply in the blink of an eye. He felt relief in knowing they were at least getting where they needed to be safely, even if they were moving as slow as possible to save Kayla as much pain as possible. He thought about heading back to the fence and taking out the dogs, but didn't want to worry about one of them getting him. He cracked out the window, trying to clear the glass. When no hands reached out to try and eat him, he tossed in his saw and jumped up and into the window, landing in the living room. He grabbed the chainsaw, swinging it around wildly and looking to make sure that nothing was going to try and eat him. Jude could see things were safe for the time being in the house, and he made his way through the house to the front to check on the rest of the area around him. The dead were still trying to make their way to the backyard, and when he could see the front yard looked like it was clear, he took off in a dead sprint, running for the doctor's yard. There were still a few in the way that he needed to worry about, and he held the chainsaw up. Those that were in the way had their hands outstretched for him. Jude ducked beneath them, revving the saw and bringing it down as they turned toward him, chopping through both of their arms. When it still walked for him, mouth open, he slid the saw into its mouth and took it up, splitting its head open and sending brains and bone matter everywhere. Jude brought it downward on the second one, which dropped on the saw, pinning it beneath it. A third came at him, and he let go of the saw regrettably and took a few steps back, pulling the axe from behind him, and took it up in one swing over his head, and impaled it into the dead's head, and the axe blade disappeared, splitting the dead's head jaggedly open, letting its brains fall out onto the city street below. He rolled the dead off of the saw and retrieved it. A line of them walked toward him. Jude knew he wouldn't be able to take 5 of them out at once, going in through their heads, but he did know that if they could no longer walk, that there would be less of a threat coming after him. Jude dropped to a knee, revving the saw, and ran it across all 5 of the dead's kneecaps, making them fall instantly backward, some of them snapping their leg bones and falling on top of their lower legs. Even handicapped, they still reached up, ready to grab and eat what they could. Jude walked quickly behind the dead, running his saw blade through their skulls, painting the street with brains and forever putting them to rest. Chuck screamed at him from the doorway.
Jude, get your skinny ass moving, would you? What are you doing out there, seeing how many of those things you can kill? You could just run around them, you realize?
Jude looked up with a fire in his eyes and yelled back.
You know, the more of these things we take out now, the less there is going to be when we try to leave later. We aren't going to be staying here long. We just need to get Kayla fixed up so we can be on our way again. How is she doing? Is the doctor still there?
Chuck gave a thumbs up, and Jude hustled to the house, killing the saw and slamming the door shut behind him. He ran into the office, looking around, coming off as an insane man as he was covered with blood and bits of brain and hair everywhere. He looked at his appearance and shrugged.
It got a little bit messy.
Joanne said,
Thank you so much for doing that. You risked everything for Kayla. She'll be forever grateful to you, I'm sure of it. I can't believe you took on an entire horde of those things.
Jude set down his gear and took a seat on a wooden bench. Resting his head against the cool, air-conditioned walls and taking a long, deep breath, thinking about what the next plan of action was going to be, Jude looked at Joanne and said,
What are we going to do with Kayla, though? She isn't going to be able to walk, and you seem like you might need some help with getting her places and getting the research you need. Do you have the first clue where we should go to try and get any answers on this shit?
Joanne said,
No, our main job was going to be coming down here to look and see if what you reported was true or not. We had no clue coming here that we were driving into Hell's Mouth.
The only thing I can think of is that all of the dead we have seen had to have come from a cemetery. All we need to do is go take us a drive around and see which one of them has 1,000 or so missing dead from it. And I'd say that's going to be your best damn bet about finding out who or what caused this. Just hope it isn't some crazy voodoo or something that brought them back to life, because I doubt there's a hell of a lot that science is going to be able to do about that. Do you need to report this to your boss, or are you going to be okay with gathering your information first?
She said,
Well, other than the fact that these things are real, there isn't anything we can set into motion without knowing what to start researching. You know, the army coming here to help eradicate these things might not be too bad.
Yes, the army might be a damn good idea. It's too bad I don't think their standard rifles are going to be able to handle these things, though, unless they put a shit ton of bullets in it. We did best with our shotguns and the chainsaws and axes, something we can split them with.
Joanne nodded and went behind the receptionist desk to use the phone. She dialed home to her director and waited impatiently for her to answer. Karen picked up the phone at the Center for CDC.
Hello, this is Director Karen Diesel. How can I help you?
Hello, and let me start off by saying this is Joanne. I'm completely sane, which, let me tell you, is quite impressive given the shitstorm that Kayla and I just went through. Oh, and thank you very much for picking us, because this has probably been the worst thing in my entire life I have ever or will ever encounter. I mean, the shit I have seen isn't even in textbooks because nothing like this has ever happened before. What the hell were you thinking when you sent the two of us down here by ourselves? You should have sent a goddamn army with us.
Karen sat forward in her seat. The fact that she had somewhat believed the man when he called made her stomach turn. She started speaking slowly.
What exactly is it you're saying, Joanne?
The dead, goddammit, I'm seeing the dead. I've seen these things walking after people and eating them. They're killers and they need to be put down for good. We don't know what started it yet, but as soon as Kayla gets her broken leg fixed...
Broken leg? What the hell happened to Kayla?
We were driving into town and these 3 men were walking in the middle of the road. They left town when they realized it was the safest thing to do. They didn't even have a car they could drive out of there. We swerved, and when we did, I don't actually know what happened next, but we crashed the van, flipping it, and Kayla broke her leg. The men helped us get into town and to a doctor's office, and she's in with the town doctor right now trying to get her leg fixed up.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry I sent you there, but I figured what were the chances the man was telling the truth? I mean, the dead are walking? How the fuck does that happen? I don't even know what the protocol on something like that is. Christ, do we send in a fleet of priests to throw holy water on them?
Wait, so you don't know what to do? What the hell did I do calling you then, besides waste valuable time? Can you send the National Guard here?
I can submit the request, but that isn't going to be today. There wouldn't be any chance they could get there that quick and be ready. It'd be at least a day before they were able to get all the men available and ready. Do you think you can hold up in town that long before we're able to get someone to you?
We have an idea where we're able to get answers. We're going to start once we get a car that is able to take Kayla around in and see if we can figure this out. If you can't send any help, that's fine. We will do what we can with what we have. But if you start making calls to get help, that might be the smartest thing you can do. I don't know if this is just here or if you are going to start getting what will sound like crazy reports from others saying the dead relatives are up and walking around.
Karen thought of her own parents walking around, looking the same as when she had put them in the ground, and wanted to vomit.
Okay, report back to me with anything. Maybe we can find a way to take them out. Is there anything else I need to know about these things?
Yes, there are a couple of things. One big one is don't let them bite you. One of the 4 men were walking in the rain and drank the water. They said once he had some time for it to move through his system, he died and came back as one of the dead, trying to kill and eat his own friends. He didn't have the slightest clue who they were.
Karen parted the curtain that was on her window, hearing the patter of rain on her window. She said,
You said rain was what caused the man to turn by drinking the water, huh? Does the rain do anything else that you're aware of?
Joanne said no, and they bid each other a goodbye. Karen set the phone down, standing frozen, looking outside at the kids playing in the streets, running around, mouths open and smiling in the rain. She thought how glad she was that she was hundreds of miles away from where she had sent the girls. The young parents and grandparents in the park watched the kids, smiling from underneath their umbrellas, and were jealous of the energy the youths were capable of enjoying. She went back to her desk, trying to think of who to call, and really the military having a presence down there couldn't be thought of as a bad thing. She called a general she knew and advised him that they needed to set the wheels in motion. She spoke to him for the better part of an hour, wondering what in the hell chances she actually had of making this thing happen were. When she had finished the call, she felt better that within a few days they'd have a few hundred heads there and could help with taking care of the dead that were roaming the streets. She pushed up from the desk and stared out the window, trying to think of what she wanted to get for a late lunch. She looked down into the park and fainted. When she came to, she opened her eyes, blinking slowly at first and then quicker. She looked around the office, seeing it like she'd never seen it before from the flat of her back. She looked to the left and right, realizing she had completely passed out. She pushed over to an elbow, trying to sit up, and falling back down, not realizing she was still feeling the effects of being dizzy from passing out. She sat for a second, waiting for her normal senses to come back to her. She tried remembering what had made her pass out, and it took her a minute. She couldn't believe what her head was telling her, and she looked out the window, trying to confirm it, because it was too unreal to truly believe without visible proof. When she stared down at the park, she saw children still spread out, still enjoying themselves. But these children weren't enjoying themselves going down a slide, or playing Red Rover, or going on the swing set. No, these children had their heads buried, neck deep on the inside of their parents' stomachs. Men and women tried to reason with their children, and those that were dumb enough to pick them up had become meals. She went back to call the general, but set the phone back down. She realized there was going to be calls coming, and they were going to want help for something there apparently wasn't any cure for. Her secretary came in, walking to the window and seeing Karen down on the ground. She said,
Christ, are you okay? What the hell are you doing down on the ground? What's going on outside? What's wrong with those kids? Are they on drugs?
Karen said,
No, they're dead.
Was there an accident or something?
she asked.
All I know is that it seems to have started back in Missouri, but I just don't know how. Before I called the Army General, there was rain. I remember the kids drinking the water, and they were smiling, and then in less than an hour they were, or better yet are, little demons running amok and killing everything they can get their little teeth on. I don't know what we're going to do with those damn things. I don't know enough yet. Until Joanne calls back, I don't know what to do. I'm so confused. For lack of a better term, it just looks like we're so fucked.
The secretary put a hand on her shoulder and said,
What do you want to do until we hear back from them, ma'am?
Karen looked up with fresh tears starting to come from her eyes. She said,
Oh, that is the one thing I know I've got the answer to already. I want you to get your ass on the phone. I want you to call security and tell them to lock the front and back entrances and put every damn extra chain they have around the door handles. I want the gates brought down, and if there's anything else they can do to keep those damn things shut, I want to have it done.
The secretary looked at her notepad, unsure if she should be writing it down or if she should already be moving. When Karen saw her staring, she snapped.
Oh, for God's sake, I'm going to put my foot so far up your ass if you don't get moving. God help you, woman. Go, go, go!
The secretary threw the notepad in the air, turning around and running out of Karen's office and slamming the door behind her. Karen crawled over to her desk, pulling the bottom drawer open, and pulled out a bottle of whiskey, unscrewing it and pulling a heavy glass out as well, and then thinking it over and dropping the glass back into the drawer, and unscrewing it and throwing back a large gulp of the amber-colored liquor. She took a long look at the bottle and then looked back outside at the children and the horror she couldn't possibly wrap her head around, and took 2 more long pulls until the fire she felt in her head moved down to her belly and made her feel a little bit better, if only from the whiskey. Chapter 10. Seeking Answers. Jude watched as Joanne set the phone down.
So what? Are they going to send help? Or is everyone stupid enough to stick around here going to be on their own?
Joanne shrugged. She said,
I don't know, Jude. It's hard to tell. It didn't sound like they were going to be able to send anyone immediately. She said it might be a day or two. Hopefully, these people in town have got something to eat while they wait for help.
Well, I can't imagine what these people are thinking, waking up and seeing hell walking around in front of them. Just hope they aren't dumb enough to go out there and try and help them,
Jude said. The doctor came out, wiping the blood off his hands.
I got good news, and I got bad news.
Joanne stood worriedly for her friend. She said,
What, is she alive?
The doctor loaded a pipe and struck a match, lighting it up, taking a seat. He said,
Well, now, if she was dead, you see, I just have bad news and, well, bad news. No, you see, she ain't going nowhere, and, well, since you're all in a hurry, I think that was the bad news.
Joanne looked through the door and saw Kayla, who was resting peacefully and out for the count. She looked back and said,
How long is she going to be sedated for? Are you sure she won't be able to move?
The doctor laughed, shaking his head. He said,
Well, ma'am, I reckon that I've been doing this longer than you've been alive. She might move, but it's going to be from the flat of her back. She's going to have some serious pain over the next few days. The only thing that might keep you at ease is that these houses were built to last. This here is my daddy's house, and it is just as strong as it was when it was built in 1900. So she can stay here. Y'all go about your work or whatever it is you think so damn important now. She was just barely coherent when I was working on her, but she said something about trying to figure out the dead and why they're alive.
Well, she is right. We need to figure things out and see what we can do. It might not be something that can be stopped, but we need to at least find the answers so we can report back in.
Jude disappeared into the back room and called home. He waited for it to answer, and it rang much longer than he had expected, which immediately made him worry. He said,
Oh, Christ, where the hell are they?
Maria opened the basement door and slid out to the kitchen. She motioned for Patrick not to come upstairs and quickly grabbed the phone and went back to the basement door.
Hello, Jude? Is this you?
Jude sighed in relief.
Oh, thank God. I'm glad you're okay. Is Patrick good? The two of you are okay still? There's nothing weird going on out there?
Are you effing kidding me? Is something weird going on? Hell yes, there's something weird going on. You know old lady Sandlin?
Yeah, the one that passed away a few weeks ago from a heart attack?
Uh-huh. Well, she just went by a few minutes ago. Yeah, she was walking. And when the mailman went up to check on her, since, you know, everyone and their mother in town knew that she was dead, do you know what she did to him, Jude?
Let me guess. They went up and found themselves getting eaten.
Hell yes, they did. I mean, what the hell? You weren't kidding earlier, were you? I can't believe this shit. I don't understand what made them or her come back.
Patrick whispered,
You said the S word, Aunt Maria.
Did it rain there? I mean, today, has it rained? I think that's the cause of all this stuff. There's something evil in the rain, and it's bringing the dead back to life. Whatever you do, don't go out there and let any water get into your mouth. It will make you turn into one of those things. Don't get bit by the dead that are walking around either. If she left anything to that mailman, there's a good chance he's going to be up and moving around also. Just do me a favor and stay in the damn basement. You can come out to get some food, but it's a sturdy door, and if you keep your ass in there, you ought to be okay.
Sorry, Jude. I don't see what is going to be okay about any of this here.
Jude was quiet for a second. He looked out the window at the dead, and they were back and weren't going anywhere now without a reason. He sat on the desk, shaking his head. He said,
Well, I don't know what is okay about it, but I need you to give me a couple of days and try to keep your head about it. We don't have a ride right now, but we're going to get one. With all these dead around, there's bound to be a car or two that we can get some way to get home. But I called the CDC asking to have them send someone down here. They sent 2 doctors down, these 2 ladies, and well, we were in the middle of the road on our way back, and she crashed because of us. Her friend broke her leg. Now there's only one of them to try to figure out what happened.
Wait, she's there to try and find a cure or something?
Jude laughed, looking outside at the pile of dead from his blade, and said,
Well, so far there's only been one solution to these here things, and that is a chainsaw through the head or a 12-gauge shell through their skull. The blade seems to be a bit easier, but there are so many of the damn things out there, I don't know how long it's going to take to try and get the lady the help she needs. I just need you and Patrick to stay patient. I'll make it back there if it kills me, I promise.
You better get your ass back here, damn it. We can hold tight and we can keep away from them things. You just make sure you get back here. If we aren't here, then go check for us at you and Chuck's hunting shack. You ought to be able to find us out there.
You only go there as a last resort. You take a minute and head to my room and grab my rifle and shotguns out of my cabinet and drag that ammo chest with you as well. You don't leave home without it. I don't know if the rifles will be all that useful, but I'm telling you, a slug to the head from the shotgun is definitely a way to make the things change for you. They drop, you move to the next one, and you don't stop for nothing or no one if you need to leave. You get out to that hunting property on Mishler's land, and you stay there. He won't know who the hell you are if he sees you, so you make damn sure you tell him you're with me, and he'll probably let you stay. If you need to use the rifles, you take out a knee, and they are just like a regular person, and will fall down, which is good enough to get away from them.
Maria looked at Patrick, who was sitting on the steps to the basement, slamming 2 Hot Wheel cars together, and being none the wiser to the dead that were roaming the streets. She said,
Jude, you do whatever you need to get back here. But you be sure of the fact that you get back here. God knows the crazy shit that is going to go down because of this stuff going on.
You stay safe, okay, Maria? I'll get back or die trying.
Maria snapped.
You don't go dying, goddammit. You get back here so we can head out and find it. You get moving now so you can get your ass back here. We got a pantry full of food, and the 2 of us here should be fine to not have to worry about starving.
If anyone is stupid enough to break into the house, you put one in their gut. You don't trust anybody until we get back, you hear me?
Yeah, that won't be a problem. You just don't go wasting any time getting back here, okay?
Jude laughed. He said,
You know how you told me we ought to stay a few extra days down here and mess up some sheets with someone? Well, I'd have been home already if I hadn't been busy trying to get laid.
Maria laughed. She said,
Oh, you couldn't even make that happen, Jude?
She got eaten and then turned into one of the dead. It wasn't as if I wasn't trying to fulfill your wishes,
Jude said.
Oh my god. You're okay, right? I mean, I don't have to worry about you coming back here and trying to eat us, right?
No, she chased me out of the room half naked, and I ran into the boys. Chuck used a 2x4 and bashed it upside her head and took her out. That's when we started to learn about the thing, that if we strike them in the head and break it open, that we would be able to take them out. It isn't a quick process, and that's why we started using the chainsaws. Well, that and the fact that it was all we had available to try and do it with.
Okay, Jude. I don't think I need to have any more details about what y'all are doing down there. Quit wasting time talking to me and get heading out there, will ya?
Just don't underestimate those things. They might be slow, but once they fan out and block your paths, you've only got one choice, and that's to go through them. I don't think you want to have to worry about that, especially with Patrick with you.
Don't underestimate the dead. Check. I think I can easily handle that. Like I said, I'm not going outside unless this place catches fire. There isn't any intelligent reason for it. You get back here. Is there anything else that I need to worry about?
No, so far the rain and the dead walking are all that you should have to be wary of.
All right, well, goodbye then, Jude. We will see you soon then, yes?
Yes, I promise. Give Patrick a kiss for me and tell him his dad loves him very much.
Jude set the phone down in its cradle, looking at the dead outside and realizing that he might lose his mind if he saw his beloved wife walking the streets again. He pushed up from the desk, heading back out into the main area of the home and its entryway.
Well, are we ready to get this started or what?
The doctor said.
I don't know what cure y'all think you're gonna find. What good is it gonna do knowing what brought them back? Seems smarter to me that you just need to spend your time killing these damn things. I don't know what you could do to kill them besides what I saw you doing with that blade. Which, let me tell you, was something to see. That's gonna haunt you for a night or two, that's for sure.
Jude nodded and went over, picking up his chainsaw. He said,
Is there any chance you got a car, Doc?
The doctor said.
Well, of course I do. Why the hell wouldn't I have a car? Be damn hard to go out in house calls if I couldn't get there, now wouldn't it? I got a caddy, and I got an old work truck I bum around in for supplies with throwing dead deer in the back of it. It isn't that great of a truck, but it'll get you wherever you need to get to. All you need to do is make sure you all don't crash it, and the keys are yours.
Jude smiled and said,
Well, I'm thinking that means Joanne won't be driving then. We can handle that, though.
The doctor fished into his pocket, pulling out a set of old keys and tossed them to Jude. He said,
It's parked out back by the garage. You clear them things out of there, and you get your ass moving. You just gotta get out of town before they get a chance to block you guys in. I gave Chuck a list of the cemeteries in town, especially the big ones. One of them has got to be the reason these damn things are up and moving around. If not, then they've been walking for days, and I find that hard to believe no one would have noticed them up and about.
Jude looked at Chuck, confirming he had the list, and they went to the back door. Joanne walked up to the doctor, giving him a hug. She said,
Thank you so much for watching, Kayla. I promise we'll be back together. I know when she comes around, she is going to be so grateful for you taking care of her.
The doctor patted her on the back and said,
It's just part of the oath we take as doctors. Don't you worry about it. You four just make sure you come back now, you hear? This ain't a hotel, and at some point I fear these things are going to get into this place. You guys are welcome to a few of my shotguns if you think it would help. I got slugs. That's what Chuck said you guys were using when you went into the sheriff's office.
Jude nodded, and they went to a back room where he opened up a safe and handed out 2 pump-action 12 gauges and gave each of the men 6 boxes of slugs holding 5 each. Jude looked out the curtain in the back and said,
Well, there's about 20 of those things, and we can load in 5 at a time.
Chuck was looking at his hands, and Jude said,
How have you lived this long? So that leaves us 10 more we need to take out. We're going to need the saw then, not that I planned on leaving it behind.
Chuck and Roger loaded the shotguns and put the extra boxes in their back pockets. They knew they wouldn't be any good to them once they clicked empty on the shotgun.
So it looks like I take the saw, huh?
So wait, I'm going out there without anything?
No, you get to carry all the medical stuff we're going to need. You just make sure you stay right next to us. Don't let any of those things next to you. I'm sure that goes without saying, though, doesn't it?
You make sure none of those damn things get close to me then if I'm putting my life in your hands again. I'll go to the front and grab my gear and we can get a move on. I want to be done looking before we have to worry about it getting dark. I can't imagine having to move around here and not being able to see with all the dead walking around.
Everyone in the room was okay with the thought that they also didn't want to be out in the dark with those things. Within 20 minutes, they had everyone at the door and ready to go. The doctor had packed them something to eat and given them a few bottles worth of water. Jude was worried about the water, but the doctor told him it came from a well, and it was so far down there was no way the rainwater had gotten into it. They stood at the door, unsure when the best time to go would be. The dead were just walking around slowly in circles, aimlessly. The longer they waited, it seemed like they were slowly forgetting they were in there. The hours it might take wouldn't be soon enough, though, for them to completely forget.
Next time they move outside of the steps area, I want you two to go out first and take out the first two. Then we work our way out of the porch and toward the garage.
How do we know how many of those things there are, though?
Roger looked out through the curtain and said, "Well, that is pretty simple. We don't. We can't see anything out there, man. I mean, nothing. That is a big-ass garage, and there could be a lot of dead out there, and we won't know until it's too late." Chuck went to punch him in the arm, but Joanne had already beaten him to it. She said,
Oh, for God's sake, would you shut up? I don't understand what the hell is wrong with you. How in the hell is saying something like that gonna make anyone feel any better? Are you stupid? It isn't like we aren't already scared to death here, man.
He opened his mouth, but realized he had no rebuttal for such a dumb statement. He said,
Well, what if we take out what we need to make our way there, and then once we clear them out, we can get the guns reloaded again for whatever's behind the garage?
Well, that at least is the plan now, isn't it?
They shook hands with the doctor as they prepared to open the back door. Once they were ready, Jude swung the wood door open. Chuck came first through the door, aiming at the closest dead. He squeezed the trigger and hit it square in the back of the head, sending it forward and knocking over the dead that was closest to it. Its head split open and its brains rolling out when it hit the ground. Jude walked down the steps, stomping a foot repeatedly on the dead's head until he fractured its skull with his boot. He didn't stop until he could feel the brain beneath his boot. Roger fired next, missing but tearing through the dead's neck next to it. It tore with a purpose, leaving the neck dangling from the side, its mouth still trying to bite anything near it. Jude used his chainsaw, bringing it down and disconnecting it from the body. He kicked the head as hard as he could, sending it 20 yards away. Chuck and Roger cleared the next 8 bodies walking, alternating until they were both on empty. Jude took the lead after that, walking toward the remaining 4 and slicing at their kneecaps, seeing it as the best way to be able to immobilize them quickly. He walked back after he had all of them taken down to the ground, dragging the saw blade across their skulls and slicing them in half. When they got to the back of the garage, there was nothing there but an old pickup waiting for them. Each of them felt a huge sigh of relief, one they knew probably wouldn't last too long. Jude handed the keys to Roger, and he jumped in the back. They started the truck, and Jude and Chuck secured the back of the truck. He drove slowly by the house, and Jude and Chuck jumped back out and grabbed the other chainsaws, placing them in the back. They knew they had limited shells and wanted to save them for when they were really going to count. Roger kept the engine revving, and when they made it to the back again, peeled out, spitting gravel in the yard. Jude and Chuck hung on for dear life, with one free hand keeping the chainsaws in, and the other idling, ready to run if need be. They went down the doctor's street, or, to be more accurate, drove along the street that was littered with cars and crashed through wood fences as they passed through the yards. They turned down the street to head toward the town square and out of town, and ran into a horde of the dead. They covered the sidewalks and streets. There was no getting through, and by the time they were far enough to see, they had chosen a horrible path. The dead had heard the pickup truck and circled around, trying to find the noise. Jude leaned over the window and screamed.
Drive through the goddamn things. Do it. Do it now.
Roger said,
What if we crash?
Just drive. If these things get up any closer to the truck, we're going to have to make damn sure they don't climb in. If they can climb, that is.
Hold on, it's going to get a little bumpy.
He floored the truck, which did little good for the old pickup. It had more miles than all the men's pickups at home combined. He steered toward what looked like the thinnest amount of the dead and sped full bore towards them. Roger and Joanne both screamed as the truck connected with the bodies. Both of them had thought they would knock them out of the way easily, but did not give them the credit they deserved when it came to the number of bodies walking. As there were one, was like running into a brick wall. The truck just barely made it through the first 10 of the dead, but when they got further in, the truck got stuck on a pile of the dead. When they stopped moving, Joanne looked to Roger, screaming.
What the hell are you doing? Why are we stopped? Get this goddamn truck going and going now, man. Go, go, go!
Roger just stared at her with a blank expression, shaking his head. He said,
Yes, Joanne, this is not where I wanted to stop. I very much want to keep going. If you hadn't noticed, there were a shit ton of dead right in front of us. All those, right now, I would confidently say, are stuck beneath this old pickup truck.
What the hell are we going to do?
Roger, barely having time to think about it, started to roll up his window, realizing that was going to become something that was a life and death matter in a moment. Joanne did the same thing, seeing that it was going to be imperative the window was up as well. The dead that had been closing in on the truck did so much quicker than Jude and Chuck had expected.
What the hell are we going to do now? This truck is not going to go anywhere.
Jude stared around, not liking the options, and knowing his only weapon was a chainsaw, he said,
Stand back to back. I want you to follow my lead. This is going to be a messy son of a bitch.
The two stood back to back, and Chuck looked over his shoulder, taking in what Jude was doing as he could hear the chainsaw making contact with something. Jude was swiping back and forth with the saw, and he was not being particular about what he was chopping off. Chuck's stomach turned as he watched Jude rip through stomachs, arms, hands, and the prize, the skulls. He was making them as immobile as possible, and it did not take Chuck very long to catch on. He revved his own saw and started to bring carnage upon the dead on his side. The one thing the two did not think of was that as they continued to cut into them, they realized they were slowly building a ladder of the dead. Jude said,
What are we going to do once they're able to climb into the truck?
Jude looked over the side of the pickup and saw they already had a 3-foot pile of the dead leaning up against the wheels on the side of the truck. He said,
Well, we sure as fuck won't stay in this damn truck. Just think of this as a temporary fix. I don't know what the long-term answer is here, man, but we are going to have to get out of here. And we need to make sure that as we do this, that Roger and Joanne are still able to get out of that pickup. There's no way we can leave them behind. They'll eventually break in the windows, and we both know what's going to happen after that goes down.
You know what really annoys the shit out of me is that we kicked the hell out of this place for a week, making it beautiful again, and now we got no one around to appreciate it because everyone here is fucking dead.
Jude could have cared less about the town being torn to hell. There's a good chance the population of the living was going to be scarce. Jude looked around Main Street, trying to figure out where the best place for them to try and escape was going to be. Jude tapped on the window. The dead were too thick on the sides of them to be able to move out and push their doors open. Jude motioned for them to get to the sides of the truck, which neither of them were happy about, since the dead were licking their blackened tongues at the window and hitting their foreheads, trying to break the glass, but not having the strength or agility needed to do so. The longer they were hitting it, the better they were getting. Jude used the axe's back end to go through the glass of the truck. He took the blade around the edge of the glass and put an old tarp that was in the bed of the pickup over the glass, so they could climb out without slicing themselves open. Joanne slid her gear through the window, and she followed closely behind. Chuck was trimming arms left and right, making sure they were going to have the minutes they needed to get out of the inside of the pickup. Roger grabbed his saw, starting it up. Jude pointed to the diner they'd recently fixed, and they ran up over the roof of the truck, and Jude put a foot up into the first of the dead, sending it stumbling backward, giving him the room he needed to jump to the pavement below. He kept a forward-moving momentum, keeping the saw high and slicing into heads, the top halves of them falling to the ground, cut off at the nose. Chuck couldn't see Jude wasn't about to slow down, and he followed, with Joanne behind him, lugging her gear, and in the back was Roger, keeping the circle from closing on them. Jude cut through, making a thin path, and Chuck and Joanne followed closely behind. The dead moved in quicker than they could have imagined it happening, and even over the roar of the chainsaws, they could still hear Roger's screams of pain and pleas for help from behind them. They looked back over their shoulders, seeing him being taken down to the ground. His chainsaw was just idling now as he died, and blood squirted into the air as they fell atop him and tore at his flesh. Roger screamed again as they gripped onto his nose, ripping it back and tearing it off of his face. The next clenched tightly onto his forehead and tore away at it. The blood poured out onto the ground and soaked across the dead's feet. Jude tried running back to help him, but Chuck gripped him around the stomach, screaming,
No, Jude, we can't. He's gone, brother. I don't like it either, but they're on our ass, and we got nothing left we can do for him.
Joanne watched in horror as the quick meal they had made of Roger left them still hungry. Jude took his axe off his back, and with his free arm threw it through the new pane of glass that had just been installed days before. The glass shattered, and the three of them ran through the freshly cleaned diner. The dead followed in pursuit, tripping over the broken window, not being able to lift their knees high enough to make it through. They made it to the back of the diner, hitting the back door with everything he had, and bounced right off of it and back on his ass. He hit at the door, seeing it was locked with a key, and realized this definitely wasn't an emergency exit. The owner knew once it was locked up, no one was going to be getting in through this doorway. Chuck yelled,
It's not going to budge, man. What the hell are we going to do now?
Jude looked around wildly, realizing his mistake could very well cost all of them their lives. He looked at the large steel door and the dead that were tumbling through the glass window, and knew there would not be nearly enough time to even try to cut the door away from the frame. Joanne pointed to another wooden door and yelled frantically, shaking a finger and pointing.
Look, over there! That must lead somewhere.
Well, it could just be a closet.
Well, if you don't get your ass over there and open it, it's gonna be goddamn hard to find out what it is, won't it?
Jude was already moving for the door. To him, any way out was more than good enough for him. He twisted the handle and was rewarded with a locked door. But this one did not make him nervous. He revved the engine and put the blade to the door, carving around the handle, and then put his foot through it, sending the door wildly swinging open. It was pitch black inside the doorway, but when he peered inside and looked around, he saw a thin crack of light coming from what must have been 30 feet up. He yelled over the saw,
It must be a new apartment or storage room. Let's get up the stairs before they come in any further.
Chuck did as he was told, as did Joanne, and they ran up the flight of steps, each of them secretly wishing there would have been a way to keep the door shut. They knew there was no time to be had, and especially none to waste. When Jude made it to the top of the stairs, this time there was no locked door. Jude looked around, expecting to only see food and other types of restaurant supplies. He quickly realized he was standing in someone's home, possibly the diner owner's place. He could hear the faint whispering on the radio playing low with a Willie Nelson song. He walked in slowly, looking around, and after the shock of this being a home set in, he looked down at the wood floor to see a trail of blood going back toward what looked like a living area with a bedroom and a bath. Jude called out,
Hello? Is anyone there? Do you need help?
Chuck came through and looked around and said,
Hey, is there anyone here?
Jude nodded his head, still focused on the blood, and said,
Unfortunately, I think there is. Look down at the ground. It looks like somebody might have ran into one of the dead already, which means...
Jude did not have the opportunity to finish his sentence. The owner of the diner came stumbling out of the washroom. He had the side of his white shirt painted with blood. Even in the dimly lit room, the three of them could see the chunk that was missing from his side. Jude held up his hands in a friendly manner, saying,
You let me know just by saying hi if you aren't one of those things already.
The shop owner's reply was a deafening, growling moan, and it ran towards the three, catching the two men off guard. Jude tried to bring his saw up, but he did not have time. He was still getting used to the ones that had been bitten in their speed, which those from the grave had not possessed. It gripped Jude, grabbing his shirt and trying to lean in to bite into his flesh. Jude had his back to Chuck and Joanne, leaving him all on his own. He put an elbow to the man's face, snapping it backward, but since he wasn't able to feel pain, the elbows did very little to help him. Jude kept the man just far enough from biting him to stay momentarily safe. They slammed back and forth, and Jude stumbled backward. The heavy man's weight threw Jude off balance, and then Jude and the corpse stumbled backward, full force, into a large window, which unfortunately was not strong enough to hold Jude and the shop owner's weight. The window cracked, then shattered, and all Chuck and Joanne saw were two pairs of feet going up into the air as they disappeared over the side of the window located on the second-story building. Chuck screamed. The idea of losing his friend wasn't something he could handle. He yelled,
Holy fuck, what
Joanne said nothing. She ran to the window, hanging out of it, thinking for sure she was going to see Jude as a meal or with his head caved in from the 2-story fall to the cement below. What she saw was Jude staring at her, his eyes filled with rage and worry. He and the dead landed on top of a canopy that was stretched over the back door entrance. The diner owner was still trying anxiously to get his first bite of Jude. Jude kept the saw in between the two of them. He saw no opportunity to escape without using the saw. Jude wedged a knee in between him and the dead's chest, pushing him up just far enough so that he could put it out of its misery. He gunned the saw and sliced from the diner owner's right ear to his left. Jude was painted in blood and gore and guts everywhere. He closed his eyes and mouth, not wanting to get any of the blood inside of him. Jude jumped when the face was cut free and fell freely down, hitting him on the side of the head. Jude set the saw down, still running, grabbed at the diner owner's face, and threw it far away from him. Jude grabbed a handkerchief from his pocket and started frantically wiping his eyes and mouth. Joanne yelled down to him,
Are you okay, dude? Did he bite you? Did you get hurt?
Jude stared up again in disbelief. Shaking his head, he looked side to side, seeing the dead's hands sticking up from all around him and feeling them flying at his form, pushing through the canopy. He screamed,
Fuck no, I'm not okay. Would you look at this? Do I look okay? Get me up off this goddamn canopy now before it rips and I fall through to the...
Jude's luck was not improving any. The canopy that meant life or death to him gave way, sending him to the cement ground below. Jude screamed,
Oh, shit!
as he connected with the ground and looked up at a circle of the dead surrounding him. Jude reached around wildly, looking for his chainsaw that he could still hear running, and when he found it, he gripped it as if his life depended on it, which it very well did. This time, he did not wave it like a crazy man at their knees. He knew very well the last thing he wanted was their mouths falling full force upon him on the ground. Jude took back the saw as he got onto his knees and tried to stand. The first one to reach in to get a bite of him got their teeth shattered by the motor end of the chainsaw and knocked them backward. Jude finished standing and saw there was one between him and the alleyway, which led to freedom, however temporary it might be. He had one dead in the way, keeping him from going where he needed to. He took the chainsaw up high over his head and brought it down through its skull, down through its spine, and finished off at his crotch, splitting the dead in half. Jude did not give it a second thought as he pushed through the small hole and ran for freedom, screaming,
Figure something out! Do it now!
as the dead halves fell to the ground. Joanne slapped him on the arm and said,
Come on, Chuck, what are you gonna do?
Chuck's mouth fell open, shaking his head as he tried to formulate a plan, and he said,
What in the hell do you expect me to do? I've never been in a goddamn town of the dead before. I've been places where it's like dead because I'm the only one drinking because, it's 10 in the morning, but never, ever been through a town filled with the goddamn dead. It ain't my fault I don't know what to do, and it ain't my fault that dumbass fell out of the damn window with a zombie on top of him.
Joanne ran to the bathroom where the dead had come out of and saw there was a fire escape attached to the side of the building. Joanne yelled,
There's a fire escape. Get yourself and let's get out of here.
Chuck did not want to question her and did as told. The two of them left, climbing out of the window and checking to see what was waiting for them below. They saw most of the dead had followed Jude, which of course was good for them and bad for him. They made their way down the steps quickly and could hear Jude's chainsaw in the distance. Joanne saw what was left of Roger's torso on the ground and sprinted to it, grabbing the chainsaw, holding down the gas, and pulling the cord with everything she had. She momentarily abandoned her gear. Chuck saw all this and was amazed. He screamed over the two saws.
Where the hell did you learn to start a chainsaw?
If your dumbass can start a chainsaw, there's nothing saying I can't.
For a minute there, I thought I might have been in love. You might have just ruined that just a little bit right there.
You think maybe we should move this along? Your friend sounds like he's getting ready to be eaten alive, and if I had to guess, we don't have a hell of a lot of time to waste before he's going to be coming after one of us.
Chuck nodded, and the two of them ran toward the screams of Jude and his chainsaw. Within a minute, they had found the mob of the dead that was in hot pursuit of Jude. Jude's chainsaw screamed in rebellion at the amount of work it was being put through. He swiped the saw back and forth, ripping through guts and spines. With every free second he had, he would cut through the brains, putting them down for good. When one of the dead, who had been a very, very large man in his living days, came tripping toward Jude, it was all he could do to get the saw at the perfect angle, bringing it up under the man's many necks and clean through it. The man's head rolled off, falling to the ground, followed by a gigantic body behind it. Jude tried to stop the body from getting any closer to him, but it fell on top of his saw as he tried to move it out of the way. Jude went down to the ground, letting go of it and pulling the axe off of his back. He looked at it, thinking for a moment, and realizing there were way too many of them and not enough of him to make an impact and be able to swing it as quickly as he needed to and escape. He dropped the axe and pulled off the machete from his belt. When the first one came to bite Jude, he spun around, lodging the long blade against the dead's cheeks, allowing it to open its mouth almost wide enough to fit whatever it wanted to in its mouth. Jude gripped the blade, pulling down and cutting off its jaw, and bringing a machete back up straight under the roof of its mouth and exiting through its brain. The dead in its eyes faded, and it fell to the ground. Jude pulled the knife again. He swung it left and right wildly like a madman, hell-bent on surviving the day and making it home to his family. Jude kept this up for a few breathtaking, stressful minutes, and when he thought all was lost, he heard the sweetest sound he had ever heard besides those of his son as a newborn. Chuck and Joanne's chainsaws revved loudly, coming in hot and heavy, and slicing the dead from behind. Jude screamed at the top of his lungs. "I'm alive! I'm alive! Don't stop! I'm alive!" Chuck yelled back.
When the hell have I ever quit on you, buddy? We ain't going nowhere until all these fuckers are dead again.
True to his word, he did not stop fighting until the last of the dead was on the ground, finally at peace. When the last of them had fallen, Chuck killed the saw, saving what precious gas was still left in it, and set it down on the ground, extending his hand and trying to regain the flow of blood throughout them. Jude looked up and said,
That was amazing, you two. I thought for sure I was screwed. I honestly was saying my goodbyes after my saw had gotten stuck under Big Boy there.
It was all I could do to keep up with Chuck. He never needed to be told what to do. He was already on his way knowing he had to do something to save you.
Chuck collapsed on the ground, pulling out a broken pack of cigarettes and doing the best he could to make one resemble a straight line so he could get a much-needed dose of nicotine flowing through his veins. The dead that weren't already there were drawn in by the sound of the three chainsaws. When Jude saw them rounding the corner, he said,
It looks like it's time for us to move on. Now we need to still try and find a way to get to the cemeteries.
Didn't you say Pete left the van keys at the jail? We're only a few blocks from there. Why don't we just go back and get them? The dead are probably gone by now.
Jude thought about it, and at that moment was unable to think of a better answer or solution. Jude said,
I can't see any reason why those things would still be there if they weren't being enticed by us in a jail cell. I'd like to think that if they got bored, they'd move on.
The three headed quickly toward the jail, and to their relief, were finally met with the smallest bit of luck. The jail was empty of what dead the men had not permanently put down. Jude went back in through the hole Roger had made earlier and quickly found the keys still on the cot. He slid back out of the hole, and the three made their way uneventfully to the van. The dead that had been nearing them earlier were far enough away that they were not an immediate threat. When they made it back up to the bar's parking lot where they left the van, the dead were wandering around in the parking lot, looking confused and as if they were unsure of what they should do next. Joanne screamed in frustration from the current circumstances when she saw the dead and said,
God damn it, can't we get a break? Is it too much to ask to just be able to go get a van without having to worry about these damn things trying to eat us and kill us?
You know, you must not have been paying very much attention, because that's like all that's been happening to us lately.
Don't worry about it. We're going to be just fine. All we need to do is give these things a reason to get away from the van.
Chuck and Joanne both stared blankly at him for a minute, neither of them jumping at the opportunity to be chased by the dead.
Oh, okay, I see how it is. Don't both of you go jumping at the opportunity to be the brave one. Thanks, Chuck. Appreciate your camaraderie, brother.
Oh, I'm sorry. Apparently, you've already forgotten about the two of us coming and saving your ass from an entire world of the dead trying to eat your skinny butt.
Jude handed Chuck the keys and said,
Pick me up a few blocks away. Don't mess around. God knows how many of these damn things are around here.
Chuck gave him a short two-finger salute, and he and Joanne ran back behind a dumpster, waiting for the opportunity to make a break for the van when it was clear. Jude started his saw, knowing it would be more than loud enough to draw all their attention again. He was thinking about how his previous evening had ended with him almost getting laid, to almost being killed by the woman, to being chased by the dead, and having to lose a friend, and having to put a friend down. Jude took a long, deep breath, shaking his one free hand, and nodded.
Well, here goes nothing.
Jude ran out into the parking lot, revving the engine for the chainsaw, holding it up high, and letting it scream and echo across the parking lot. The dead slowly turned their heads, looking backward, seeing the meal, or at least the potential for one, that was moving very quickly. Once Jude put enough distance between the two of them, he stopped running and killed the saw, sitting and waiting for the dead to follow him. Jude watched, waiting impatiently, thinking that at any moment they were going to attempt to come after him. After a few minutes waiting, he looked over at Chuck, shrugging, not knowing what to do to make them come after him. Jude screamed across the parking lot.
I don't know why the hell they aren't trying to come after me. I don't know what I should do to make them leave the van.
But a voice came out of the van, screaming,
Would somebody please get these goddamn things away from this van? I've been stuck here for almost an hour. Please come help me.
Jude, who was trying to see through the midday sun, saw that yes, there was someone trying to find sanctuary and safety, and they were in the work van. He cupped his hands and screamed.
What the hell are you doing in the van?
The feminine voice screamed back. There was impatience pouring out of her voice. She said,
What the hell do you think I'm doing here, you moron? These freaks are trying to kill me. This was the only place I could find that was unlocked early this morning. If I didn't get in here, I'd be one of them right now, or just be gone.
Jude saw the silhouette of the woman screaming at him and screamed,
Just stay there. I will, or we will find a way to get to you.
Where the hell do you think I'm going to go?
Jude went to say something, but realized there was very little chance of him saying something she wasn't going to have a very quick, sharp answer to return with. He ran back to Joanne and Chuck and said,
We need to get to her so we can get the hell out of here. Our only option might be to just take those things out. I prefer to keep my distance, but we don't have a lot of options if they won't leave the only vehicle we have access to alone.
Well, that option sucks, brother.
Joanne nodded her head, and Jude said,
Hey, if there was anything I could do to make this cleaner, I would. But as you might have noticed, these things don't exactly cooperate with our plans. They actually seem like they enjoy setting our plans on fire.
So then what are we going to do? I mean, we have two options the way that I see it.
Jude motioned with his hands for her to keep going, and she continued.
Well, option 1, we get these saws running and take them out. Option 2, we leave her in there and she can pray that at some point they get bored or something else comes by that seems to be an easier meal to gather. I am in favor of option 1, being that, well, there's a hell of a lot of them and who knows how many people are going to survive this thing. Can you imagine if these things make it to other towns? What's it going to be like?
When I called home, it had already made it there. I think it's got to be in the rain, just like we suspected. I don't think any of these things made a 4-hour trip from Missouri to Iowa yet.
Really? My God, do you realize how much distance there is between here and Iowa? If it's raining and it's being spread that far, that is a lot of dead people. How many cemeteries do you think you guys passed between here and there?
Chuck said in a very defeated voice.
Too many. Way too damn many.
Christ, we need to make sure we get a car. Like, we really need a car that can make it more than a couple of blocks.
Jude set the saw down for a minute, checking it and seeing that they were beginning to get pretty low on gas. Jude said,
We're going to need to figure this out here pretty soon, or we're going to have some problems to deal with.
I don't have much gas left. Chuck checked his and Joanne's tanks and realized they had the same issue as well. Jude could see by the look on his best friend's face that he was seeing the same thing in the tanks Jude had seen in his own.
So we need to do this quick. We start these and we hurry and take them all out.
No, we don't take them all out. We take out just what we need to so we can get up and into the van where we can get it moving. I'll leave the testing stuff here and then we can drive over and pick it up. The quicker we let someone know about what it is, the better. I can't imagine what it's going to take to figure out a way to make the dead go back that way again. I mean, Christ, it had to have been something crazy that made them come back. I can't imagine someone would have done this on purpose.
I don't know, but I do know I'll kill every single one of these things if it means that I'm going to get back to my little boy and my sister-in-law.
Oh, we'll get back to them. Don't you worry, buddy. We are doing just as much good by helping to figure out what made this start, as opposed to turning a blind eye to it and hitting the road. The things we figure out today might be what solves this reign of hell. If something happened to us and no answers were given out, we would be sentencing the world to a never-ending hell. We do this, we get Joanne where she needs to be with the information she needs, and then let them know about what's causing it. From there, we get our asses headed out and toward home. No two ways about it.
With that being said and out of the way, they picked up the chainsaws and slowly made their way toward the dead. They did not give them any attention until they got much closer and started to pull back and start their saws. Jude ran by 5 of them, keeping just enough distance back that none could grab him with their bony, outstretched hands. He cut behind their knees, sending them falling backward, their arms waving wildly as they fell to the ground. Chuck and Joanne came forward, running the saws in and out of their skulls, sending brain and stiff, brittle white hair everywhere, and painting the side of the van with it. A woman looked over the edge of the window, slowly seeing the carnage taking place beneath her, and started to scream at the top of her lungs. Joanne snapped at her.
You aren't helping anything, do you realize that?
She quickly retorted.
I am very sorry. How should I react to seeing a group of people chopping heads in half with fucking chainsaws?
Joanne realized, looking down and at the door, that she very much would have shit herself if she had seen someone doing the same thing. Jude and Chuck pushed at some of the dead, cutting hands and then heads off as they reached. Joanne screamed.
Open up the door! Do it now!
The woman hesitated a moment, and Joanne yelled.
You open the goddamn door now or I'm gonna throw your skinny little ass out of there, and then you can try and find someone else that knows how to deal with these fucking things and is willing to take you with. Open the door now!
The door swung open a millisecond later, and Joanne climbed in, killing the chainsaw, and threw it in the back. She started the van, and Jude and Chuck retreated back, running for her gear. The woman said,
Oh my god, are you kidding me? You aren't leaving them behind, are you? I thought they were with you. Can you please explain to me what the hell is going on here?
Joanne laughed hysterically, looking like a mad woman. She said,
I'm not leaving them behind. Get your ass into the back and get the doors open. We just needed enough of the dead to be cleared out so that I could make it in. This was the only way. They wouldn't leave with you in there, and they weren't going anywhere. Now get back there and do it now. Go!
She stared blankly and realized this really was happening, and there wasn't anything she could do about it. She climbed through the seats into the back and swung open the doors, hanging onto the bars in the van to keep from losing her balance as she fishtailed the van. Joanne screamed over her shoulder.
Hey, what is your name?
Leslie Bryant.
Jude and Chuck slammed the door shut behind Joanne and nodded to each other, running backward and retreating away. Jude's saw died, and Chuck yelled over his shoulder.
What the hell are you doing turning that thing off? We still might need to use it, brother. This ain't the best time to go killing that thing.
Jude looked down, seeing he was indeed right, and it was dead.
I didn't kill it. I think it's finally out of gas.
Chuck's died seconds later, and the two made it back to the alleyway where they grabbed Joanne's gear. Chuck watched as the van was being driven like a maniac. He said,
Well, we need to get some more gas. But I'm serious when I say one of us needs to be the one who drives because she is fucking insane. Look at her. She'll crash that damn thing for sure. You realize we are 0 for 1 so far with cars?
Jude agreed easily with the fact that she was not looking like the world's greatest driver. They waited, ready, and when the van circled around, the men started to run alongside the van and tossed in the saws and the medical equipment and dived into the van. Leslie slammed the door shut once they were in. The dead were starting to follow, and Joanne took the first street she could to get out of there that wasn't filled with the dead. Jude pushed up and sat against the side of the van. Leslie said,
So are you the genius of the group? The one that was telling me not to get out of the van and get eaten?
Jude nodded. He said,
Wow, you are a sassy thing, aren't you?
She smiled and said,
My name is Leslie. I guess I should say thank you at some point.
Jude stood there staring and realized she wouldn't be saying it anytime soon. He smiled and said,
A real charmer, huh?
They made it to the edge of town, heading up a hill where Joanne brought it to a stop. They put the van in park and stepped out to take a look behind them and look at the map and directions they had gotten from the doctor and figure out what their next move was going to be. They stared at the town, realizing there weren't any cars to be seen moving through the streets, those that could escape, and figured the rest were either hiding or had become the walking dead or only a meal. Chuck looked at the directions and realized they needed to get to the other side of the town. Jude cursed and looked at Leslie and said,
Hey, is there a chance you're from around here? What I mean is, do you have any idea where we are or where we need to go?
She shook her head no and said,
I was just passing through. I was staying at the hotel and left early to go get breakfast, and, well, hell was waiting for me when I got outside.
They drove slowly, taking back roads, happy to see no one or thing walking around. They hit the first cemetery, not seeing anything out of the norm, with the exception of 50-plus empty graves.
Well, that is quite disturbing now, isn't it?
There's a lot of things that are disturbing going on today. I think we need to get moving. It's going to take forever to get anywhere if the rest of the state is like this.
Well, we're going to have some serious shit to deal with if the rest is like this. I can't even begin to think of what we're going to have to do. I mean, those bullets do little to them. So if you have 1,000 troops trying to take those things out, shooting them in the chest, can you imagine how they're going to react? It's going to be chaos trying to take those things out and not able to. That's something that's going to wreck those soldiers. Then when the dead move in, it's just going to be horrible. Plus, if the soldiers are taken out in their gear, they're going to be hard to take out.
Sounds like they need to do some mass distribution of the chainsaws here, huh?
I have a feeling you don't give America enough credit for how many people pass away daily. I mean, good God, there's so many graves being dug daily you can't even imagine. There's going to have to be more than just the army. The citizens need to know, and they need to know how to stop these things. We might be the only ones who know how to stop them at this point.
Leslie laughed and said,
So how is it that we are able to let the nation know how to kill these things? I mean, is there a news station here real close we can go hit up and let people know about this?
The three shrugged, unsure, none of them natives. Jude said,
Well, maybe once we get the answers we need, it might be time that we try and find the place we could tell people where we first found them and how to kill them. There have to be more people than the dead, right?
As they drove, they saw a man whose clothes didn't look like they'd been made in the last 100 years. Chuck said,
Shit, would you look at that one? He's been under the ground longer than you could probably imagine. Hell, longer than we've been around anyway.
They ran past another who was dressed in a gray army uniform of the Confederate Army in the Civil War. Joanne was running through things in her head, thinking of flu and diseases that had hit America like a punch to the gut.
If there's no age cutoff on how long these things have been down and dead, we are going to be seriously in trouble. It might not be as bad the further west you get on, but the East Coast to Central America, like, you know, where we are, my God, can you imagine what we're talking about for numbers? All the soldiers sent home from war, the numbers would probably be hundreds of thousands. Hell, millions, I'd betcha.
Jude watched the man, knowing deep down Joanne was hitting it on the head perfectly, and it was going to be a slaughter if they couldn't at least warn people that the dead were getting out of their graves and the issues with the rain. By now, there had to have been the dead rising further than just Iowa. He looked out of the van window, taking in the dark clouds and how they looked like they stretched to heaven and back. But in another way, he was thinking maybe they went all the way to hell. When they came up to a cemetery that stretched for as far as the eye could see, they saw there were still many of the dead who hadn't made it to town or were still climbing out of their holes. They drove slowly, looking around the cemetery, not seeing anything to make them suspect any wrongdoing had taken place. When they made it to the rear of the cemetery grounds, they could just barely see the top of a long white tanker parked down below. Jude tapped Chuck on the shoulder, pointing, and said,
Hey, Chuck, pull up over there. Let's go see what that is.
It looks like bad news to me, Jude.
You guys really like pointing out the obvious, don't you? Do you really think there's a chemical out there that brings back the dead? Do you realize how stupid that sounds?
Oh, I'm sorry we aren't educated enough for the likes of you, but given today is the first day I've ever seen someone walking around who probably only hours before was sitting in the ground, I guess that's kind of opened my mind up to think maybe it's possible for some weird shit like that to happen. Do you have a better explanation for why the dead are up and walking already? Because we would love to know if we're wasting our time.
When you're dead, do you think you'll have friends come to your service? I mean, civilization as we know it isn't completely over. I mean, someone out there has to like you, right? Not counting your mother?
Chuck dramatically fanned himself, looking at the group, and said,
Love me. I'm a likable guy. I get along. I know how to get shit done. People think I'm a good guy to have around.
Jude patted him on the shoulder and said,
You probably just want to give this one up. I say if saving her life wasn't enough to make her like you, it might be a lost cause.
Oh, don't worry. You know how persistent I am. I don't give up on nothing.
When they made it to the back of the cemetery, the bold letters, faded as they were but still easily read, said Evans Chemical, made absolutely no one feel any bit better. Jude looked out the back window, seeing the dead were already deciding this was the way to come, and knew the longer they were here, the better the chance that these things were making up the distance with every step. Jude was looking down at the ground when there was a squishy sound.
Oh, shit.
What is it? What is it?
Jude leaned back in the doorway and said,
The ground is soaked and wet. I know it rained, but I don't think it rained that much. It kind of smells like that shit, too. You remember how the rain stank when we were walking in it?
Well, that gives me some horrible thoughts, given the fact that there is a gigantic tanker there and probably holds thousands and thousands of gallons of God knows what.
Yeah, I have nothing that's going to make you feel any better about this. I hate the fact that some stupid ass would have come here and dumped that shit. They probably just figured it was okay to dump it because the people here were already dead.
Is it wet enough for me to get a sample?
I think you can get whatever you need. I don't think it would be a bad idea, once we're done here, that maybe we run over to the factory and find out what the hell is going on here.
Chapter 11. Worries. Phelps sat at his office chair. He had ran his hands through his hair enough times that it was sticking 8 different directions up in the air. Phelps pushed up from the desk and looked out the window at the parking lot below. He was baffled that not one employee had shown up for work yet. He knew the Saturday shift would be sluggish after a busy night of drinking, but at the same time, this was completely not normal, and the parking lot looked like a ghost town. The only reason he had been there at this time on a Saturday was because he had been waiting impatiently all night for the 2 men to come back, and unfortunately, it had not happened yet. The entire night, he had been thinking he should have gotten somebody else to do the dirty deed. He thought if he had more notice of having to get rid of the waste, that he could have found someone better for this, or at least smarter. He paced back and forth, starting to debate that maybe he should run out and try and find them. But unfortunately, he had absolutely no idea where to start looking, because he was trying to keep some deniability available for himself. He looked at the clear bottle on his desk, wishing that it was still filled to the brim with the beautiful amber color and the sweet scent of whiskey. He'd put some effort into devouring it Friday night, and on top of that, put extra effort into not passing out on his desk. He went to his backup drawer and grabbed a small emergency flask he kept there, and put a healthy shot of whiskey into his coffee cup. He slammed it, wincing at the bitterness of the cold coffee, but was thankful for the caffeine in it that was helping him to stay awake. Phelps already knew the answer, but couldn't think of anything else to do to keep himself busy. He knew if the 2 men had not pulled off the chemical dump, There would be a little work for him to worry about. If they got caught, word would get out about the chemical dump, and the government would be coming to the factory before he could try to cover up anything else. There would be inspectors and investigations he didn't even want to begin to worry about. Phelps spun the dial so he could connect downstairs to the security guard. Phelps said,
Hey, Steven, have you heard back from those 2 men tonight? Did you have any traffic on the CB radio?
Steven said,
Nope, there wasn't anyone all night talking on one of the truck radios. I've been listening all night and never heard another thing from them. I don't have any idea where they are or why it's taking them so damn long to get done. I should have gone home hours ago.
Phelps cut him off and said,
If you want to keep that giant raise I gave you, or better yet, call it a bonus, and I do suggest maybe you don't go home until the job is actually done, I might need to send your ass out looking for those 2 dumb shits if we don't get any answer or sign this thing when it's planned. If the government comes and we're sitting there pulling back in a giant tanker, shit is gonna go bad, and it could go bad quick. I'd much rather go stash that truck somewhere. Who knows if there's anyone out there already watching?
Steven said,
Yeah, I can stay here. That's fine. Sorry about that. You know, I was just kidding, right? What do you want me to do if someone tries to come through the gates? If they come here, you don't let them in. They got shit for a reason to be here.
And if they don't,
Take no for an answer. You know that thing on your hip? Use it. I'll give you the best attorney in the damn state if it means we can get any time for us that we need. But you need to be playing ball with me or I'll leave your ass on your own. Do we have a clear understanding of the circumstances at hand, Stephen? I totally get it. Don't worry about it. I'm going to take care of things. Just like you said. If anybody tries to come through that gate, I'll get all 6 shots in the son of a bitch. What do you want me to do if there's more than 6 people?
And the fact that he had to ask made him nervous as hell. Phelps snapped back, screaming,
You reload, you stupid shit. And that's why I give you more than 6 bullets. Do you have any other questions?
Steven had many more, but he smiled, knowing when to be quiet. He said,
No, sir, boss,
and hung up the phone. He checked his belt, seeing that he did have 3 more speed loaders attached to it, and started to laugh. Phelps went back to the window, waiting impatiently, and could just barely see the van approaching the factory. He hit the intercom, screaming,
Close the gates! Close them now until you know who it is!
Steven loved trying to decipher who was coming and if they were an employee, but was unable to tell at such a great distance. He ran to the gates, pulling them shut and securing the padlock. Once it was secured, he ran to his guard tower, pulling his pistol and waiting with trembling hands as the van sped toward them. Chapter 12. Hell's Gate.
So, do you guys actually have a plan for going up and talking to this chemical factory? You do realize he's probably as crooked as a damn politician, right? You really think he's going to admit to starting the goddamn zombie apocalypse single-handedly? Well, single-handedly with the help of a few people that probably work for him.
Well, since we lost Pete and Roger, I think I have a fair right to go and ask him questions. If he doesn't like it, well, I don't give 2 shits.
Given my job and my credentials, I have every right to ask that son of a bitch what the hell he thought he was doing, dumping that shit out in the cemetery. And after I get done with that, I'm gonna use his phone to call the CDC and tell them about the storm he unleashed on everyone. By the time I'm done, you'll never see him make another chemical again.
It is blatantly obvious this guy is trying to cover something up, right? Don't you guys think we're just going to be one more thing he needs to get rid of in order to keep everything looking on the up and up? I don't think going up there is all that great of an idea.
Chuck laughed and he said,
Are you kidding me? There's almost nothing we've done today that was a good idea. We should be halfway back to Iowa, but no, we're driving our dumbasses around with 2 strangers and looking everywhere for chemicals on purpose that turn people back living who've been dead for God knows how long and longer. Like I said, there ain't nothing we've done today that's been a good idea. It's been a bunch of dumb shit things one after another, and we're lucky we're still alive. Hell, we're only 50-50 at this point. 2 men down and we're still going.
Well, what do you think we are?
Chuck spoke honestly.
You're strangers. That's what you are. It's only because of our good nature, our lack of goddamn common sense that we're even helping you. Like I said, we should be back in Iowa, where we could at least get the things we need to survive. We're in a land we don't know, we don't have anything going for us, and now the damn chainsaws are out of fucking gas.
Jude cut him off and said, "We're going to stick this out. One day, someone might even think we're heroes, man."
You know what that means, right?
Jude could already see the gleam in Chuck's eyes. He said, "Yes, I have a very good idea what that means. You're going to be too busy trying to get laid the rest of your life and probably walking around with a news clipping or a story at every watering hole there is, hoping to impress some lucky girl."
It brings a goddamn tear to my eye. Jude, it's such a beautiful thought.
You're a pig. You know that, right?
Chuck shook his head no and said,
I just got things I like to do, and being horizontal, well, yeah, that just might be one of them. It's not going to be an issue for you, since you and I don't have a chance.
Oh no, you and I most definitely don't have a chance. Actually, you and I don't have a chance in hell. You can be the last man standing who isn't dead, and you still wouldn't have a chance with me. I'm surprised you're not a virgin.
No, that just hurts. That just damn right hurts.
"You know, as much fun as we're having down here, Chuck, the quicker we get done with this, the quicker you get to try and be a hero, Chuck. Let's get this shit done and let's get home." Chuck just responded by slamming his foot on the gas pedal and rolling Jude to the back end of the van, where he, of course, yelled and cursed at Chuck. Chuck, being the good friend he was, laughed and drove the van like a bat out of hell towards the fence. When they got closer, Stephen pulled out his pistol, holding up a hand for them to stop. Chuck saw the gun and said,
You know, I think he's going to shoot at us.
We haven't done anything wrong. There isn't any reason for him to shoot at us.
We might not have done anything wrong, but it sure as hell looks like he's going to shoot us if we don't stop. What do you think we should do?
"Well, if it was me pointing that gun at someone, I'd just be able to aim better if they stopped." That was all that Chuck needed to hear. He hit his pedal as far as he could and sent the van fishtailing. When he got closer, he'd already made up his mind to drive straight through the chain-link fence. It tore off its hinges and was dragging it along with the guard booth it was connected to behind him. Stephen held on for dear life inside, praying to God the van was going to stop soon, forgetting about the fact that he had a good solid quarter mile or better across the property before they would make it to the factory. Jude looked out the back window and saw one hand glued to the side and another in the top of a small guard shack. Jude said, "Holy hell, I didn't think you'd actually do it. Way to go, brother. You should see that guard. He looks like he probably should have thought twice about aiming at us." Chuck, who couldn't see, craned his neck to see. When he did, both women screamed at him.
Look at the goddamn street, would you? Pay attention, we don't want to crash.
Chuck swerved the van until the fence and the guard shack broke free and skidded to a stop. Stephen pushed out of it, trying to stand, and fell to the ground, dizzy from the drive. Chuck yelled, pumping a hand in the air.
How's that for kick-ass driving? Yep, that's how you get shit done.
They drove the rest of the way uneventfully and headed for the main building, not having any idea what or who was waiting for them. Phelps was cursing from the office.
I swear that Steven isn't worth a goddamn thing. I'm going to be firing him if and when we get through all this.
Phelps walked over to the coat closet, opening it up and pulling a double-barrel shotgun he had always kept in case of a break-in late at night when he was working. He grabbed the box of shotgun shells, stuffing them in his pockets. He stumbled down the hall, sliding in 2 shells and snapping it shut, thinking he was surely going to hell for what he was about to do. Phelps took the elevator to the lobby downstairs, where he waited for the van to come to a stop. When the strangers pulled up, he unlocked the door, stumbling out of the doors, and being sure to keep his shotgun by his side. Jude got out of the van, and Phelps saw the axe on his back, and it did not make him feel any better, nor did the machete hanging on his belt. Phelps yelled,
I think that's about close enough, son. I don't want y'all any closer to me. You got no business being here. You got no rights. As I see it, you're all trespassing, and I don't like trespassers.
Jude walked slowly, hands out to his side.
Hey, we just got a couple of questions we need to ask you.
Phelps smiled and said,
Well, in that case.
He pulled up the shotgun, firing off one wild shot. Jude leapt to the side, dodging the buckshot. It peppered the van, missing Jude, and as he swung the gun in his direction, he pushed up off the ground and ran straight for Phelps. He lifted the gun, drawing straight on Jude this time, but Jude was finally close enough that there were no problems. He gripped the shotgun, lifting it up in the air and pushing it to the side. He gripped Phelps across his skinny frame and tackled him to the ground. Jude was not a fan of being shot at, and ripped the shotgun away from him and brought the stock of the gun down hard into Phelps' nose, bursting it wide open. Blood poured down the side of the man's face, and when he screamed in protest, Jude brought it down a second time for good measure.
I'm not real keen on people shooting at me. I spent enough time in the military that I sure as hell don't need any citizens shooting at me, you son of a bitch.
Phelps screamed and said,
Wait, what do you want? You broke my fucking nose. What the hell were you thinking hit me with that?
I was thinking I wanted to break your goddamn nose, you son of a bitch. All we wanted to do was ask you some questions. You might be the only person in town left that can answer them for us.
Phelps wiped at his nose and said,
You aren't the police? You aren't here to look through my factory?
Oh, we are definitely here to look at the factory and take some samples. But as far as the jail part, that's going to be up to someone else. As of right now, there isn't a sheriff to put you in jail.
I don't understand. What is it you're talking about? Who the hell are you? Who are they?
Jude pulled him to his feet and upright. He trained the shotgun at Phelps' chest and said,
Well, I'm here cutting trees, and so's that fella there. That's Joanne, and she's probably going to make your life a living hell here in the very near future. That's some girl that was hiding in our van. Her name's Leslie.
Phelps stood, holding his nose and trying to figure out what this group of people were doing here, questioning him, and how they had anything in common. Chuck stepped forward and said,
By chance, have you been here the entire night? I mean, you haven't left for anything, it seems. You look drunk as shit anyway. I'd say you've been loving on a bottle of something for the evening, huh?
Phelps nodded and said,
Jesus, you sound like my ex-wives. Yeah, I've been here all night. I've been waiting on something to get taken care of that I couldn't just assume got done.
Let me guess. You sent a guy or guys out to a cemetery to dump some chemicals. Oh, and when I say some, I'm really saying a shit ton of it. The ground was soaking wet out at the cemetery, and that shit didn't smell very good. There was a gigantic Evans Chemicals truck sitting out there abandoned.
Stupid sons of bitches. I can't stand those two. They're fired. They're gone.
Well, just so you know, there's a good chance he won't be opening anytime soon. Anyone in town is either dead, or they're gone or hiding. I guess it's hard to say. But when we were walking back into town to get a girl some help, the cars were flying out of here like bats out of hell. After the rains hit, though, it isn't going to do them much good regardless of how far they make it. Those things are going to be everywhere.
Phelps tilted his head to the side, still trying to make sense of what he was rambling about. He said,
What the hell are you talking about? You speak, but you don't make a damn bit of sense. I mean, none. I have no clue what you're talking about.
Well, when your people went and sprayed all that shit on the cemetery, all those that were trying to have eternal slumber in their graves came back to life. I know it sounds bad shit crazy, but I shit you not.
Oh, I see you. You're crazy. Did y'all escape from a mental facility recently? Or maybe you hit your heads on something very hard. Except that guy Chuck. He might just believe what you're saying anyway.
Hey, compadre, we could very easily take you to town on our way out and let you get a first-hand look. I mean, it seems that you are the reason we're all here. So I'm sure you'd like to see what your handiwork did, right?
Just do what you need to and get out of my factory. Give me my gun back, you crazy bastard.
Jude stepped forward, holding the shotgun with 2 hands, and jammed the butt into his gut, making Phelps bend over in agony. Jude put a knee up, catching the freshly broken nose a second time, and he bent down so that Phelps could hear him. I lost 2 of my men and good friends already today. I lost them because of you. And at the moment, you seem to be the main person that I can blame this shit on. Now, if you don't get your skinny ass up and do what I say, we're going to be leaving you here and you're going to have a skull of buckshot. Now, you can do what we want, or you could see what happens. Are you feeling lucky? Or do you want to be a good boy and just do what I'm saying? Phelps sat for a moment, wishing he had a cigarette or maybe a handgun, and finally said,
I don't like you very much. I hope you know that.
He held up a blood-soaked hand for help up, and Jude looked at it and said, I've had enough blood on my hands for one day. Get up yourself.
Oh, you're too kind, son.
Are you sure you don't want to just put that buckshot in the back of his head now? It wouldn't do any harm to me.
Phelps laughed hysterically. He said,
Let me guess. Somehow you have something against me as well. What happened? You see your grandpappy walking across Main Street?
It was obvious he didn't believe anyone.
No, you bastard. I was going somewhere with my dad and we ran into a horde of the dead. It was all that I could do to even get away. He wasn't so lucky and those things took him down. He's gone now and it's all your fault, you piece of shit. Now if you don't stop laughing, I'm gonna kick you square in the balls.
Phelps choked on laughter for a minute, and when he didn't stop, as they walked into the factory, Leslie did as promised and delivered a square kick to his testicles that sent him to the ground, gripping hard.
Oh, no, that just isn't right. He ain't gonna be able to walk right for a week after that, Leslie. That was a wonderful kick. Thank you for doing that. It's just rude if I do it, but you have that right as a strong woman.
Leslie slapped him on the shoulder and said,
Hey, saying shit like that might actually give you a chance there, Chucky boy.
Chuck's face got deadly serious, and he said,
Wait, no shitting? I might have a chance at you?
Leslie shrugged as she walked past Phelps, smiling as his fresh tears of pain were hitting the ground in front of him. Chuck and Jude picked him up, and they helped him walk as they entered the factory.
You do realize my security guard is going to be coming in here at some point, right?
Oh, if you're counting on him, you probably best be not doing that. He isn't going to be probably doing anything but either leaving here or going to a hospital. We drove through the fence in his guard shack. He isn't going to have a safe place to hide anymore after all this.
But that keeps people out. You can't just go and bust through.
Oh, I think we can. And I'd say since you brought, all the damn dead back, you don't have a lot of room to be preaching to us about what we can and what we can't be doing. You just do what we say, and we will be out of your hair before you know it. We got a lot of miles to put on our van today between hitting up the news and going back to Iowa. The quicker you get us what we need, the quicker we'll get out of your hair. I can assume you want us out of here, right? I mean, you don't want to invite us up for lunch, right?
Yes, that would be a correct assumption. So you just want to see the chemical plant then?
No, I want to see where you store your waste. I'm sure whatever you dumped into the ground isn't what you make here. It's got to be a runoff or what is left over after you make the product you actually get money for. How much of it do you have after dumping that shit last night? A few barrels? A few thousand barrels?
Phelps laughed and opened the door to the factory. He led them to the back, where he opened one more door. He didn't say anything until he opened the door. He said,
Christ, when you look for yourself, I don't know what some runoff is going to do for you. It ain't like it's going to have any special answers. I still think y'all are full of shit. The minute you leave here, I'm going to go to town and see that you are just a bunch of nuts.
I very much hope that you do that, sir. I really hope you do. I think if anyone deserves to have the dead follow him, you are a candidate for it.
Joanne walked in and flicked on the light. She stared around and walked slowly. By her guess, the room that led underground went as far as the eye could see. She turned around slowly and said,
My God, were you going to dump all of this waste? Are you insane? Do you not care about the environment?
Don't judge me, young lady. They wouldn't call them hard decisions if they were easy. I'm doing what's best for this town.
Yeah, how's that? By getting everyone killed, eaten, and chased out of town?
Just as they were about to continue their banter back and forth, Stephen stumbled in, screaming at the top of his lungs. He screamed,
Help, help, help me, please.
They all turned, trying to see what and who was screaming at the top of their lungs. When Stephen came into view, it was apparent taking the fence down had not been a good thing for him. Phelps saw him first and had the realization that what these people were proclaiming could very well be true. His stomach turned 5 different ways in a matter of seconds. Phelps yelled back to him.
Stephen, what in God's name happened to you, man?
He already knew the answer, but for some reason would not believe it without the man spelling it out for him. Jude whispered,
I would be looking for a new security guard, because the one you have right now is not going to last very much longer.
Stephen staggered, trying to stay on his feet, but not having very much success. His black pants were covered with blood. Impossible to see, of course, but the blood was leaving a very long trail, and the lights were glistening off of the silk pants.
What in God's name is going on outside?
Phelps asked.
I was trying to get free from the guard shack, and when I finally got out, ants as cold as ice grabbed my arms and teeth, tore at my flesh repeatedly. It was a miracle at all I was able to get away from them. I need to get to town and get to the doctor, sir. Do you think you can give me a ride?
Well, I think that might be the first time I've heard the word miracle used today. But in his defense, he doesn't know about the hell that's about to take over his life, or more accurately, death.
Stephen's knees started to buckle, and he fell to the ground. He said,
Sir, I really think that I need a...
That was the last word Stephen said. The only other noises that would be coming from him were going to be moans and growls. Jude said,
Joanne, get whatever sample it is you want to take with. We need to get out of here and get away from Stephen before something comes up that we don't want to deal with.
Joanne hurriedly went to one of the barrels, opening the small lid, and putting in a number of beakers at random barrels along the wall. Phelps said,
I don't know what you're wasting your time for. It's the exact thing that each of those barrels that those men were dumping outside. The government was going to shut me down if we didn't get rid of some of the waste.
It was very hot last night. This shit must have evaporated into the air, and from what I can tell, went into the storm clouds as far north as Iowa, and I have no idea how far east, west, and south. If this hits the entire nation now, it could take out everyone. Can you imagine the entire nation filled with the dead walking? The dead turning the living into vicious zombies?
Phelps stared at Stephen, laying on the ground, and getting a small sense of relief as he was not coming back. Phelps turned around and said,
Well, since Stephen isn't coming back, then you guys must be full of shit. You're on crazy pills or tripping or something. But as far as I can tell, something bad happened to him, we don't know what, and he's dead.
A moaning came from behind Phelps. His eyes opened wide, and he immediately shut up and stopped talking.
That Steven fellow is dead. You know, the one that's standing up and crouching behind you. He's the one that you're so worried about.
Stephen started dashing towards Phelps.
We need to get the hell out of here.
Jude flipped the switch on the shotgun barrels, looking to see if he had 1 or 2 shells in it. And when he saw one of the shells had already been used, he cursed under his breath, somehow in all the craziness forgetting he had a shot taken at him already. He yelled to Phelps.
Do you have any more shotgun shells for this thing?
Phelps couldn't take his eyes off Stephen. He was mumbling something about how this could not be true, but it was barely coherent. No one could understand what he was saying. When Phelps could finally speak, he said,
I'm getting the hell out of here. Screw you all.
Phelps ran towards Stephen, thinking he would be able to dodge him. He, of course, was wrong. Stephen tackled Phelps and took a rip out of his neck. Phelps screamed in agony, and Stephen then grabbed the man by his ears, slamming his skull into the hard concrete beneath him until his head cracked open across the back. Stephen was doing this the entire time, and as Phelps' screams finally stopped, Stephen lifted his head up, ripping Phelps' skull in half and gorging himself on his brain. When he looked up, He had blood on both cheeks dripping from his face. Jude walked up behind Stephen slowly, holding his axe firmly in a baseball grip, and took one ending swing at the back of his head. He buried the axe handle and blade into the man's skull. Stephen's shoulders relaxed and his body went limp. The only thing keeping him upright was Jude holding the axe. Jude took a deep breath and asked Joanne,
Did you get everything you need, Joanne, so we can get the hell out of here?
She nodded and said,
Yes, I think it did. We should have more than enough.
Oh my god, I can't believe that fucking happened. That's like one of the worst things I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, it just breaks my heart it had to go and happen to such a nice guy. Come on, let's get back to the van and get the hell out of here.
No one had any problems with leaving the factory building with the chemicals that brought back the dead. Jude saw a spray paint can sitting outside on a cart filled with odds and ends, and he slammed the door shut, locking them inside. On the outside of the door, he sprayed, "Do not open. Death inside. This will bring back the dead. Do not open."
You know, it almost seems like it'd be a good idea if someone stayed here and guarded this shit. What do you think?
I think we stop by a phone and have Joanne here call her boss and let him know the shit has completely hit the fan.
Joanne nodded, and the four walked slowly past Stephen and Phelps. It took an extra minute to free the axe head from Stephen's head. He wiped the blade the best he could and secured it back on his back, as he had been carrying it all day long. Jude checked Phelps's pockets, finding shotgun shells, and cleaned out what he could, knowing if they were in a hurry, it might be good to be able to buy them some time with the gun. He was not 100% sold on the fact that the shotgun might not be able to take down one of the dead with buckshot as the ammunition. Chuck, thinking the same thing, said,
Do you think that buckshot is actually going to be able to do anything to those things?
Hell if I know, Chuck. I'm figuring out a new plan, it seems, every other minute. All I do know is I'd rather have this than not. The worst case scenario, if they don't kill him, we can sure take a shot at one of them in a knee.
Do you think they have any more of those axes in this place? I feel like I'm walking around naked without some kind of weapon. Just seems stupid.
Chuck smiled and just got punched in the arm. He said,
I'm growing on you. I'm growing on you.
They found a fire extinguisher sign on the wall and went over. Leslie found herself an axe she could take with her. The only one walking without a weapon was Joanne, but she carried her materials and the samples. The four of them made their way back to the front entrance of the factory. When they looked out, they saw the dead swarming through the parking lot. They looked all around again, trying to find a way to make it back to the van, something that seemed to be getting harder and harder for the four of them to do. Jude saw just barely in the distance an entire field worth of tombstones sticking up from the ground. He pointed to them and said,
How in the hell can a town this small have so many fucking dead people in it? Do these people not live long or something?
Seems like we've been here forever. Even if you go to school, it seems like you still end up coming back to this town eventually. There's nothing better, at least, before today anyway, than what small town living could provide.
You know what? I'm from a small town. I can appreciate that, Leslie.
That's good to know, Chuck. Let's get this done so you can go home. I don't need you around me any longer than needed.
You know, words like that can hurt. You know you're going to miss me. Like I said, I'm growing on you.
I think I'm done with pulling distraction duty with these damn things. The way I see it, this place already has all the chemicals to bring hell on the world, right? So what do we care if we trap the dead in there? They can't become more dead, right?
The other three nodded, and Chuck said,
So, can I assume at the least you have a plan, Jude?
Yes, I have a plan, Chuck. Don't worry, buddy. But I do have some probably bad news for you, Chuck.
Oh, shit. No. What is it? What's the bad news? You're going to make me be what they come after, huh? You're going to make me be bait, damn it. Oh, don't do that to me, Jude. Please don't do that to me, buddy.
Yeah, it's not all that great of an idea now, is it? No, I was just going to say you're going to have to run. These things are walking pretty slow, but it's still not a guarantee they aren't going to catch up to us.
If it's going to save all our asses, I'll make sure I can get my ass moving. You don't worry about that. Just make sure we all stay together, everyone. If there's one thing I learned in the Army, you don't go off alone.
You were in the Army?
Chuck pumped his arm proudly. He said,
You bet your sweet ass I was, honey. I mean, Jude and I signed up on the same day. Why, you like a man in uniform? I mean, mine probably wouldn't fit, but it still looks damn good on me.
When Leslie smiled, shaking her head, it was that second that Chuck began to realize that, yes, he really was starting to grow on her.
Don't go getting carried away with yourself. We could just take it one day at a time.
Oh, God, please give me more than just one day to live. Just give me at least one more day, damn it.
Are you done? I mean, are you happy now she doesn't completely hate you? You might have, a little chance in hell. You ready to listen to my idea?
Yep, hit me up, buddy. Let's get this show on the road.
Well, actually, it's a pretty simple plan, to tell you the God-honest truth. What I want to do is pry open these doors, and then we lock them in the open position. When those things, the dead, start coming for us, that's when we get our asses running. We get moving through, and then we go out one of the back doors, and we'll shut those damn things in there, and then we get our happy asses in the van and get the fuck out of Dodge.
Chuck clapped his hands together, jumping a little with excitement at the prospect that they might actually pull this thing off.
Now that's a hell of an idea. That's why I get shit done. Yeah, buddy.
Chuck walked up confidently to the front doors, opening up the first set in the lock so that they could not close, and then, on the second set, he started hammering on the glass until he had every last one of the dead's attention gathered. He swung the door open and started screaming.
Hey, you stinky sons of bitches. Why don't you get your wrinkly old dried up asses in here and try to eat me, you dumb shits.
If there's a way to piss off the dead, you'd probably be the one capable of doing it. Thanks for making sure everybody was ready before you decided to go to do that. That was a really good idea. Damn it, Chuck.
That liking him thing seems like it comes and goes, doesn't it?
Damn it, damn it, damn it.
The four ran with everything they had to run back past Phelps and Stephen, not stopping to look at them this time. Jude saw the dead coming in, following them through the door. Unfortunately for Jude, when they ran out of the room, they went to leave, but there was a second door. This one was already open. The dead had already been strolling in, one at a time, single file. And yes, they were in there, and they were very much in search of a new meal.
We got to go back. We got to go back while there's still time.
There's no going back. We committed to this, and we're going to do it. Get that damn axe off your back or your machete. I don't give a shit, but get something and start cracking fucking heads open.
Jude, who had learned his lesson today and not wanting his axe to get stuck again, went up to the first man that was stumbling and blocking his way and brought it down with the force of Thor, smashing it into the man's skull, denting his head, and brought a second vicious blow down in the exact same spot, rupturing and splitting it open. Jude screamed.
You do it just like that. You smash their damn heads in, and you don't stop until they stop getting up. Now do it now, everyone. Joanne, you stay in the back.
Joanne took a long few steps backward and watched the other three bringing their axes down, one after another, into the dead's heads. She was unsure what she would do if something came from behind her, but at this particular moment, too awe-inspired by the awesomeness that this group was able to handle on their own without the help of any gun. Jude kept the lead, with Leslie and Chuck falling behind to his left and right, keeping enough distance to make sure they weren't going to get hit with one another's axes. Within a minute, they had fought their way far enough to make it to the doorway. Joanne screamed as loud as she could as hands gripped her from behind. The three turned around, and Jude was already walking back toward her. She screamed,
Jude, get the samples to the CDC.
Jude wasn't giving up on her, and in one swift movement, brought the axe up over his head, and with every ounce of force he could put into the swing, he brought it down hard and fast, screaming as loud as he could in a war cry as the axe's head, which was only a few inches away from Joanne's face, planted itself in the dead's face. She could feel the cool liquid hitting the side and back of her head. The hands gripped her tighter for just a moment, and then loosened, and they fell off, sliding down her back, creeping her out even more. Something she didn't think was currently possible, feeling worse. Jude took his machete from his waist and brought it down on the second one behind her, pulling her behind him and out of harm's way with his free hand. He took the last one out by gripping the dead by its tie and jamming the machete up and under its chin, not stopping with the plunge until he could see the top of the machete sticking out of its head. He looked back, ready to go, breathing heavily, and yelled to Joanne.
You need to open your eyes. We got to get moving, and we need to do it now. Come on, let's get out of here.
Joanne did open her eyes, but she did not run. She pulled him into her, giving him a very tight hug and a long, passionate, wet kiss on the lips. Jude looked at her, and Chuck chimed in and said,
God damn it, he gets all the ladies. Not like some, like all of them.
She broke the kiss, and Jude just stared blankly.
What was that for?
I was pretty sure I was dead. Like, I didn't think I had a chance in hell when those cold hands gripped me from behind.
We don't leave anyone behind. We don't have to. There was no way I was leaving you. You're the most important one out of all of us. Let's get out of here before any more of those things come.
They ran out the side door, making sure to keep their distance from the dead that were scattered along the floor. When they made it outside, they saw they still had some stragglers sitting around.
What are we going to do about those?
Chuck said.
We're going to do the same thing we've been doing all day, man. Cracking heads.
Chuck figured that was what he was going to say and walked up, taking a baseball swing towards one of the dead, and missed its skull, and connected the back end of the axe head with its jaw, ripping it from its place, and leaving quite a gruesome sight. It fell forward, trying to get at Chuck, but Leslie brought her axe down, connecting the sharp end of the blade with its head. Chuck smiled with admiration in his eyes for Leslie, and could tell there was something special about her. Jude moved past her, swinging twice and taking out two of them, and leaving the group with a clear enough path to make it back to the van. Jude screamed,
This is our chance. Let's go, go, go.
The three of them followed, running with everything they had, and diving through the van. Jude held the door open, pulling people up. Jude got behind the driver's seat and yelled,
We need to get some gas for these chainsaws, or there's no way in hell we're going to make it wherever we need to go. We're bound to find more of these things.
Well, we sure as hell aren't going back into town for any gas. Can try and hit up a farm, see if they have their own gas reserves.
They sped out of the parking lot, not wasting any time. Leslie pointed at the direction to get them back on a 2-lane highway that would lead them far enough to where they could try and get to a news channel. Based on how they had done in town before, the group were thankful when they found a gas supply that wasn't dangerous. They topped off all of the chainsaws and the extra gas cans and took the farmer's gas cans as well, filling those up, giving them enough gas to be able to run the chainsaws for hours, as long as they did not have to abandon another vehicle. There would be no way to transport it without a car. They knew they would have a war on their hands, and they drove into the sun, ready to fight. Epilogue. The four made it safely, or as safe as one could be in the waking of the dead rising, without any harm to themselves. When they arrived in a large city, they stopped fighting their way past a horde of dead, and got on the news and relayed the information to people about how to protect themselves. They told them the fight was theirs, and it would not be a quick one. But if everyone tried to fight together, the war was one they could win. Little did they know, it would not be a quick one. The end. This has been Zombies and Chainsaws, The Dead Rise, Book 1. Written by Mike Evans. Narrated by Jason Patton. With Marnie Ruckman, Claire Woodcock, and Charles Tyree. Copyright 2015 by Mike Evans. Production copyright 2015 by Mike Evans.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.